Ashley Parlier. After an argument with her parents, Reese and Sherry Parlier, on Sunday, June 12, 2005, Ashley Parlier, then 21 years old, walked out of their Battle Creek home. After a week, Ashley was still missing, so her family submitted a missing persons report. For over a decade, all efforts to locate her have yielded no results. Her family and the police searched desperately for information, and they didn't find anything until 18 years later. Where on earth might Ashley have gone? What, in the end, made it possible for people to learn what had happened to her? Join us as we unravel the mysteries surrounding this unsolved case that took 18 years to resolve. Over 50,000 people live in Battle Creek, Michigan, according to the 2020 census. A close-knit community where residents engage in daring activities and get to know one another by name is fostered by the city's abundance of parks and historic landmarks. Although Battle Creek has a warm and inviting atmosphere, its violent crime rate is much higher than the national norm, raising major concerns about public safety. This circumstance exacerbated the community's anguish over Ashley Parlier's disappearance in 2005. A case that left the community shocked and in search of answers. Ashley Parlier's parents, Russell and Sherry Parlier, were overjoyed when she was born on October 16, 1983. She was the Parlier family's second child. Her early years suggested that she was a shy little girl. This was less a result of her lack of zest for life and more a reflection of her innate temperament. Actually, Nicole, Ashley's older sister, used to quip that Ashley had an unwavering faith in humans. Ashley attempted to see the best in everyone. She had dark brown eyes and a grin that showed off her slightly misaligned but incredibly charming teeth. She genuinely thought that everyone was just as she had imagined. Kind-hearted, Nicole thought back. Ashley never let her modest mental impairment, which would have made her cognitive abilities comparable to those of a 12 to 14-year-old, to dictate how she lived. Her spirit was robust and forceful. After graduating from Battle Creek High School, which is located in the bustling Northeast Capital neighborhood, she got a job at the adjacent Taco Bell. At that moment, her dreams of owning a car started to materialize with every paycheck. She took out a tiny amount of her earnings, daydreaming of the freedom that owning an automobile would bring. Ashley was full of hopes and dreams, but reality had different plans. The unexpected turns of fate lurked in the shadows, and for someone as trusting and good as Ashley, the world was terribly unprepared to repay her kindness. Nobody realized that she was about to experience a tragic ending that would sap her hope for a better future. Ashley Parlier, who was 21 years old, was 5 feet 9 inches tall and had a slender physique. She weighed little under 100 pounds. For someone of her caliber, every bodily alteration of any size had to be noteworthy. This was especially the case for her devoted parents, who spotted a strange lump on their daughter's body on the fateful day of June 12, 2005. Ashley's extraordinary mental capacity and compassionate disposition caused her parents to first worry about her well-being. Their anxieties were heightened by the possible health consequences, and they were keen to have her evaluated. If Ashley were to become pregnant, they felt that prenatal care was essential. Nobody found the realization, the anxieties, or the conversations that followed easy, Ashley least of all. The tension in the urban community of Bedford Township increased after a violent altercation at the Parlier residence. Ashley hurriedly fled the family home because she was upset. She took very little, but she did have roughly $700 in cash. She lacked a phone, credit card, license, and automobile. Her only choice was to use this money. At first, it was thought Ashley had left because she needed a little vacation to calm down. If you can, try spending a day or two at a friend's place. The Parlier family hung on to this optimism, but the Parlier family began to feel a rising feeling of dread as the minutes grew into hours and the hours into days. The family's optimism gradually turned to fear. Ashley's family was disturbed by every unanswered phone and unwanted knock on the door, which caused the formerly lively home to become silent. As the days passed and their darkest worries began to come true, the Parlier family was unable to wait any longer. They knew something was really wrong. so they made the decision to report Ashley missing to the police. Anxiety and anguish take the place of their expectations. Investigators immediately began to examine into Ashley Parlier's unexplained disappearance. At first, the evidence seems to be sparse. The public was sent an image of Ashley wearing a checkered blouse, blue trousers, and brown leather sandals in the hopes that someone had heard something or seen something that could lead to her location. Ashley Parlier had a unique and remarkable physical appearance, but what was really concerning was how she felt emotionally before she vanished. Her unintended pregnancy, susceptibility due to her mental state, and the major disagreement she had with her family just before her disappearance all contributed to the case's increasing complexity. Ashley was believed to have been seen multiple times in the Houghton Lake area, which was a good lead. The family's temporary despair was lessened by hopes for her safe return. This brief moment of optimism, though, was short-lived since every sighting that was recorded turned out to be a false lead, frustrating both the family and the investigators. Then, because of the delay in reporting Ashley's disappearance, the investigators concentrated on Sherry and Russell Parlier, Ashley's parents, who she was closest to. Suspicion was directed towards her parents. Russell volunteered to take the polygraph exam, which he passed. Sherry declined, stating that she had health problems. Later on, it was revealed that Sherry was showing early symptoms of Huntington's disease. Nicole, Ashley's sister, noted how out of character Ashley's prolonged absence was and how unusual it was for her to act in this way. The family had just assumed she was cooling off at a friend's house after the violent quarrel and had been waiting for her to come home. They delayed alerting the police because of this stupid assumption, which complicated the investigation. While the investigators tried to get in touch with Ashley's former boyfriend, whose identity hasn't been made public, who was believed to be the father of her unborn kid, the circle of distrust expanded. At the time, he was seeing another woman who was also carrying his child. He had not been cleared, but there was no proof that he was responsible for her abrupt disappearance either. As the detectives continued their investigation, they discovered many leads. There are conjectures that Ashley may have had mental health issues. This led the authorities to look for a body gruesomely in an attempt to locate information that would provide some closure, but they found nothing. Ashley was the victim of a theft, according to another notion, but this was refuted by the fact that her social security number remained the same. As each day passed, the grim reality began to set in. The detectives reluctantly concluded that Ashley might have been a murder victim. They had assumed she was dead. Every year that went by, the Battle Creek Police Department's best efforts to solve the case were less and less successful. Throughout the course of 18 years, numerous officers looked into Ashley's mysterious disappearance. They had a number of people of interest, but none of them had concrete proof against them. The case thus became cold once more. Surprisingly, in 2020, there were rumors that Ashley might have been murdered somewhere other than Battle Creek City, which led to the case being turned over to the sheriff's department. Up until 2021, when an unexpected development reignited the case's hopes of being solved, the mysteries seemed to be at a halt. But the hope dimmed with the passing of the years. The trail of leads had become stale, and the once hot case quickly turned into a frozen mystery. Despite the detectives' best efforts, the leads had all but vanished, leaving them in a condition of frigid ambiguity. Again, the inquiry into Ashley Parlier's disappearance had turned up no new clues, no solid evidence, and a ton of unsolved problems. Occasionally, an unexpected burst of information might revive hopes for cracking a long-running mystery inside the intricate network of cold cases. In the Ashley Parlier case, that chance emerged from an unforeseen quarter. Officers were taken aback when they received a call from Calhoun County law enforcement in Pennsylvania. In January 2021, it happened that Pennsylvania detectives were questioning Harold David Hallman III, who was 44 years old. Harold was being investigated as a possible serial killer, not just any suspect. This revelation piqued the interest of Ashley's case detectives right away. They questioned such a prominent felon, wondering what information potentially may lead to Ashley's disappearance. Harold David Hallman may not be the first person who quickly comes to mind, but he has a troubled past. Born on November 29, 1978, Harold lived in Germany with his father for a portion of his teenage years. But while his father moved to Turkey, young Harold decided to stay in Germany with a lover. Looks can be deceiving, though on the outside he seemed to be just another young man. Harold was only 20 when he committed his first known murder. Joseph Whitehurst, a 21-year-old Air Force colonel's son, was his victim. Whitehurst's body was discovered outside Ramstein Air Base, having been severely beaten with a club. Harold acknowledged killing him on a different accusation while under German prison. It was self-defense, he said. Harold's advanced age and diagnosis of schizophrenia led to a reduced 6-year sentence and a reform school. Harold eventually returned to the United States, where he worked as a truck driver and settled close to Battle Creek Lakeview. Around this period, he became entangled in Ashley Parlear's terrible 2005 disappearance. Years later, on June 13, 2018, Tiana Phillips, a mother of 2, vanished. 3 years later, Harold admitted under questioning that he had no intention of killing Tiana Phillips. All he felt was the want to kill. Next up, in 2020, is Erica Schultz, another woman. She vanished on December 6th. Phone records connected Harold to her abduction and murder, and he jokingly likened her murder to an ordinary day at the park. He got hurt while being transported along Pennsylvania railway rails. To Harold, his deeds were sins that needed to be atoned for. In the hospital, he acknowledged that he had killed Phillips and Schultz. He later wrote a letter to his estranged wife while he was incarcerated, detailing his crime against Phillips. This was a cunning attempt to show his wife how devoted he was to her. Interestingly, Harold followed a pattern. After ensuring his victims were unconscious before attacking, he would leave their remains in remote locations. His victims would disappear and suffer concussions. He perpetrated heinous, well-planned crimes. Harold's evil thoughts and deeds had unclear motivations. He was interested in knowing more about serial killers and had developed sophisticated theories on the nature of power. He believed that there is a distinct power dynamic in partnerships, with one person being the dominating one and the other the submissive one. When his spouse was unable to adopt the submissive role, he searched for that dynamic elsewhere. Harold could recollect every detail of his crimes when pressed. With them, he was very familiar. He admitted that he would kill again if he didn't get arrested. Once Pennsylvania detectives looking into the horrifying murders of 44-year-old serial murderer Harold David Hallman III identified 2 of the victims, Deanna Phillips and Erica Schultz. They also uncovered another shocking detail regarding Ashley's case. Harold surprised the officers during questioning when he asked to merge the cases of Parlear, Schultz, and Phillips. He wished to escape multiple trials. The mention of Ashley Parlear surprised the detectives. Her case had not come up in their conversation. Their first bewilderment was replaced by a growing curiosity. Harold may know something about Parlear's disappearance. Upon delving deeper into the Parlear case, investigators discovered an astonishing confession. Harold freely acknowledged his interest in murder. "All I wanted to do was feel it out." To the detectives, he said, he felt that nothing, not even drugs or activities, could match the sense of taking another person's life. His gruesome curiosity led him to commit his deadly crimes. His statements gave the impression of someone who was mentally ill. The shocking confession was discovered, and the investigators quickly called the Calhoun County Police Department to let them know about it and to provide them an update on the investigation. The police working on Parlear's case were so curious to get additional information from Harold that they proceeded to question him straight away. Their follow-up questions confirmed Harold's relationship with Ashley Parlear. Based on available records, Harold resided in Battle Creek between 2002 and 2009, during which he maintained contact with the little girl who went missing. After conducting additional research, the cops assembled a terrifying timeline. After a fight at her house, Ashley had gone to Emmett Township, Michigan, to stay with Harold. She informed him of her pregnancy as well as the concerns of her family. Sadly, this visit ended in tragedy. After a furious fight between the two, he began to attack Ashley. Soon after, He whisked her away to the tranquil, remote hills of Pennsylvania. That's where he then killed her. In some respects, Harold's admission provided closure, even though it also made the tragedy worse. He recalled abandoning Ashley's body in the northern part of Newton Township and discarding his blood-stained clothes. While the questions were being asked, Harold elaborated on his acquaintance with Ashley Parlier. It was evident from his statement that they had first connected at a gathering that her parents had attended. They had a talk as a result of their fortuitous meeting, which paved the way for their eventual closer friendship. He also detailed the events leading up to Ashley's argument with her parents on that pivotal day. Ashley had gotten in touch with him because he seemed like someone she had trusted, not because he had any prearranged intentions. Ashley told Harold about the pressure from her parents to get a pregnancy test when she saw him. The investigators were startled when Harold revealed that he was Ashley's inborn child's father. Nevertheless, things were heated once Ashley revealed that she might be pregnant, and on June 13, 2005, the two got into an argument. Harold went off the deep end during their disagreement. Ashley was knocked unconscious by his violent strikes. Then he drove her to a secluded location, which he described as an overgrown field in Michigan, about 10 miles outside of the town center. This remote spot, with a garage or possibly an abandoned house nearby, was the backdrop for a gloomy tale. Harold remembered the peaceful surroundings and Ashley's still corpse in the back of the automobile, creating an eerie feeling. He had the notion that here was the ideal place to take Ashley's life abruptly, and the fact that no automobiles were passing verified this. He related the story of how, after removing Ashley from the car, he killed her out of wrath so that she would never again be able to live on Earth. Harold then departed for his home and took out all of the proof. Later, at the renowned American supermarket Meijer, where he worked at the time, he disposed of his bleeding clothes. Harold was uncomfortably still interested with Ashley's case after that. He admitted that he had visited the site years later and discovered Ashley's skeletal bones. His apologies to the Parlier family came after his admission. Of all the crimes he had perpetrated, he hated Ashley's murder the most, expressing regret for its commission. The police work in the Ashley Parlier case was nothing short of extraordinary. They persisted in their search for information and leads for nearly 20 years in an effort to reunite Ashley with her family in spite of the numerous challenges presented by the case. So when the confession of Harold Holman emerged, the authorities were encouraged. To confirm his claim, they asked him to pinpoint the exact spot where he had left Ashley's remains. For the cops and the prosecution, this was not simply any other case. It required a great deal of time and resources. Many detectives who have been dedicated to discovering Ashley's true story have been involved in the investigation over the years. When the leads from within the city dried up, they expanded their search far beyond its borders. They made contact with possible witnesses and searched a variety of locations across the nation, including California, Maryland, and Pennsylvania, for any leads. The formidable investigating team included Detective Sergeant Chris Suarez of the Michigan State Police, Detective Dave Haminga, and Detective John Pignataro of the Calhoun County Sheriff's Department. With perseverance and teamwork, they finally reached a wooded location 1.5 miles down a 6.5 mile road in Newton Township, south of Battle Creek. There was a lot of searching going on March 30th, 2022. For hours, over 24 police officers combed the neighborhood in an attempt to locate Ashley. However, they were not successful. Another layer of intricacy was that, according to locals, Ashley's absence had left the environment substantially altered. Over the years, other owners had purchased and split up what had previously been farmland. Even with the search narrowed down and Harold's admission filled with hope, a major roadblock appeared. After all these years, Harold could barely recall the exact place he'd left Ashley. The landscape had changed over the years due to development, and he had trouble finding the spot. Even if there are no remains to be found, the search for Ashley goes on. In the hopes that the day will arrive, the police are totally dedicated to cracking this terrible case. Harold Holman's trial in relation to Parlier's case proceeded pretty smoothly, given the scope of such investigations. It's important to keep in mind that by the time Harold went on trial, He had already been convicted guilty of the deaths of 2 other women. This appalling record hindered the proceedings. Despite his past crimes, Harold's genuine fear of the death penalty was unexpected to hear. He had been held at the Luzerne County Jail prior to the trial. In February 2023, he made a prudent legal decision by entering a guilty plea to Ashley Parlier's second-degree murder. He accepted the plea as a condition of an agreement with the Luzerne County District Attorney's Office. He had given his permission to assist the Calhoun County authorities in locating Ashley's body, agreed to assist in the search for Ashley's remains by the Calhoun County authorities. He would be released from the immediate threat of the death penalty in return. During the trial, the prosecution and defense each made their cases. The severity of Harold's offenses was underlined by the prosecution, especially in view of his previous convictions. Harold's defense most likely concentrated on his plea deal and his cooperation with the police, but the most expected testimony was, in a sense, Harold's own. His previous confession was thoroughly investigated, and its relevance was evident, even if no new testimony was mentioned. The end was bound to come. There would be no chance of release for Harold, the guy who had slain several people. Rather, he would serve 2 life terms in addition to a life sentence. Harold seems to be nearing the end of his legal adventure, but Ashley's case remains unresolved. The Calhoun County Sheriff's Office is continuously searching for any information that might point to Ashley's remains being found. If anyone knows anything about the case, they can get in touch with the Calhoun County Sheriff's Office directly at 269-781-0880. Their commitment to obtaining the necessary information hasn't changed. The case affected Ashley Parlier's family for nearly 20 years. Her parents, Sherry and Russell, sadly died in 2020, leaving them to never know what had happened to their daughter. Ashley's sister Nicole was becoming more and more ill. She learned that after Ashley had taken refuge with Harold, he had betrayed her. Nicole was clearly distraught. Reflecting on the sorrow and mistrust that surrounded her family 18 years ago, she lamented that her parents were unable to hear this. Nicole became friends with the victim's sisters. Standing together in unity, they focused on remembering their loved ones rather than the guy who had stolen them away, expressing their shared anguish. In an interview, Nicole adamantly declared, "We're going to remember how good they were." The family is aware of the tragic truth and has found closure, even though they are still searching for Ashley's remains. What might have driven Harold to commit such a heinous act? And how did he manage to stay afloat for so long? Share your thoughts with us by leaving a comment. If you're fascinated by true crime and enjoying the video so far, make sure to hit that subscribe button and give this video a thumbs up to stay updated on all our latest content. Moving on to the next case. Juliana Campo Verde. Juliana Campo Verde was characterized as a lovely and compassionate girl when she was born in Quito, Ecuador, on August 21, 1993. Apart from her exceptional academic performance, Juliana also had a strong interest in integrating music into her daily life, as evidenced by the time she chose to go with her cousin Lorena to the hospital after surgery, while Lorena was in excruciating pain. Singing a lullaby in their own tongue, Juliana soothed her. Things would not stay that way, though, as in 2003, when Juliana was 10 years old, she and her family decided to quit their longtime attendance at an evangelical church, reportedly on bad terms. The family began going to Oasis de Esperanza. Near their home in Quito's Biloxi neighborhood, Oasis de Esperanza was an evangelical church. When Juliana was just 10 years old, she started going to the church's youth programs, which were led by Pastor Jonathan. The year 2000 saw the founding of the church. Pastor Jonathan Corrito was a part of the Corrito family-run organization. Juliana had a strong enthusiasm for her new church. Juliana was quite proud of her congregation because she was in the choir. Juliana regularly and fervently attended Pastor Jonathan's lectures and meetings. According to Juliana's mother, her heavenly daughter traveled far and wide with the church's founders, finally growing close to both Jonathan and his family. Juliana would often go out to dinner with Jonathan and his siblings, and they would stroll together in public. The girl was already joining the Carrito family in their private Christmas celebrations, not even realizing that 13 years had passed. Her mother was not alarmed by their frequent group chats on Instant Messenger, at least not according to any media accounts of the subsequent occurrence. Juliana was known to listen to Pastor Jonathan with great enthusiasm and fervor, taking his words literally and wholeheartedly. Nonetheless, the church's pastors took great care to monitor its congregants. Pastor Patricio, Jonathan's father, intended to be consulted before any family members, including Juliana's, embarked on their own initiatives or took a vacation. In certain instances, parishioners would exert pressure on their members to make a financial contribution if they failed to pay the tithe. Church members would occasionally even visit their places of employment to warn parishioners that failing to pay their tithe would result in no rewards. The pastors would contact the parishioners to inquire why the elders had not been told if they decided to take a personal trip or even just got a new job, and church officials would blame any disease or ailments that their members had on their lack of payment. In 2010, despite being able to put up with the church, Juliana and her family were becoming increasingly uneasy because the 16-year-old Juliana felt that the local pastors were abusing their power to dictate to her who her life partner would be. The fact that she had already met a partner, Fabian, whom she kept a secret from the church, did not make her feel any better. However, Juliana was kicked out of the church choir by the elders as soon as they learned about it. Rather than characterizing her expulsion from the church choir as a punishment, Pastor Jonathan explained it as a period of respite meant to help her stabilize. Juliana was extremely upset by this and would often cry by herself in her room because she felt that she had let Pastor Jonathan and her church down. But Juliana was eventually permitted to rejoin the chorus. A man who claimed to be a religious psychologist friended Juliana on Facebook in December 2011. He gave his name as Juan Solano. After Juliana approved the friend request, the two started chatting on instant messaging. Juan would inquire about Juliana's romantic history, her hobbies, if she had ever had sex, and her future intentions, among other extremely private topics. When Juliana mentioned that she intended to move out of Ecuador and start studying abroad in Argentina in the future, Juan Solano was adamantly against the idea. He persuaded Juliana not to go by telling her over instant messenger that she would be missing out on important time with her friends and family. Juliana informed Juan that some sacrifices are better avoided. Juan replied, "Take caution. Burns are a possibility." The two carried on their virtual chat when Juan disclosed that his wife had Juliana's name and that he was a widower. Juan proceeded to question Juliana about Pastor Jonathan and the reason behind her lack of communication with him. Juan jumped to the pastor's defense, defending his acts and comparing him to a wounded lion who would offer his life for his flock. After Juliana recounted her behavior and the problems Jonathan had with her lovers, Juliana said that God had sent Juan into her life to assist her and thanked him for his counsel. But later, Juliana would see Juan's profile picture and tell him in a single message, "You look a lot like Jonathan." Juan never replied to Juliana about the parallels, but he did send her another note later in which he abruptly informed her that she ought to wed Jonathan's brother. Juliana questioned Jonathan about this the following time she attended church, and he promised to investigate further. Jonathan informed her that she was meant to marry his brother, which was a very handy and coincidental coincidence. Because Juliana was still seeing Fabian and did not want to wed Jonathan's brother, she was distraught. She informed Fabian, "In the church, they had a revelation that I have to marry someone and that I cannot disobey God." According to Fabian, Juliana and Fabian would split up soon after. The pastors would not stop pressuring Juliana to marry Israel, Carrillo, Jonathan's brother, in the ensuing months, telling her to go out with him and give him a chance. However, Juliana had no feelings for Israel and wondered why God would command her to wed someone she did not even know. Jonathan expressed his displeasure that she was not treating her position in this matter seriously when she voiced her reservations to him. When she inquired about her role, Jonathan answered, "Obedient daughter to be Israel's wife, what he has for me." Pastor Jonathan would turn down Juliana's request to date Fabian, stating that he was not a church member and was older than her. Juliana, who remained devoted to her faith even though she was still profoundly in love with Fabian, was crying in her room one day in February 2012 when her mother heard and inquired as to what was wrong. At last, Juliana told her mother the truth about her relationship with Pastor Jonathan. Her mother was upset to learn that Pastor Jonathan was pressuring Juliana into a marriage she did not want, and she announced that her family would be leaving the church in June 2012 after assuring Juliana that no one was pressuring her to be married. In the same month, Juliana would once more begin dating Fabian. Juliana, then 18, had recently finished her high school education and was starting to save money for college on July 7, 2012. She bought a modest store with her parents, where she sold goods related to health food. She was getting ready for work with her mother on this particular day. After sharing breakfast, they left for their respective workplaces. From their house to Mariscal Sucre Avenue, they strolled side by side. Jonathan was the person they happened to run into on their way to work. They gave him a strange, half-hearted greeting and moved on. But Pastor Jonathan resided in the northern part of Quito, and since it was early in the morning, his church was closed. Juliana's mother thought to herself how strange it was to meet him. According to her mother, Juliana was anxious and uneasy the entire time the encounter was obviously strained. When the two got to the petrol station, it was at the crossroads of Avahi Avenue and Mariscal Sucre Avenue. They then parted ways at this moment. While her mother rode the bus to work, Juliana had to walk 5 additional blocks to get to the shop. Juliana would not be seen alive again after this. Her mother's spouse called her 20 minutes later to inquire about Juliana. He claimed to have contacted her on her cell phone, but oddly, all he heard from the other end was the sound of kids playing and an adult male voice in the background instructing the kids to put down the phone because it wasn't theirs. When her mother contacted Fabian in response, he said he hadn't seen Juliana, but that he was meant to meet her that evening. Her mother began phoning friends, family, members of their new church, and hospitals and clinics. But no one had noticed Juliana. Her mother tried to confront Pastor Jonathan over the phone, but he never picked up the phone. In the unlikely event that Juliana had been in an accident and was lost to them, Juliana's family canvassed the neighborhood and paid multiple hospital visits. Nevertheless, they were unable to find her. When Juliana's mother finally called the police, she did not receive the kind of response she had hoped for. With a heartless argument that she must have gone on a rampage, the police behaved dismissively, saying they had to wait 48 hours before filing a case. Additionally, they conjectured that she might be expecting and would return in 9 months, or that she was only with her boyfriend and the family should wait for her return. Her mother would carry out her own search after the unsatisfactory police response, repeatedly phoning Juliana's cell phone but never receiving a response. After some time, she purportedly received a text message from Juliana that said, "I met a person, and I'm going with him as soon as I can. I will forward the items from the store to you." When her mother realized that Juliana wasn't with him, she went to visit Fabian and gave him the message stating that her daughter would not have written or behaved in this way. When they went to the police once more, they each encountered the same lack of response. Despite her mother's pleas that she did not send the text, the police said that Juliana's text message demonstrated that she had departed voluntarily. All the police did was tell Juliana's mother to hold off till her daughter came back. Having lost, she went back home and looked around Juliana's room for any clues as to where she might have gone, but she was unable to locate anything. When her mother arrived to their health food store the following morning, everything was in its proper place and undamaged, including the grapes that had been bought the day before and the money that had been paid for them, which was still in the safe. The parents of Juliana and Fabian went back to the police, but they didn't follow through, saying that Juliana was probably with her lover. The officer merely remarked, "Then surely she has another one," after Fabian revealed to him that he was her boyfriend. They eventually succeeded in filing a missing persons complaint in spite of the police's lack of interest. Though a prosecutor could not be assigned to the case until Monday, chances for progress remained dim. The media appeared equally indifferent when the family attempted to visit them over the weekend. The family eventually had to turn to making and putting up their own posters throughout the Biloxi neighborhood for missing folks. She was pasting flyers with Juliana's Aunt Mary Goth when a policeman approached her and told her that the neighborhood did indeed have CCTV cameras. The officer did not appear to be aware of his colleague's lack of interest in the case. In order to see if the women could see the video, he volunteered to take them to the Quito police headquarters. After they got to the Quito police headquarters, the officials would only let Juliana's mother enter to watch the video. Juliana's aunt was waiting for her outside, so she stepped inside. When Jonathan's father, Pastor Patricio Carrillo, received a call from Juliana's aunt while they were outside informing him that Juliana had vanished, he responded very strangely. "I knew that already," was his reply. "I was aware of what was going to occur beforehand. They're quitting the church, but why?" Then, he asked Juliana's aunt where they were at the moment. When she replied that they were at the Quito police headquarters, Patricio did not seem to like the response and advised the women to go to Cuenca or Ambato, Ecuador's borders with Peru and Colombia, instead of trying to find Juliana at a police station. Patricio answered, "Why are you doubting me?" In response to Margot's question about why Juliana would be at any of these locations or why she would not want to be discovered. "Take me away right now if you want to put me in prison." It appeared that he did not want them to examine the CCTV footage or be at the Quito police headquarters. To the dismay of Juliana's relatives, not much seemed to come out of the CCTV footage. After receiving the missing person complaint, the prosecutor assigned an investigator to the investigation the following day. As the family was explaining what had transpired to the investigator, Pastor Patricio called Juliana's aunt once more. He informed them that he had prayed a lot for them and that in 20 to 30 minutes they will really hear from Juliana as a result of his prayers. Shortly later, a purportedly from Juliana text message saying, quote, "I'm fine," was sent to Juliana's mother. "Here I am in Cuenca. I'll let you know the address as soon as I find out. There's no internet for me." When this occurred, the investigator who was there suggested that they call her and notify her that the police were looking for her. They managed to reach her when they tried to call her mobile, but it was switched off. No more texts were ever sent to them. The family was left with more questions than answers because the investigator never recommended triangulating the transmission to determine where the text was delivered. Soon after, Juliana's mother received a call from Jonathan's sister Michelle, informing her that her daughter had written on Facebook, "Thank you friends for your concerns. I want you to honor the judgments I took on my own. Don't meddle in my affairs." The mother of Juliana was skeptical that Pastor Jonathan's family had provided all of the information concerning her daughter, and she refused to accept this as fact. When she tried to access her daughter's Facebook account using her password, she discovered that it had been changed recently. The family discovered the December 2011 Facebook communication between Juliana and church psychologist Juan Solano thanks to a friend of Fabian's who assisted them in breaking into Juliana's account. According to what Juliana's family learned, Juan Solano wrote Juliana a message last month telling her not to leave the church, that her family belonged there, and that her mother was being egotistical. He went on to warn that those who quit the church die, that she and Fabian wrecked what was planned for her, and that her heart was driving her to the biggest mistake of her life. A menacing adage that stated, quote, "Then they will call me and I will not answer," was also provided by Juan. They detested wisdom and chose not to adopt the fear of the Lord. So when they search for me in the morning, they will not find me. Juliana's mother observed that the profile image resembled Jonathan, just as Juliana had discovered half a year earlier, and that this sounded a lot like Jonathan when he spoke. With these text messages in hand, Juliana's mother went to the police on July 11th and requested that the prosecutor obtain a call record from Juliana's cell phone. She also asked that Jonathan and the Calidro family be questioned, as well as the traceability of the IP addresses that sent the text messages. In reality, the prosecutor questioned Jonathan and his family after agreeing. They were disparaging of Juliana and her mother, labeling them troublesome and claiming they were having problems at home. In addition, they said Juliana was associating with the wrong kind of people. When questioned about his whereabouts on the day Juliana vanished, Jonathan replied that he had just completed cleaning the church and had gone to Patricio's residence. Subsequently, he altered his account and claimed that he had indeed started working as a systems engineer at the National Institute of Meritocracy. The prosecutor chose not to pursue the inquiry despite their questionable behavior, claiming that he would need to obtain permission from his own pastor to look into another church family because he too was an evangelical. Additionally, he said that because the Corrido family was a pastor's family, he was certain they were not at fault. The phone logs and data could not be saved in time due to the pastor's unwillingness to cooperate with the investigation. Pastor Jonathan went to the prosecutor's office on August 14th to give his version of events, despite the fact that the prosecutor had already concluded the session. He said that on July 9th, Juliana had unexpectedly dropped by his office at the Meritocracy Institute to let him know that she was okay and was simply hanging out with friends. Subsequently, he claims that Juliana begged him, as a pastor, to keep her presence a secret. Pastor Jonathan allegedly did so even though he is not a Catholic and is therefore not required to remain silent when someone confesses. He continued by saying that Juliana asked to use Jonathan's computer to update her Facebook status, and he asserts that the girl made a commitment to come home shortly. Pastor Jonathan stated that he recognized Juliana was experiencing what he called various problems, and he also acknowledged to the prosecutor that he had made up the fake story of Juan Solano in order to advise her or recommend positive changes in her life. Jonathan says he just proposed that Juliana meet with him to see if they might have a more serious relationship, denying ever trying to force her to marry his brother. He said that he had not utilized this counseling method with any other members of his flock when the prosecutor questioned him about it. After receiving his statement, the prosecution did not pursue any more charges against him. After 2 years passed with no fresh advancements in the case, Juliana's mother was eventually able to obtain the IP addresses from which the purportedly Juliana text messages were sent in 2014. To her amazement, Juliana's mother discovered that Jonathan's computer was used to send the texts. This evidence led to the reopening of the inquiry into Juliana's disappearance and the eventual organization and execution of a systematic search on May 18, 2014. After all, the authorities searched a Raviv in Guangapalo and a valley near Quito, where his priest, Patricio, had resided. During the police raid, all of Jonathan's electronic devices, including his computer and cell phones, were taken by the authorities. They uncovered a ton of pornographic photographs on Jonathan's computer along with numerous stored photos and videos of Juliana and other church girls, but they found no proof that Patricio or Jonathan had abducted Juliana. After that, police proceeded to the Meritocracy Institute to verify Jonathan's statement from 2 years earlier. Fortunately, the institute still had its 2012 guest book preserved, and it revealed that Juliana had not visited the location, and none of Jonathan's colleagues remembered seeing her on that particular day. Investigators also found that Juliana's disappearance days clock-ins and outs were manipulated. They had been physically changed such that Jonathan's shift start and end times that day were unclear. Jonathan was reminded during the interview that, in contrast to Catholicism, evangelism does not have seals of secrecy. Instead, Jonathan chose to exercise his right to silence as a civilian. Following this discovery, the case began to receive serious attention from the authorities. The initial prosecutor, who had declined to look into the matter further because of his personal religious convictions, was removed at the family's request. But moving ahead, several prosecutors rather than just one would be appointed to the case, which resulted in administrative mistakes. 10 different prosecutors were appointed to the case between 2002 and 2017, and because of their administrative decisions, they were frequently replaced. The multiple prosecutors assigned 8 different investigators to the case, and more than 90 separate legal files were produced. Many circumstantial pieces of evidence were found against Jonathan during the lengthy inquiry, but none could be linked to him or the crime with certainty. Pastor Jonathan underwent a concerning mental assessment on September 16, 2013, before it was discovered that the IP addresses from which Juliana's communications were received originated from Jonathan's computers. The psychiatrist saw that Jonathan appeared extremely upset and nervous when forced to discuss the disappearance. He also expressed uneasiness and attempted to look easygoing and spontaneous. The quivering of his hands and jaw, the tics in his mouth, and his avoidance of eye contact all plainly indicate the emotional stress that is being displayed. The investigation also claimed that the pastor repeatedly contradicted himself. He depicted Juliana as the daughter of a troubled family in one version and as a composed and reliable young woman in the church in another. The psychiatrist's criminal background painted Pastor Jonathan in a less than idealistic light. According to his profile, Jonathan had a sexist view of the world and was angry and irritated by Juliana's choices. Additionally, it claimed that he was tormented by compulsive impulses, and the psychiatrist is cited in the report as stating that Jonathan had performed a number of acts on Juliana Campoverde that were akin to those carried out by any kind of cult or sect. The evaluation's conclusion stated unequivocally that Jonathan was most likely the reason behind Juliana's disappearance. Jonathan had been using Juliana's cell phone chip in his own phone to listen to voicemails and make operator calls, according to information obtained by the police in 2017 using the IMEI number. They also discovered that he was the one who corresponded with Juliana's family via text message each and every time. The present prosecutor claimed that the case could not proceed since there was no body, despite the overwhelming amount of technology proof against Pastor Jonathan and the numerous quantities of circumstantial evidence at the time. The family asked for the prosecutor to be removed in January 2018. The Attorney General's office concurred and made the decision that they would choose their prosecutor carefully this time. Mayra Soria was selected to be the 11th prosecutor. Mayra's track record of pursuing cases involving crimes against women, especially the murders of women in Ecuador, made her the choice. In addition, they thought that Mayra was far more committed to seeing justice served than any of the previous prosecutors, and she had far greater empathy for the family. Mayra requested the registry of Claro, a Brazilian-Mexican telecom firm that works in Ecuador, but they were no longer in possession of it because their system had automatically erased it after a predetermined period of time to make room for new data. Rather, Mayra asked for a second search warrant for Jonathan Tome, and on September 5, 2018, the police carried out another search of the pastor's house and discovered the smoking gun. When they opened the folder they had taken, they saw that Jonathan had asked for a transcript of his calls made in 2012. The paper he sought included an IMEI number along with a list of the numbers he had phoned during this period, along with the length of each call. In light of this, Mayra went back to Claro and inquired about the accuracy of the IMEI and data from Jonathan's phone. Claro responded that they were. Thus, Mayra asked Claro for Juliana's cell phone call log and discovered that Juliana had made her last call on the day she vanished, using Jonathan's IMEI number. When they took control of his computer, they discovered that he would regularly look up terms like dead woman found in Quito and other related ones. Additionally, they discovered that Jonathan had looked up scopolamine preparation methods in 2012. Furthermore, 500 megabytes of porn was discovered on his computer, the machine of a purportedly devout man who frequently gave talks to the neighborhood about the perils of temptation. Following his arrest, Jonathan was brought to Quito's Flaglencia unit, where his family and Juliana's parents awaited with bated breath to see if the police would accept Jonathan's account of events and free him once more. In the room was Pastor Patricio, who appeared anxious and restless, pacing back and forth across the space with his hands behind his back and only sporadically pausing to check the time or speak with his family. Pastor Patricio once paused to look at Juliana's mother, who did her best to respond with bravery and defiance. Jonathan was questioned by the county prosecutor for 4 hours, during which time he was asked 98 questions, the most of which concerned his past and relationship with Juliana. Jonathan kept providing inconsistent answers. When questioned about why Juliana's SIM card was linked to his phone's IMEI, he simply said, "I don't know," adding that he had spent the entire day at the Meritocracy Institute on the day she vanished. All in attendance perceived him to be guilty based on his behavior and actions, and he was unable to offer a convincing explanation for how Juliana's SIM card was linked to his phone number. He was ultimately taken before the court to be formally charged with kidnapping on the same day because the police and the prosecutor, Mayra, did not believe him. The judge deemed there to be sufficient proof to proceed. Thus, Jonathan was formally accused with kidnapping. The judge allowed the prosecutor's plea for him to be detained pending trial. The prosecutor quickly held a press conference, which was instantly covered by the media. The case garnered a great deal of attention throughout Ecuador. Juliana's parents thanked Mayra, the police, and the prosecution for their efforts during a news conference. But in other places, Pastor Jonathan was contesting the accusations, and his relatives were adamantly defending him and characterizing his imprisonment as a form of religious persecution. However, Oasis de Esperanza, the church owned by Jonathan's family, suffered from the negative publicity surrounding the news conference, and as a result, fewer and fewer of its parishioners attended Mass, choosing to attend other churches. Jonathan's family was incensed by this since it eventually had an impact on their finances. The authorities would question Jonathan while he was being held in pretrial custody until finally pressure mounted and he confessed. On November 10, 2018, he came clean and said that he had taken Juliana hostage, but that she had died due to an unintentional fall and that he had disposed of her body in a Bella Vista neighborhood ravine. This confession meant that, the next day, there would be a massive search effort involving Jonathan and Juliana's relatives and under police guard. 400 officers and investigators were used in the operation, along with a large number of search dogs and even an excavator. They went several km along the banks of the Macangara River and even down to the ravine's bed, but they found no sign of Juliana. At last, on November 11th, the searchers found human remains in a field close to the ravine, exactly where Jonathan had predicted they would be. But just a tooth, a jawbone, and a rib were discovered by the police, indicating that the remains were not complete. Even with the little number of remains, there was more than enough information to obtain a DNA sample. Juliana's relatives would be matched to this DNA sample. The prosecution would try to upgrade Jonathan's accusations from kidnapping to kidnapping resulting in death, which carries a death penalty and a worse term. The DNA results were returned on November 27th, and surprisingly, they did not match Juliana. Just as coincidentally, the exact location where Jonathan had predicted Juliana would be turned out to be the skeletal remains of someone quite different. The remains are still unidentified, and the authorities were unable to ascertain the skeleton's age, the reason for its demise, or even its gender. Because they were unable to locate Juliana's dental records, investigators were also unable to match the teeth for identification. Even though Juliana's body was missing, Jonathan was charged with kidnapping that resulted in death on November 30th, according to a revision of the original charges. Even with Jonathan's confession, the remains did not match Juliana. Jonathan, however, once more cited his right to remain silent and declined to talk to police following the search. Jonathan's father and brother, Patricio and Israel, saw the writing on the wall as a result of the thorough investigation, and they promptly left Ecuador before the prosecution could ask them to testify or even file charges against them. The prosecutor thought the two had probably fled to the United States, but on December 28th, an arrest order was issued for them. We still don't know Pastor Patricio's whereabouts in Israel. On December 21st, the prosecution asked the judge for authorization to search Jonathan's house and dig up his garden in order to gather forensic evidence. This request was approved, and while forensic experts used luminol to check Jonathan's home's inside, police started excavating his garden in an attempt to find Juliana's remains. When the luminol was sprayed in Jonathan's restroom, it found signs of blood. It is believed that they were not a match because the excavation of Jonathan's garden produced no results, and there is no mention of blood samples matching Juliana. Finally, Jonathan's trial would start on July 3, 2019. The primary contention of the defense was that Jonathan was only guilty of kidnapping, and that any proof of his having committed a murder was simply circumstantial because there was no body, even in spite of his confession. Mayra, the prosecutor, maintained that Jonathan was personally responsible for Juliana's death and requested the maximum punishment, despite the defense's assertion that the absence of a body did not imply a crime. In order to prevent another crime like this, she further asked that Oasis de Esperanza Church be closed. Juliana's family received compensation in the amount of $262,800, and that the sentence be publicized throughout evangelical groups. Despite not being a properly ordained pastor, the prosecution contended that Jonathan exploited his influence inside a religious organization to deceive Juliana, who was a devout follower. In order to regularize pastors' ordination, the prosecutor also pushed for the creation of a registry. Despite the fact that no body had been discovered, forensic and medical examiner Louis Hoko was the first witness to be called to testify. When asked about Jonathan's pretrial confession, the forensic examiner responded, quote, "I defended myself to prevent her from continuing to attack me. I grabbed her hands, then her arm. I touched her shoulder with my hands. I gave her a tight pull on the neck, causing her to stumble back and take a severe knock to the head. She remained still after that." Jonathan claimed that this occurred in his driveway, and the medical examiner was questioned about the plausibility of this account. He said it would not be physiologically possible for a lady weighing 143 pounds, or 65 kilograms, as Juliana did, to die quickly from a fall like the one Jonathan recounted. The medical examiner contended that Juliana would not have died quickly as Jonathan claimed, but rather would have passed away days later if she had fallen backwards and sustained brain damage as a result of the fall. The medical examiner contended that Juliana could have suffered a complex fracture to her skull if she had been pushed or strangled. But this was not what would have happened if someone had fallen accidentally. Elizabeth Rodriguez, Juliana's mother, was another prosecution witness. She described Jonathan's stockish behavior and deceptive techniques to the court. She described how Jonathan's father called Juliana's aunt, telling her that she would hear from the missing Juliana in 20 to 30 minutes, and how they later received a text supposedly from Juliana saying she was fine. She also described how his family would repeatedly contact her in an attempt to obstruct or mislead the subsequent investigation and search. The fact that Jonathan had been sending those texts on his phone, and that Juliana had not only not been well but had passed away by then, was only discovered later in the investigation. Italo Roxas, who conducted Jonathan's psychiatric evaluation in 2013, was the second witness to testify. In his testimony, he claimed that Jonathan had taken advantage of Juliana's religion and had psychologically manipulated her. Additionally, he claimed that Jonathan had presented himself as a powerful, vision-capable prophet who possessed supernatural abilities, and that he had made Juliana feel bad about having ambitions and goals outside of his church while going under the fictitious name Juan Solano. The doctor restated his belief that Juliana was a victim and that the Oasis de Esperanza Church was more akin to a cult than a legitimate church. He went on to say that he thought Jonathan harbored a secret affection for Juliana. The prosecution contended that on July 7, 2012, Jonathan had approached Juliana alone and had drugged her with scopolamine before putting her into his vehicle and taking her to a motel where he may have tried to have sex with her before killing her, possibly during an argument. This was based on his search history both before and after Juliana's disappearance, as well as his previous dubious relationship with Juliana. A telephone analyst was called to testify by the prosecution. She stated that both Juliana and Jonathan's cell phones were in the same vicinity at the same time, and that their triangulation points coincided with 4 different times, with the last point most likely being when Jonathan inserted Juliana's SIM card into his own phone. During cross-examination with Italo Rojas, the defense questioned the veracity of the text between Juliana and Juan Solano. The psychiatrist responded that both Jonathan and Jonathan's wife had verified in 2012 that Jonathan was the person behind the Juan Solano account. Italo Rojas stated that he was unaware of any incidents in which Jonathan had physically assaulted Juliana. The defense then questioned the expert on whether Jonathan had ever verbally threatened her. The defense questioned the veracity of the conversations, pointing out that they were obtained as a consequence of the family using one of Fabian's friends to hack her Facebook account. Although the defense claimed to have over 400 witnesses, they ultimately only called 4 to testify. Pastor Vicente Munoz, the national representative of the Foursquare Gospel Church, which Oasis de Esperanza and Jonathan's family were members of, was one of the individuals summoned to the platform. In his testimony, he stated that he had never approved the appointment of any assistant pastors for the church, just Patricio Carrillo and his spouse as pastors. The prosecution inquired about the purported confessional seal in relation to Jonathan's alleged protection as a pastor, since Jonathan had previously used it as justification for his failure to testify. According to Vicente's testimony, the Foursquare Church did not maintain the privacy of their pastors' or members' confessions. After deliberating for 5 hours, 3 judges decided on July 17, 2019, finding Jonathan Garrido guilty of kidnapping with the intent to kill and sentencing him to 25 years in jail. They recommended the creation of a national registry of pastors and mandated that Jonathan pay Julianne's family receive compensation in the amount of $100,000 US. In addition, they mandated Oasis de Esperanza's permanent closure. Even though Julianne's body was never discovered, her family was eventually able to see justice after a grueling 7 years. The police are mandated by the court order to keep looking until Julianne's body is located. Jonathan filed an appeal against his sentence, but on March 13, 2020, the provincial court denied it. In addition, the court ordered that Foursquare Gospel Community Church pay for the installation of a memorial plaque at the former church building, of which Jonathan had previously held the position of pastor. This decision was made in addition to the compensation agreement between the parties. Following this appeal, Jonathan filed a second appeal, this time to the Supreme Court of Ecuador. They also denied his appeal on November 16, 2020, which meant that Jonathan had run out of options for appealing and would have to stay behind bars until his sentence was completed. Regular meetings are held to consider where to search next and how to carry out the search in light of the court ruling directing that the hunt for Julianne's body be continued indefinitely. Another extensive search operation, including hundreds of officers and search dogs, took place on April 15, 2021. The identical spot that Jonathan had first identified in his confession was searched by police. Using canines trained to seek for human remains, police teams swept a steep ravine near Bella Vista for 3 hours. Although they marked 6 locations, spaced roughly 50 meters apart, no additional evidence was found after thorough inquiry. The last search was conducted in November 2021. However, it produced no results. Julianne's body has not been located as of yet. The whereabouts of Patricio and Israel Carrillo, as well as the identity, gender, age, and cause of death of the remains discovered during the November 2018 search, are still unknown. The 10th anniversary of Julianne's abduction and probable murder was July 7, 2022. Moving on to the next case. Mike Warner. Mike Warner, then 19 years old, left his house at 5 in the morning on December 2, 1988, in Three Rivers, St. Joseph County, Michigan, to work at the local market. He left for home around 10 hours later at 3:30 p.m. following a long workday. However, he sensed a problem when he arrived at his front doorstep. There was an open front door. The sound of a wailing baby greeted him as soon as he walked into the house. He started up the stairs to see how the infant was doing. However, he noticed a blood stain on the stairs railing before he could see the infant. Fearing the worst, he hurried to the baby's nursery and saw his fiancée's 9-month-old daughter in her cot, clean and wearing a brand new diaper. He knew deep down that his fiancée would never leave her infant wailing unnecessarily. He descended the stairs once again and went inside their ground floor bedroom. What he saw inside was a terrifying scene. Blood soaked the area, leaving stains on the walls and floor. Kathy Sue Swartz, his 19-year-old fiancée, lay dead on the bedroom floor. Mike rushed to the neighbor's apartment and called 911, terrified that the person who had done this might still be there. Officer Tom Bringman and Deputy Sergeant Stark were the first to arrive at the horrific scene. With his 14 years of service, Officer Bringman had never seen a murder scene this covered with blood. To put it succinctly, there was only one word: brutal. Deputy Sergeant Stark didn't take long to act. He made a request for a forensic team to gather crucial evidence by getting in touch with the Michigan State Police Crime Lab in Grand Rapids. At the same time, he requested that Mike Warner sign a consent form authorizing a comprehensive search of his residence. Mike did not hesitate to sign the consent form. The crime scene was secured by Deputy Sergeant Stark and Officer Tom Bringman. Lieutenant Stone from the crime lab called Deputy Sergeant Stark a few minutes later to let him know that a team was being put together and would be there shortly. After a short period, the Michigan State Police formally took over the case when the state police showed up with their forensic squad. The crime lab carefully examined the scene after the crime to collect important evidence. A pink GTE phone that was discovered on the waterbed was one of the objects taken as evidence. Although one of the phone's fingerprints was positively identified as Kathy Swartz's, the other fingerprint, which was stained a reddish-brown color, was found to be human blood. Although the identity of the bloody fingerprint remained a mystery, it was sufficient for the FBI database. There was not a match when they ran the print through the AFIS database. When the forensic team searched the residence, they found a trail of Kathy's blood that coated every surface. They also discovered bloodstains left by the attacker all around the area. To add to the unsettling situation, they discovered bloody writings on Kathy's leg, as well as throughout the house. All locations and the entire text were never made public, although one message said, "I was here." Mike Warner thought back to the terror. It was splattered over walls, furniture, everything. It was almost like it was painted on. The crime's darkness appeared to have no boundaries. When they found the invader's bloody footprint on the bathroom's tile floor, the inquiry took a dark turn. The fact that their offender was barefoot in such bitter cold in December seemed strange to them. In this bitterly cold weather, why would anyone take off their shoes? The most terrifying theory that the investigators could come up with was that the intruder had removed the blood from the victim's restroom, thereby leaving a macabre trace of the terrible incidents that had taken place. The neighbors of Kathy in the apartment building were contacted by the police. Surprisingly, a couple of them remembered seeing a man and a woman hanging around her residence that day. The investigators had more questions than answers when composite sketches were made, but the identities of the two remained a mystery. The investigators deduced that the perpetrator had to be someone Kathy knew, since there were no indications of forced entry. They started to suspect Mike Warner. Mike was called in to be questioned, and the detectives questioned him non-stop. Even law enforcement personnel and unmarked automobiles were tailing Mike. Their presence turned into a continual cause of stress. Even though Mike's fingerprints were found at the scene, his own house, they did not prove that he was involved. Mike told the interrogation team where he had been that terrible day. Around 5 in the morning, he had left the apartment, taking his daughter and his fiancée Kathy Sue Swartz with him. Kathy remained at home to finish her laundry. He heard the baby cry and came back in the afternoon to find his fiancée dead. He ran to phone the police, terrified that the offender might still be in their house. After his employment provided confirmation of his alibi, he was ultimately exonerated of all charges as the case's suspect. He had a good relationship with Kathy, and there were no known problems between them. Mike explained that the previous evening they had decorated a Christmas tree. Recently, Kathy and Mike's love journey took a big turn when they announced their engagement and 6-month wedding date. Mike had bought the rings already. Kathy was a sweet and compassionate person who spent her days taking care of her daughter at home. Her hobbies were diverse, including a fondness for tomboyish pursuits like fishing, hunting, and camping. She had no past drug or alcohol usage, and her character was spotless. Everyone who knew her said she had no enemies that they knew of. It wasn't just Mike Warner who was being scrutinized by the authorities. As a matter of fact, all of their close acquaintances and relatives ended up on the suspect list. They had to produce their footprints and fingerprints, all of them. The investigators collected these prints methodically, one by one, scrutinizing each person and weeding out possible suspects. A startling discovery was uncovered by the medical examiners. Kathy had 3 severe gashes on her throat, many stab wounds, and evidence of physical strangling. Her hypoxia and blood loss were the causes of her death. In addition, the medical examiner discovered cuts on both hands, indicating that she had courageously retaliated. This vicious attack had a very evident motive. An unidentified man desired to hurt her. The blood spatter study revealed a terrifying tale. The fight started in the kitchen downstairs, went upstairs to the baby's room, and then came back downstairs. All of them led to the bedroom, the terrible place where Kathy's life ended. Though Kathy had heroically battled, her end was inevitable. Detectives received a lead 2 days after discovering Kathy's body. A suspect was arrested by the police on December 4th. Troy Schultz, an 18-year-old, was Kathy's previous romantic partner. Troy insisted that he had been at work that day and had gone dancing with his new girlfriend afterward, denying any role in the incident. His alibi was supported by numerous witnesses, and he even passed a polygraph exam. Yet he was not freed from arrest and was kept in jail. They compared Troy's voluntarily donated blood with that from the crime site on December 8th. The test produced a significant discovery. The blood found at the crime scene did not match Troy's blood. He was freed a week later, having at last been exonerated of all charges. Following his acquittal, Schulteis brought a wrongful incarceration case. Investigators pursued every lead they could find. Despite questioning and testing more than 5,000 people, none of them could match the blood they discovered at the crime scene. The police agency was burdened by the passage of time. Despite carefully gathering thousands of fingerprints and footprints, not a single match was found. A profile of the likely culprit was built with assistance from the FBI's experts at the National Center for the Analysis of Violent Crime. FBI profilers said that the offender was local and might even be related to the victim. It was a horrific scene that would stay with every police officer on the force for a very long time. Many an officer's career was spent trying to solve it, but after 35 years the case fell cold. Detective Sam Smallcombe was then given this unsolved case in 2022. When investigator Smallcombe made the decision to use forensic genetic genealogy in an attempt to locate a lead, the investigation advanced significantly. The culprit's DNA was sent to Othram Lab in 2022 for advanced examination. Technology of today revived the search for closure. They found a family with 4 sons thanks to Othram Lab's DNA analysis. Though he was not a match, one of them was already listed in the National Criminal Database. The brothers who were in the 2nd and 3rd ranks also offered their resignation. There was an advance in the case, just when it appeared to be lost for good. The 53-year-old Robert Odell Waters, the 4th brother, had an identical DNA match. Robert Waters' DNA was recovered on April 30th, 2023, thanks to a search order. It matched Kathy's pink phone's bloody fingerprint that was recovered from the crime scene. That following day, the Beaufort Police Department took him into custody. As it happened, Mike Warner was well acquainted with Waters. They had been friends from boyhood, sharing a wealth of experiences, same classes, and even many late nights spent by Waters at Mike Warner's house while they were students. Although Kathy went to a different school, Mike and Robert Waters finally crossed paths with each other a month before Kathy's untimely death. Waters saw Kathy for the first time when Mike invited him into his house. The 3 of them spent hours together, not realizing the tragedy that was about to consume their lives. The case files already contained the name Robert Odell Waters. Before the carnage, Mike had revealed that Waters had been staying at their residence recently, but the cops had not been keeping an eye on him. The FBI profile suggested that the offender would be a local resident, so that's who the cops were hunting for. 3 months before the incident, in September 1988, Waters relocated to South Carolina, according to the records. Waters moved to Beaufort County, South Carolina, a good distance from the crime location, and he had no criminal history. He was never suspected by the investigators. It became evident why this oversight occurred. Out of the 10,000 pages in the case files, his name only appeared once. Records indicate that Waters had not been involved in any known criminal activity prior to or following his attack on Kathy. Robert Odell Waters was happily married when he was discovered to be the criminal. He had accomplished significant success in life, was well liked by his family, and was well respected in the neighborhood. He lived in a house worth $500,000 and co-managed a profitable plumbing business with his spouse. He now found himself in the South Carolina Beaufort County Detention Center, awaiting extradition to Michigan to answer for his crimes. But on the morning of May 6, 2023, something occurred at the Beaufort County Detention Center little than a week after his detention. Bradley had been employed by the Beaufort County Detention Center for the last 2 years. He was an experienced prison officer with roughly 18 years of experience working at other detention facilities. Her shift started at approximately 11:45 p.m. on May 5, 2023, and during the shift change at 12 o'clock and 8 seconds a.m., she started the inmate count. Bradley went up the stairs to cell A240 while making her rounds. She found prisoner Waters lying down on the floor with a sheet over his neck when she turned on the light. She quickly notified other members of the BCDC team and issued a code blue for a medical emergency. Bradley went inside cell 240 with CO Larry Shaw, took off the sheet that was over Waters' neck, and laid him flat on his back. They started CPR and continued it until the nurses showed up. Then he told Bradley and Shaw to get out of the cell. The last time Waters had been checked on, according to CO Shaw, was about 11:24 p.m. during a security watch. Bradley's face had gone crimson, and he felt cold to the touch when he found Waters during her count. Mike Warner expressed his opinion that Waters chose a simple route. Mike was devastated by the loss. He would often stop by Kathy's grave with roses, which were her favorite flowers. Mike, who is 53 years old, has never married, battled alcoholism, had trouble finding a job, and still resides with his mother. His sister informed him that they had identified the accountable man. His sister added, "I woke him up and told him. He only gave me a bewildered expression. It was beyond his belief." After their sad daughter's death, Kathy's parents, Audrey and David, were granted custody of their granddaughter, Courtney. Courtney is a mother of 4 now, age 35. Audrey went suddenly in 2012 without ever learning who had attacked her. And in 2022, David went out as well, taking his unsolved questions to his grave. The unacknowledged admission of guilt in Waters' death serves as a terrifying reminder of his sinister secret. He must have grown intolerably burdened by his crime, for he had lived with its knowledge. He was the breadwinner, the parent, and the husband that his wife and family had known their entire lives. Abruptly, he vanished, taking the facade of normalcy with it. The weight of ending a life proved to be too much for him to handle, so he took the simple route in an effort to save his loved ones from the embarrassment and disgrace. Moving on to the next case. Natasha Alex Carter. On December 22, 1989, Susan Gail Carter gave birth to her daughter Natasha Alex Carter. Her life was marked by a complicated family history that would be brutally altered on August 8, 2000, when she and her 41-year-old mother, Susan, disappeared unexpectedly. She was known to her loved ones by her middle name, Alex. Natasha was born into a world full with uncertainty and oncoming turbulence, but her early years were clouded by the turbulent custody dispute between her parents, Ricky Lafferty and Susan Gail Carter. Discord plagued the couple's relationship, made worse by Susan's diagnosis of bipolar disorder, for which she refused treatment. But when Susan was discovered hanging out with other guys, the couple's relationship came to an end, and she eventually fell in love with Larry Del Webb, their landlord. Susan and Larry made the decision to wed in 1998. And even though Susan continues to struggle with her mental health, she was able to obtain custody of Natasha because of Larry's powerful connections. What transpired was a bitter and intense court battle between Susan and Ricky for Natasha's custody. When Susan allegedly threatened Ricky Lafferty during a mediation meeting by saying he would never see Natasha again, the custody dispute took a darker turn. When Susan did not show up for the next court, Ricky was given custody. Susan and Natasha's lives took an unexpected turn on August 8, 2000, when they disappeared without a trace. In the months preceding her disappearance, Natasha, who was just 10 years old at the time, had not spoken to her father Ricky. When Ricky became worried and decided to contact Susan's new husband, Larry, to find out where his daughter was, he received a confusing response. When Larry first replied, he said that Susan and Natasha had gone out with a man named Jose, but that they would be back soon. But when Ricky called Larry again a few days later, feeling apprehensive this time, he was told a different narrative. Larry said, this time, Susan and Natasha were gone, with a man named Manuel. The mystery was further complicated by the person's constant name changes. Given Susan's statement that she would make sure Ricky never saw his daughter again, detectives believed Susan had abducted Natasha. Natasha's grandma, who thought that she was terrified of her mother and did not want to live with her, confirmed this notion. Following their disappearance, on November 13, 2000, Susan Gale Carter was charged with kidnapping and a felony warrant was issued for her. The original story described Natasha as the kidnapping victim of a family member and speculated that she might be with her mother and an older male. The difficulty in finding them was exacerbated by worries that they might have crossed state lines. The case has remained unsolved over the years, with no solid leads or noteworthy discoveries. Ricky Lafferty, Natasha's father, never gave up hope that he would one day be reunited with his daughter. Even after 20 years had gone, the case was far from lost or thought to be unsolvable. Authorities remained dedicated to uncovering the truth and making sure Natasha and her family received justice, even though the case attracted virtually little attention from the media. The FBI increased the reward in 2021 for critical information that would reveal Natasha or her mother Susan's whereabouts. Law enforcement officials discovered the same year that Susan might also be going by the alias Susan Gale Carter Webb. However, when the case showed no signs of improvement, detectives started to consider the idea that what they had initially thought to be a kidnapping could actually have been the result of foul activity. The primary suspect in Natasha's disappearance, Susan Gale Carter, was no longer the subject of the inquiry. According to recently discovered evidence by the West Virginia State Police, Susan and Natasha vanished inexplicably at the same time. The West Virginia State Police said in a statement that Natasha Carter was abducted by Susan Carter at first. However, it has come to light throughout this investigation that Susan Carter and Natasha Carter are also missing, having vanished on August 8, 2000. The whole story of their disappearance was altered by this discovery. When West Virginia authorities focused on Larry Del Webb's home at the 100 block of Kyle Lane, where Susan and Natasha were residing at the time of their disappearances, the case took an unexpected turn. The FBI began a comprehensive examination of the property in August 2023 in an attempt to find information pertaining to Natasha and Susan's disappearances. Now 80 years old, Webb claimed to have memory loss and dementia. At a press conference conducted when the FBI was investigating, Webb seemed perplexed by the unexpected entry into his house. He asserted that he didn't understand why the police were searching his property, but when the name Natasha was brought up, he did admit to being somewhat familiar, and he said he thought they were married when Susan was brought up. He also mentioned, in a fairly disjointed recall, that the mother and daughter had inexplicably gone while he was away on a trip. The live-in caregiver for Webb, Terry Lilly, revealed that the FBI search resulted in an unexpected finding. It was reported, though it hasn't been verified, that police discovered a bullet in the bedroom wall that purportedly had Natasha's DNA. The basement floor's tiles were also taken out by the authorities. Larry Del Webb was accused of first-degree murder of Natasha in October 2023. This was a major development in the case. Notably, Webb has not been charged in relation to Susan's disappearance, therefore that aspect of the case remains unsolved. There is still ambiguity about Natasha and Susan's final destiny because they are still unaccounted for despite these revelations. Webb is awaiting trial while the probe is still underway. Vladimir Zelenin. Officer Freeman saw a man on Madison Street, New York, early on April 7, 1996, throwing big black trash bags into the river. The man froze when Freeman got closer. The officer's attention was drawn to the two automobiles parked next to the man, which had trunks full with trash bags. He searched and found something startling. They included blood-stained instruments and clothes drenched in blood, while the remaining ones included a severed body sliced into 66 sections in the most graphic way imaginable. The man getting rid of the bags introduced himself as Vladimir Zelenin, a 40-year-old. It took the cops a while to identify the person who was inside the baggage. Sadly, Yakov Klusman, 48, a well-known cancer researcher and billionaire, was taken advantage of by Vladimir's devious behavior. Then, when he brought up the name of Yakov's wife, Rita Glusman, the case took the most unexpected turn. The key question at this point was, what role did Rita have in this unfortunate incident? Was she planning to murder her husband? Or was Vladimir just assigning blame to deflect attention and avoid the repercussions? But in order to truly comprehend this circumstance, we must go back in time and get to know the guy at its core. Yakov Glusman. What part did he play in this awful incident, and who was he? The birth date of Yakov Glusman is January 2nd, 1948. He was a scientist whose contributions to the study of cancer were acknowledged on a global scale. Yakov and his spouse Rita had grown up together in Ukraine, which was a part of the Soviet Union at the time. 1948 saw the birth of Rita Glusman in Travnieska, Ukraine. She was the oldest child born to Holocaust survivors Paula and Leip Shapiro. As a child, Rita saw friends and relatives perish at the hands of the Nazis, which gave her a unique viewpoint. But Yakov was too valuable as a researcher to be able to obtain a visa to depart. Rita found out she was expecting their son in February 1970, after they had left for Israel. To facilitate their immigration, Yakov gave up his academic career in the Soviet Union and took a menial carpenter job. Rita persuaded the UN to arrange for her and Yakov to be reunited in America with the aid of Jewish organizations. She also pushed the U.S. Senate to assist in her reunion with Yakov by going on an 18-day hunger strike close to the UN. She persuaded the Soviet Union to grant Yakov permission to accompany her to the West. When the pair did eventually get back together in the U.S. in 1972, Yakov was allowed to carry on with his scientific endeavors. They then relocated to Long Island, New York, in 1977 after a 5-year absence. Yakov founded Harbor Laboratory, a pharmaceutical business, in New York by 1987. Rita had also started ECI Technologies, her technology company, with Yakov's assistance at the same time. In 1987, Yakov advanced to the position of Director of Molecular Biology at Rockland County's Lytle Laboratories. Rita had to make the difficult choice to move to Long Island while operating ECI Technologies because Yakov was employed in Rockland. However, the family's prosperity increased over time, and they eventually moved into a large home in the affluent Upper Saddle River, New Jersey, neighborhood. If Rita and Yakov were genuinely happy in their marriage, Zalanon's assertions are unconvincing. Is he making this whole thing up to cover up something darker, like getting rid of Yakov to make money? Let's go back in time to when Yakov's body was discovered in order to gain a complete picture before drawing any hasty assumptions. Officer Freeman saw something strange in a parking lot near the river on Easter Sunday, April 7, 1996. He noticed 2 cars with open trunks right away. Additionally, he saw Vladimir Zalanin, who had one glove on his right hand and was dressed in a t-shirt. Big black garbage bags were being thrown into the river by Zalanin. Freeman approached warily and saw splatters of blood on Zalanin's shoes and slacks, as well as blood all over the medical glove. There was a lingering stench of drying blood. Upon further investigation, Freeman discovered another bag containing blood-soaked clothing and a bag containing bloody instruments, including a hacksaw, axes, knives, and a scalpel. The horrifying thing was that 8 other bags, found in the trunks of the 2 cars, included Yakov Glusman's sadly dismembered remains. His lips and nose were removed during the horrifying operation of chopping his body into 66 pieces. Standing beside Vladimir Zalanin, who had blood on his jeans, was Officer Freeman. Being Russian, he had trouble communicating in English. Surprisingly, he disclosed that Rita Guzman was Vladimir's cousin and that, just 11 months earlier, she had been instrumental in assisting him in becoming a citizen. Vladimir's shocking admission that Rita was the one who coerced him into carrying out the unimaginable deed of killing Yakov was revealed. Rita had already departed with her passport the day after Bergen County officers showed up at her house. Prosecutors became concerned that she might have escaped abroad as a result of this. But Rita was allegedly going to Long Island, while Zalanin was being held in Bergen County. She obviously knew that someone from the government would be looking for her. She made a brief stop in Ville along the way to take some New York license plates from a parked car so that her vehicle, with its New Jersey tags, wouldn't stand out as much. Although Rita's husband's death had not yet been formally ruled out by authorities in both jurisdictions, it was highly likely that she had planned the murder and was now fleeing the scene. They made clear in a public statement that they intended to talk to her. Rita vanished from view for 6 days after her husband's passing. On April 12, 1996, the cops eventually located her in Cold Spring Harbor, Long Island. Rita was discovered breaking into a guest cabin by a cleaning lady who was doing her normal round at the Hawk's Nest cottage. The previous employer of her husband used to own this cabin. The woman reported the incident to the police right away after mistaking Rita for a robber. Rita attempted to flee by clambering out of a back window and onto the lab premises after being confronted. However, local police eventually located her and took her into custody. Notably, her automobile had a stolen license plate, and the police discovered a number of trip brochures, some from Switzerland and Australia, inside of it. Rita also carried travel details for flights to Switzerland along with her passport. Rita Glusman's arrest astonished the officers when they saw her. She was no longer the woman who dazzled in designer clothing. The police were increasingly concerned because she had completely changed her appearance. However, there was a snag that prevented the police from charging her with her husband's murder. However, when gaps started to show in the allegedly flawless exterior of their marriage, the research took a different course. While relocating from Long Island to New Jersey, the couple experienced unseen conflicts. It was clear that moving to New Jersey put Rita under financial strain, particularly for her business, ECI Technology, even though it was a shared decision. But there was one discrepancy. Although Rita had stated that the relocation had left them penniless, she was spotted driving an expensive BMW, dressing sharply, and leading a rather comfortable life. On the other hand, Yakov Klusman used to wear regular pants and drive a 1983 Nissan. Yakov Klusman left the New Jersey home in the summer of 1995 and rented a second-floor apartment in Pearl River, which was a few blocks away from his place of employment. Yakov Klusman had begun a love relationship with a woman he had met earlier while on a visit to his relatives in Israel by September of that year. Yakov and Rita's relationship had irreversibly deteriorated by 1994. As Yakov continued to pursue his job as a cancer researcher, Rita's technology company was on the verge of bankruptcy. In a phone call with his father in the fall of 1994, Jacob revealed that his 25-year marriage to Rita was disintegrating. Yakov Glusman filed for divorce in December 1995, not too long after. Rita turned down his kind offer of a divorce. The ECI Technology Company became a focal point throughout their divorce procedures. While Jacob insisted on thoroughly examining the company's finances before agreeing to any conditions, Rita desired exclusive ownership of the business. When Rita heard this, she was horrified. Yakov claimed marital cruelty as the reason he started the divorce. Tragically, the couple's 25-year-old son died 4 months later in 1996 while serving in the Israeli army, further solidifying their already shaky bond. Rita was becoming more and more desperate, and people noticed that she was acting strangely. Even after Yakov gave her $90,000 when he moved out a year earlier in 1995, she found it difficult to control her cravings for luxury. Rita Glusman engaged a private investigator to look for any negative information on Yakov in an effort to put an end to the divorce. She even threatened to use the AIDS virus to poison Yakov's fiancée, resorting to illegal measures like monitoring his phone. Rita Guzman started making plans to kill him after these failed to stop the divorce. Another blow to her reputation came when she was apprehended for theft when it was discovered that she had been taking small goods from a New Jersey pharmacy. Her business kept failing, and as charges were made back and forth, the divorce process grew more intense. Rita was prepared to include her cousin Zalanin because she had already made a clear decision. Despite its simplicity, her strategy was extremely cruel. Rita got a key to her former husband's apartment in the months before Easter. During one of their arguments, she persuaded him to hand it to her and had it copied. She was aware of her ex-husband's schedule, which included him spending Saturday nights at the lab and coming home at 11:30 p.m., recognizing that Rita made sure they had every equipment they would require: a hacksaw, a scalpel, a knife, and an abundance of cleaning supplies. Just hours before Yakov was scheduled to return home, on April 6, 1996, Rita and Salonen drove from Bergen County in a late Model 4 Taurus that was registered to her employer. They parked close to Yakov's apartment in a dimly lighted neighborhood and waited in silence in the living room. Yakov parked his Nissan Maxima in his designated location and went inside his flat around 11:30 p.m. At that point, Salonen struck first with an axe. He couldn't see exactly where he hit Yakov in the dark, but the scientists fell to the ground. Rita then attacked her husband with ferocity and deadly force. Her axe slid once and struck Salonen's right hand, causing constant bleeding. Rita emphasized that they would examine Salonen's injuries later, as they did not have time to spare. She reached into her former husband's chest and took a knife out of the bag to make sure he wasn't still alive. They carried his lifeless body into the restroom and proceeded to dismember it. Rita was determined that not a single fragment of the man could be recognized. They removed his lips and nose to ensure that anyone who might find the body could never identify him, and they even chopped off his fingertips to prevent fingerprint identification. Rita went on a cleaning binge, trying to get rid of any signs of the crime, while Zeleny carried on dismembering the corpse. On April 7, 1996, at 3 in the morning, Kathy Armstrong, a neighbor who lived one story below Yakov, was the only one to hear something thudding and banging. She had no idea that they were packing 9 plastic rubbish bags full of Yakov's bloodied clothes and remaining body pieces for disposal. Another bag had the instruments needed for the grisly task. The bags were then placed inside the 2 automobiles' trunks. After that, Zeleny would go back to East Rutherford, dispose of Guzman's body in the Passaic River, and remove the automobile before the sun rose. However, something went wrong. They had not kept to their schedule. Dalneen unintentionally set off the theft alarm on one of the automobiles while he was loading it. If anyone in the apartment building heard the alarm, they didn't care to look into it because it was only a fleeting will in the night. Rita, however, became frightened, leaped into the vehicle, and told Selena to go fast. They circled the area for a while before hesitantly making their way back to the apartment complex, checking that everything was clear and getting back to their serious business. Not only that, but it took longer than Rita had thought to dismember Yakov and clean his apartment. The necessity to tend to Salonen's hand wound, which resulted from Rita's aggressive behavior towards her husband, caused even more disruption to the planned schedule. Salonen and Rita stopped at the CVS pharmacy in the town of Fairlawn while driving south. The $32 worth of bandages Rita bought was captured on camera by surveillance. The crime scene at Yakov Guzman's Pearl River apartment was reviewed by authorities, and it soon became evident that this was anything than a simple murder case. Even though the investigators found some strange forensic evidence, it had not yet been tested. Even after testing, there was no certainty that Rita would be directly implicated in the crime based on the evidence. If the police could locate a stray fingerprint that belonged to Rita, they knew that a good defense lawyer could get it thrown out by linking it to one of the couple's frequent fights. Salonen's confession was the only solid evidence the police had at this point. This was a problem, though, because New York state law stated that the testimony of an accomplice could not be the basis for a murder conviction unless it was bolstered by other witnesses or strong evidence, both of which were not present at this time. Rita's lawyer, Michael Rosen, attempted to get bail the day after her arrest by pointing out the unique circumstances of the case. The judge denied bail, raising the potential of murder charges, which led Rosen to file a felony examination. To keep Rita detained without bond, prosecutors had to demonstrate to a jury that she was dangerous and that there was a chance she would run away again. Rosen was successful because Rita departed for jail after posting a $250,000 bond, and the police were unable to produce enough proof. However, everything changed when an FBI agent called. Unexpectedly, Rosen was ordered to take Rita to the U.S. federal court in White Plains. Rosen was perplexed as to why the federal government was becoming involved because this was unexpected. The cause was evident as soon as Rosen and Rita arrived. Michael Rosen had been preoccupied with getting Rita bail, but in the meantime, local officials had worked with federal prosecutors to devise a novel charge strategy against her for her role in her husband's death. Federal prosecutors utilized the Violence Against Women Act of 1994, a domestic violence legislation, in a succinct 4-page complaint. It was a brave thing to do. This law permitted federal intervention in cases of domestic abuse across state lines, a strategy that had never before been used against a woman. But it gave the authorities the power they needed to bring Rita to justice. Notably, it gave them permission to utilize Zalanin's evidence. Later, Zalanin described in court how they dismembered Yakov and how the entire thing happened. Further evidence was presented by the police, including eyewitness reports from Yakov's neighbors who saw a couple floating bags into a car on April 7, 1996, at 3 in the morning. Rita was the agitated woman buying bandages and antiseptic at 4 a.m. the same morning, according to a drugstore clerk. In addition, a private detective that Rita used to spy on her spouse and his mistress acknowledged her tendency toward dominance. More than a year and a half after Yakov's passing, on April 30, 1997, Rita appeared before U.S. District Court Judge Barrington Parker. She adamantly denied killing her spouse. However, the jury was persuaded by Zalanin's testimony and concluded that she had killed Yakov, dismembered him, and intended to throw him into the river. She was given a life sentence in jail by the judge. The woman, who was formerly praised as a symbol of liberation for a whole social class in the Soviet Union, was now imprisoned. Vladimir received a sentence of 25.5 years in jail later in May 1997. Rita Guzman was compassionately released from prison in 2020 as a result of her deteriorating health, which included many strokes and early-stage Parkinson's disease. Although Yakov's brother wrote a letter opposing Rita's release, expressing shock and terror, the judge took Rita's request for a second chance to escape dying in jail into consideration. The judge allowed Rita to be released despite reservations, and she went back to her house. A failed marriage dealt a devastating blow to Yakov Guzman's life. The unfortunate aspect is that his wife, who was formerly viewed as a symbol of freedom, was to blame. Rather than coming to a mutually beneficial agreement, their relationship descended into chaos. Arliss Perry. In order to live with her spouse Bruce Perry, a sophomore at Stanford University, 19-year-old Arliss Perry of Bismarck, North Dakota, relocated to Stanford, California. While strolling around campus on October 12, 1974, Arliss and Bruce got into a little altercation regarding the tire pressure of their automobile. Arliss went on her own to the Stanford Memorial Church after deciding she needed some time to herself. Just before midnight, she entered the church. Crawford, the security guy, said that he shut down the church just after midnight. When Crawford checked the church later at around 2 in the morning, he told police that he discovered all the doors closed. Meanwhile, Bruce was beginning to feel concerned. Arla was still nowhere to be found. Bruce drove around campus at 3 in the morning in search of her before calling the police. Upon inspecting the church, they discovered that the doors remained shut. Crawford noticed that the west side of the church entrance was ajar when he arrived to open the church at approximately 5:45 a.m. It was compelled from within. He found Arliss's body beneath a pew as he entered. With her legs spread wide, she laid on her back, nude from the waist down. The trousers she usually wore had been taken off and were reportedly placed on top of her legs in the opposite direction. She had been sexually abused with a candlestick but had not been raped. She slipped another candlestick between her breasts. An ice pick discovered embedded in her skull caused blows to the back of her head, which ultimately resulted in her death. Semen traces were found on a kneeling pillow, and a palm print was observed on one of the candles. Only 6 of the 7 individuals who entered the building that evening, including Arliss and the guard, could be recognized. Given the murder scene and Arliss's peculiar orientation, some have hypothesized that her death was a part of a satanic ritual. In his 1987 book, The Ultimate Evil, journalist Maury Terry postulated that the murderer was a friend of notorious serial killer David Berkowitz, Sam's son. When Berkowitz submitted a book to the North Dakota authorities in 1979, he claimed to have scribbled in the margin, Arliss Perry, hunted, stalked, slain, followed to California Stanford University. In prison, Berkowitz testified that he was a member of a satanic cult that he joined in 1975 and that he killed with other members, at least one of whom was from North Dakota. But when investigators spoke with him in prison, he said he had nothing useful to offer. Bruce, Arliss's spouse, was also exonerated. During an interview with police, security guard Stephen Crawford stated that he had locked up the church at midnight and called someone inside to make sure no late-night worshippers were there. He claimed to have searched the premises after learning of Arliss's disappearance and to have discovered the victim's body. Crawford's DNA was later collected by police as well. However, DNA testing was not available in criminal cases until the middle of the 1980s, and it was not until the last 10 years that law enforcement started employing more sensitive DNA tests more frequently. The case was never formally ended. It was open and ongoing for many years. Thanks to advancements in DNA testing, authorities have been able to establish a connection between Crawford and the murder in recent months. More than 40 years later, Crawford was contacted for a series of interviews. The DNA evidence soon gained sufficient strength to secure a search warrant for Crawford's San Jose flat. Stephen Crawford's flat door was knocked on June 28, 2018, at approximately 9:04 a.m. They spoke to him verbally via the closed door. They observed him holding a firearm as they went inside the flat. When the officers noticed the gun and heard a single shot, they withdrew and Crawford turned the revolver on himself, ending his life. At the scene, Crawford was pronounced deceased. Upon searching the man's flat, investigators discovered a disorganized suicide note from 2 years ago and a copy of The Ultimate Evil, a book by Maury that looked into a sinister cult and included information about the unresolved Arliss Perry case in its first chapter. Stephen Crawford chose to avoid taking accountability for his acts by choosing the cowardly route, even though he was aware that the police were becoming more interested in him as a suspect. Sherry Black. Sherry Black, 64, was a resident of South Salt Lake, Utah. She owned a company named BMW Books and Billiards. She worked on November 30th, 2010. One day, a client entered the office with bad intentions. The client repeatedly stabbed and beat Sherry. Later, her body was discovered inside the shop. An Armani Exchange men's belt measuring around 36 inches around the waist was discovered at the crime site. Significantly, the suspect's blood was also discovered at the crime scene. It was a cold case for years. Subsequently, in 2017, South Salt Lake Police requested assistance from Parabon Nanolabs in order to create a phenotypic composite of the suspect using DNA samples taken from the scene. Investigators and Parabon Nanolabs labored diligently for several years to identify the person whose DNA was discovered at the crime scene. After much inquiry, they located Adam Durbero, 29. They took a DNA sample from him in October 2020 in order to do more tests. Then, it was established that his DNA and the DNA discovered at the crime scene matched. He had barely turned 19 when the crime was committed. Investigators discovered that Adam had posted on Facebook 2 years after Sherry's death, claiming to have taken someone's life. The bookstore was less than a mile away from his home. When Adam was younger, he got into trouble multiple times. As an adult, he has continued to have a little criminal record, according to court documents. Adam admitted to the crime after being taken into custody by the police. He is being held at a Salt Lake County jail without being allowed to post bond. The detectives observed how hard it was to find Adam. Since he was adopted, it was nearly hard to use DNA to locate him. His social media accounts demonstrated that he battled personal troubles from his childhood, had a strained relationship with his adoptive father, and had done time in jail. Adam's family received the news with great sadness. They released a communiqué. "We never imagined that something that happened over 10 years ago would have involved a member of our family. It was a horrifying and devastating occurrence. Our hearts are broken by the apparent part played by our son Adam in this incident, But all we can do is offer our sympathies to Sherry Black's family, friends, and loved ones. Victoria Jane Collins. In Lake Township, Ohio, on December 20th, 1996, a Union 76 narcotics stop discovered a woman's body. The woman was soon recognized as Cleveland, Ohio resident Victoria Jane Collins, 27. A few days prior, she was last observed leaving a Cleveland area pub with two guys and a woman. After being beaten, Victoria went into cardiac arrest and died. Her friends and family, as well as the individual she was last seen with, were questioned by the police. But it didn't get them any closer to identifying the person who had injured her. At the scene of the crime, they gathered the suspect's DNA evidence. A 51-year-old man named Samuel Legg was taken into custody in Medina County in 2019 in connection with a separate unsolved case. When Samuel was detained, he was required to provide a DNA sample. His DNA was discovered to match the DNA discovered at a crime scene in the Victoria Collins case by detectives when they entered it into their database. But that wasn't all. Additionally, his DNA connected him to an unsolved case in Illinois' Lake County. Additionally, it appears likely that he was involved in Mahoning County and Wood County cold cases. At the time of the offenses, Samuel was a resident of Ohio and a former truck driver in the Midwest. On a $1 million bond, he was extradited from Arizona to Medina County. He is currently being held in Ohio for his trial. The resolution of this case took 24 years. Attorney General Dave Yost of Ohio stated that his crimes have been gradually revealed thanks to the persistent efforts of law enforcement and state-of-the-art DNA testing. The Springfield Three. The abduction of Cheryl Levitt, Suzanne Streeter, and Stacy McCall from their home in Springfield, Missouri, on June 7, 1992, marked the beginning of the unresolved case known as the Springfield Three, which concerns the disappearance of three individuals. The whereabouts of their remains or the location of their remains has never been found. Their last known location was at approximately 2 in the morning on June 7th, when they were leaving the residence of a friend. Because the home became too crowded, they made the decision to leave the party and travel to Suzanne's mother's house instead of spending the night at their friend's house, where they had planned to spend the night during the night. Cheryl Levitt was a single mother who was extremely devoted to her daughter, Suzanne. She worked as a hairdresser at a neighborhood salon, and she was a mother to her daughter. All three of the women vanished at some time between the hours of 2 and 8 in the morning. At approximately 8 in the morning, a friend of the girls from their high school came to the residence in search of them. The globe that was hanging over the porch light was broken, and the front door was open when she arrived. All indications of criminal activity were absent, with the exception of the shattered light fixture. There were handbags and cigarettes belonging to the woman inside the house, and the dog that belonged to the household appeared to be very anxious. It appeared that the beds had been occupied by someone. During the time that the young lady was still inside the house seeking for her companions, the telephone picked up. After the young woman hung up, the caller was a male who continued to make sexually suggestive and obscene statements. The male returned the call, but the woman became so terrified that she ran out of the house. When Stacy's mother arrived at the residence later that afternoon in search of her daughter, she discovered the same peculiar scenario that she had seen before. In order to report the three women who were missing, she called the police. Despite their best efforts, the detectives were unable to uncover any significant clues. An individual by the name of Robert Craig Cox, who had a history of being convicted of kidnapping and robbery, was one of the initial suspicions. He went so far as to assert that he was aware that the women had been slain and buried, and he asserted that their bodies would under no circumstances be discovered. On the other hand, his alibi was verified because, on June 7th, he was staying at the residence on which his parents resided. For the crime of aggravated robbery, Cox is currently spending time in a prison in the state of Texas. The parking garage at the Cox Hospital, which was still under construction at the time that the three ladies vanished, has also been pointed up to the authorities by a number of tips. The parking garage was scanned by a recognized mechanical engineer who specializes in ground penetration radar, which was hired by a reporter who was intrigued about the situation. There were 3 irregularities discovered in a single tiny section of the parking lot. The engineer was unable to confirm that these were in fact bodies. However, he did state that they were strikingly similar to the things he had observed in a cemetery. However, the police are still not convinced, and they are refusing to have a core sample taken from the concrete until they are convinced otherwise. There is no one who knows what happened to Cheryl, Susie, and Stacy, and I believe that we can all agree that it is highly weird that all 3 ladies vanished at the same particular time. Robin Brooks. In April 1980, 20-year-old Robin Brooks resided in Sacramento, California. She moved there from New York and only stayed for 6 months. She started working as a clerk at Donut Time, a restaurant serving donuts. Robin worked her normal job at Donut Time until just after midnight on April 24, 1980. She was supposed to get together for a pool date with her buddies, but she never did. Robin failed to show up for work the following day as well. After growing concerned, one of her friends visited her flat. After breaking in, he discovered Robin's lifeless body in her bedroom. She suffered many stab wounds and assaults. At the scene of the incident, investigators discovered the attacker's DNA. Although it was stored in a database, no one could match it. There were no immediate suspects in 1980, and the investigation was closed. Subsequently, in order to solve this issue, Sergeant Mickey Lynx turned to genetic genealogy in 2016. They eventually came across Philip Lee Wilson, 71. Wilson resided fewer than 2 miles away from Robin at the time of the incident. It's unknown if the 2 individuals were acquainted. In 1985, Wilson was charged with assault and battery in Sacramento County. He had encounters with Texas police as well. Exactly 40 years after Robin's death, in April 2020, Wilson was hauled into custody at his Hagenwood neighborhood house in North Sacramento. Wilson is being held at the main jail in Sacramento County without access to bail. "We never forget the victims," said to Scott Jones, the Sacramento County Sheriff. That's actually all we think about in many ways. These cases are never forgotten, even if they occasionally take a little longer to resolve than others. None of them are kept in storage indefinitely. Maria, the sister of Robin, remarked that this is a bittersweet anniversary. Hopefully, this arrest will inspire hope in other victims of unsolved crimes. Robin, I know, is grinning and saying, "Well done." Dulcia Mejia. In 2004, Dulcia Mejia, at 16 years old, resided in Miami-Dade County. She shared a home with Raul Mara, her stepfather, and Delcia Oliva, her mother. Delcia was a Miami Beach high school student. Her mother last saw her that evening on September 16, 2004. Just after 5 p.m., Oliva left the house for work without checking on her daughter. Raul called a 911 operator in a panic about 4 hours later, reporting that he had found his stepdaughter's lifeless body when he got home. According to his account, he left the house just before 8 a.m. and found her deceased around 90 minutes later. When questioned at the time, Raul said he had nothing to do with the matter. The fact that he and Delcia did not get along was widely known. Raul was clearly injured, with bruises and scratches. He said that as he was dialing 911, he fell onto a dresser. The fact that nothing was taken and there were no indications of forced entry confused the investigators as well. Following the event, Raul moved to California and Oliva ended their relationship. Oliva has always held Raul accountable for the slashing of Dulcia's throat. Investigators did discover DNA under her fingernails that belonged to the individual who killed her. It was entered into the CODIS database by the investigators, but no matches were found. The case was abandoned since there were no more leads. 2020 saw a significant advancement in DNA technology, and in 2004, investigators chose to compare DNA recovered from a crime scene to Raul's DNA. The results showed a positive match. In September 2020, Rahul was taken into custody in Watsonville, California. On September 28th, he stabbed himself to death with a pin while awaiting extradition to Miami-Dade County. The Sims family. Dr. Robert Sims and his wife Helen were at home with their 12-year-old daughter on October 22, 1966, when they turned on the radio to watch a college football game between Florida State University and Mississippi State. Additionally, the Simses had two elder daughters, Judy and Jeannie, but they were watching families who had attended the game. It was assumed that neither girl would return home until late at night. When Jeannie returned home at around 11 p.m., the place was strangely silent. The main bedroom held her parents and younger sister. Each one was secured with the same meticulously knotted knots. Joy had been repeatedly shot and stabbed, while Richard and Helen had been shot. The only person who had survived the onslaught was Helen, but she passed out before she could explain what had happened. A few days later, she passed away in the hospital. Trick-or-treating was canceled in Tallahassee in 1966 as a result of the Sims case. Armed with ammonia spray bottles, young women sought protection for themselves. Interestingly, both Robert and Helen had been blindfolded, and their home exhibited no traces of forced entry, despite the fact that no one could think of any enemies the Sims might have had. The family's recognized pastor, C.A. Roberts, emerged as the case's principal suspect. Roberts was found to be having multiple affairs with the ladies in the area. Remarkably, Helen worked as Roberts' secretary at First Baptist Church until she abruptly quit a few days prior to her murder. Some claim Roberts was pursuing her. Some claim she just knew too much about what was happening at First Baptist Church. But Roberts had a strong alibi. He was observed at the Florida State University football game that day and worked for the team. A young man neighbor emerged as a more intriguing possibility. Investigators suspect the killer entered the house from the one behind the victim's residence, where he resided. He was seeing a young lady who was allegedly obsessed with death and who would frequently break into the local funeral businesses, steal funeral shrouds, sleep in them, and bother the owners. She followed the investigation with an uncommon fascination. The murder of Sims, however, is still unsolved since the suspects were never questioned. Moving on to the next case. Henry Kendall Thor. Henry Kendall, born in 1871 in Pennsylvania. Thor was the heir apparent to a multi-million-dollar fortune and the son of railroad and coal baron William Thor Sr. even as a young child. Thor was well known for being unpredictable, exhibiting signs of sleeplessness, nonsensical speech, and tantrums. He was labeled as a troublemaker and dumb by teachers while attending different private schools. In the end, he enrolled at the University of Pittsburgh before moving to Harvard. However, he was expelled afterwards. He didn't spend much time studying in college, choosing instead to indulge in drinking binges and cockfights. Once, despite being on a $2,500 monthly allowance at a period when the average annual pay was about $500, he chased down a cab driver with a shotgun because he felt the man had defrauded him of $10. He was called a playboy and would frequently light cigarettes with $100 bills. After being expelled from Harvard, Thor was shunned by elites in New York City. He held Stanford White, a well-known architect, responsible for this, claiming that he opposed Thor's admittance into these exclusive circles. That is, until he saw model Florence Evelyn Nesbitt, and his fixation with White only intensified. White and Evelyn have been friends since Evelyn was 15, and when she was about 16, he had raped her while she was asleep, loading her down with alcohol. Thor was an older, extremely affluent man who greatly pleased Evelyn's mother and headmistress. He would always come to her with presents, cash, and words of appreciation. Eventually, they would travel to Europe together, where he proposed to Evelyn. She refused at first as she knew Thor was fixated on female virginity, but she later told him the truth about what had transpired with White, which infuriated him. Since Evelyn was no longer a virgin, he believed that White had destroyed Evelyn. 1905 saw the couple's marriage. Evelyn and Thor, together with a few others, traveled to Madison Square Garden on June 25, 1906, for a show that ended at approximately 11 o'clock at night. White now emerged and sat down at one of the surrounding tables. During the show's finale, Thor, who had been furious all day, approached White and produced a gun. He shot White 3 times from 2 feet away. He didn't try to get away from the scene or take credit for the architect's death. Instead, he stood over his corpse afterwards, saying, "I did it because he ruined my wife," instead. Nevertheless, other witnesses assert that he might have spoken life instead of wife. He had it coming to him, he continued. After taking advantage of the girl, he left her behind. Thor was refused bail after being accused of first-degree murder. He slept on a brass bed rather than a regular prison cot, had his meals made by his favorite restaurants while he was incarcerated awaiting trial, dressed in custom clothing rather than the prison uniform, and was permitted to drink champagne and wine. In the days after the murder, he was said to have been overjoyed, and he later claimed to have heard the voices of young girls in heaven calling out to him. This, he believed, was a sign of heavenly blessing. Thor's mother, who had been defending the family reputation for years by settling lawsuits brought by her son, hired the top defense attorney available, which would have cost the family $750,000 in today's currency. When Mrs. Thor's lawyers thought that would be the best defense, they first insisted that her son not be stigmatized by clinical lunacy. Thus, the two came to an agreement whereby Thor would claim temporary insanity. It's been said that Miss Thor's son inherited her family's history of mental illness. He had physically and sexually abused Evelyn throughout the years, had a tendency to seduce victims into a place where he could restrain and physically abuse them. His sexual desires have been described as sadistic. Tens of thousands of dollars had been used to buy the silence of the victims. Thor's first trial ended with a deadlocked jury. January 1908 saw the start of his second trial, which continued until February 1st, when he was judged not guilty by reason of insanity and given a life sentence in the Fishkill, New York-based Mattawan State Hospital for the criminally insane. Despite the fact that his exceptional riches gave him access to benefits that regular patients could not. After being placed there, his legal team worked to have him declared sane. In 1915, a trial was held to ascertain his sanity, and he was declared sane and allowed to return to society. Thor was accused of kidnapping, beating, and sexually abusing Frederick Gump, a 19-year-old, just a year later. Thor tried to kill himself after bribing the Gump family and left Philadelphia. After being committed to a mental hospital once more, he was eventually found to be sane once more and was freed in 1924. In 1947, Thor passed away in Miami, Florida, from a heart attack. His age was 76. He was buried in Pittsburgh and left Evelyn the modern equivalent of about $121,000 of his $12 million wealth. If you're fascinated by true crime and enjoying the video so far, make sure to hit that subscribe button and give this video a thumbs up to stay updated on all our latest content. Moving on to the next case. Patricia Carnahan. The body of an unnamed woman was discovered in a state park in 1979. The case remained unsolved for many years. It wasn't until 2023 that important breakthroughs, such as improvements in forensic science and interstate cooperation, gave fresh insight into the enduring enigma and led to the attacker's prosecution. The date was September 28, 1979. At the Sugar Pine Point State Park campground on Lake Tahoe, a woman's body was found. She looked as though she had been strangled and had been severely battered and wounded. She was wearing some jewelry and was probably in her early 40s. She carried a wristwatch, a necklace of a deer, and a few rings. The 3 individuals who found her dead did not contact the police right away. Rather, they made a call to a nearby newspaper and disappeared. After that, the reporter notified law enforcement. Due to outstanding arrest warrants, police discovered that the 3 guys had neglected to report their discovery. For this particular offense, they were all exonerated. Remarkably, An autopsy would show that Jane Doe was probably still alive when they found her. She was subjected to an SA kit test since it seemed like she had been abused. To gather evidence, these kits include sterile containers, combs, microscope slides, collection bags, and other items. With the aid of these kits, victims' hairs, saliva, blood, and other bodily fluids are removed in order to establish the assault and identify the culprit. It was discovered that she had taken significant hits to her body, and there were defensive wounds that showed she had retaliated. Around the picnic area on the western side of the lake, there were several indications of fighting, and the victim misplaced one of her flip-flops in her attempt to flee her attacker. The investigating cops spotted an empty beer bottle beside the body, which they mistakenly bagged despite finding very little other evidence. Forensic technology was not as developed in 1979 as it is now. The body was kept for a very long time in the morgue, and the evidence was filed away. The decision was made to bury the unidentified woman in an unmarked grave in a potter's field in El Dorado County, since no one came forward to claim her. As it was then, Lake Tahoe has always been a well-liked vacation spot. People from all over the world constantly flocked to the beaches and campsites, so it was challenging to find this woman. She can be from wherever. There was no way to find out who she was or how she got there at the time because police did not find a car or any other possessions. Due to technological limitations, it was deemed a cold case and was withdrawn from consideration. The victims and the beer bottle's DNA were examined years later, in 1986, when the technology of DNA testing was developed. It was evident the attacker owned the bottle, but until decades later, nothing more was done. In 2014, investigating officer John Gaines took up this case, some 36 years after it began. He reopened Jane Doe's files from Lake Tahoe. It opened cases from the 1970s, 1980s, and 1990s as part of El Dorado County's cold case unit. He dug out the body in the Jane Doe case at Lake Tahoe. In an effort to identify her, he printed pictures of her jewelry to be distributed to the public while accompanied by a forensic anthropologist from California State University, Chico. Local publications ran the photos, but there were few leads. Gaines took attention of the necklace and discovered that the deer necklace was actually a high pendant, symbolic of the Jewish life emblem. According to him, Elvis Presley used to wear a pendant similar to this while performing. Gaines tried his luck with the local Jewish community using a high pendant as a lead. Rabbi Morty Rickler, a local rabbi in Lake Tahoe who had recently opened a Chabad center, expressed surprise when police contacted him. Since the Chabad is seen as a Jewish community center, cops are not frequently seen there. It is a sacred location of tranquility and purity. After hearing the details of the situation, Rabbi Rickler was eager to assist and inform the neighborhood. When the body was found in 1979, very few Jewish families had recently moved to the Lake Tahoe region. Over 1,000 Jews lived in the region, and there were now 2 synagogues. 3 plainclothes officers with firearms and badges paid Rabbi Yossi Grossbaum a visit in September 2015. Gaines arrived in Folsom, California, hoping to make contact with the victim's living relatives. In Northern California and throughout the state, Rabbi Grossbaum disseminated the information. Eventually, a family identified the pendant in the press and stepped forward. The claimed victim's daughter and the remains underwent a DNA test, and the results showed a match. Patricia Carnahan, who would have been 35 years old at the time of her death, was eventually identified as the body. Patricia, who was originally from Virginia, had left on a solitary road trip through California. She had a red Volkswagen bus under her belt. She never made it home, despite having called her family to let them know she was on her way. In October 1979, a month later, the family filed a missing persons report. Her vehicle was retrieved from a Venice, California dealership. It appeared that the car had been left unattended in the lot. Regretfully, no connection was established because she was a Virginia missing persons case. In addition, the perpetrator's DNA and Patricia's DNA profile were deposited into CODIS, the FBI's unified DNA system. But no one could match that for many more years. After that, her body was given to her family so they could bury her properly, and 26 years after her tragic death, she was placed to rest. But the offender continued to be at large. Years later, the attacker was apprehended due to a totally different series of events. The Washington State SAKIT initiative, which sought to reactivate abuse inquiry testing from the 1970s onward in an effort to apprehend the offenders, received financing from the state of Washington in 2023. One of the few police departments with full-time personnel dedicated to abuse probe test cases was the Spokane Police Department. More than 250 of the more than 1,500 kits in the SPD were matched using the combined DNA index approach. This resulted in an enormous discovery. A man in Spokane was charged in 1994 of having his way with a homeless woman. She sent the police a complaint on the occurrence, had herself tested to confirm her allegation, and designated Harold Carpenter as the person who had attacked her. He was arrested for coercing her against her will in the second degree, but the woman chose not to pursue legal action, therefore the case was dropped. Harold Carpenter asserted that he did not defile her, and that their relationship was consensual. His word was therefore in opposition to hers. The test kit was uploaded into Cody's after being filed away. The DNA on the system matched Patricia Carnahan's body and the empty beer bottles, but the woman who had filed the complaint had long ago passed away. After more research, Carpenter was identified as being close to the incident on September 29, 1979, when he was detained for driving under the influence in Susanville, California. In addition to being charged for a second non-consensual event involving a woman in 1994, Carpenter was arrested for a number of misdemeanors between 1990 and 1993. Prior to his divorce in 1998, he was married and resided in Sandpoint. She had accused him of domestic abuse. He was charged with possession of illegal narcotics, reckless driving, multiple DUIs, and disturbing the peace in Bonner County between 1998 and 2018. Other than one DUI in 2000, he didn't have anything on file in Washington. After being made homeless in 2016, Carpenter moved to Spokane Street. He was detained as a suspect in a different non-consensual case in Spokane County in 2018. However, the allegations were not validated. His homelessness was discussed in an article that appeared in the Inlander in 2020. You simply got through it. Simply step outside and attempt to avoid the snow, rain, or other elements. He was under suspicion for an alleged groping incident in 2022, but once more, no arrest was made. He relocated to Spokane's downtown Park Tower apartments. El Dorado County investigators now had a reason to make an arrest of him, and the Spokane Police Department assisted in Carpenter's whereabouts. The 63-year-old was apprehended on March 1, 2023, for the murder of Patricia Carnahan, and he was brought to justice as a result of the cooperation of multiple states' agencies. The Spokane case was not pursued because of the statute of limitations, and no charges were brought against him in that specific case. He is being held in Spokane County Jail without bond while he waits to be extradited to El Dorado so that he can face charges for his actions. The long-running cold case was eventually solved. Thanks to forensic technology advancements and cross-state agency cooperation, Patricia Carnahan's attacker was identified 44 years later. Nearly 50 years later, the mystery surrounding the 1979 Lake Tahoe Jane Doe has been solved. Moving on to the next case. Sabrina Underwood. Nestled in the northwestern Arkansas Ozark Mountains, Huntsville, Arkansas, was a small, tight-knit rural town in the 1990s. The town was a place where community ties were strong and life proceeded at a slower pace compared to larger urban regions. Its character was profoundly anchored in its historical and agricultural traditions. Throughout the 1990s, Huntsville's community life was characterized by a strong sense of solidarity. Locals were frequently acquainted, and the town's social fabric was knitted by a variety of neighborhood activities. Every year, the people of Huntsville eagerly anticipated the town fairs, parades, and festivals. These events gave participants a chance to socialize and cement their ties to the community in addition to offering entertainment. This rustic setting served as the setting for the tragic story of Sabrina Underwood. On January 20, 1991, Sabrina Underwood, then 19 years old, vanished from sight after her mother let her off at the U.S. Highway 41262 in Boone County, close to Bear Creek. At the time, Sabrina was traveling to Calico Rock to see her boyfriend who was serving time in jail. The neighborhood was shocked by Sabrina's abduction, and her mother never saw her again. There were months of tense anticipation after Sabrina vanished. Then, on April 8, 1991, a somber finding stunned the town. A hunter discovered human remains close to the Gum Springs Cemetery, northwest of Little Rock, along with hair, underwear, and an ear stud. It was determined that the bones belonged to Sabrina Underwood, whose destiny was very different from what she had intended to accomplish. The cause of Sabrina's death was initially ruled as unknown, which sparked a laborious and devastating investigation. Law enforcement agents put in a great deal of effort in interviewing suspects, following up on leads, and trying to piece together the details of her case. Their diligent work went unrewarded as the case eventually fizzled out, leaving Huntsville under a cloud of unanswered mystery for years to come. The darkness would not lift for over 30 years. A crucial tip surfaced in July 2022, launching the probe once more. A startling and unsettling confession letter was in the possession of a local lawyer whose client was serving time in an Arkansas state prison. When his estranged wife Kirsty Headley was killed in 2018, the client, Rick Allen Headley, was already serving a life sentence. The confession letter gave the long-abandoned case new life by revealing graphic details of Sabrina Underwood's terrible demise. Rick Allen Headley was questioned by detectives right away regarding the contents of the confession letter. His shocking information would throw light on the horrific crime that had been hidden for almost 30 years. Headley confessed to the crime, and his account read like a terrifying story that had come to pass in the sleepy town of Huntsville. Headley's admission, according to the affidavit, gave a bleak impression of Sabrina's last moments. At a gas stop, he said, Sabrina approached him and asked for a ride. Headley would be plagued by the events of that ride for years to come. In a startling change of events, Sabrina approached Headley and startlingly demanded money, threatening to harm him if he rejected her advances. Headley told a terrifying story of the events leading up to Sabrina's terrible end. Following their sexual session in his truck, Sabrina told him she would require a large payment from him or she would disclose that he had hurt her. Headley was taken aback by this news and realized that trouble was ahead. The subsequent occurrences were really terrifying. Though the seriousness of the situation weighed hard on him, Headley made the decision to leave Sabrina behind and drive away. He felt that he had to prevent her from ruining his life. At this time, he attacked her outside the truck with great violence. He carried her into a little graveyard that was concealed from onlookers' gaze in a startling and gory act. The account of the actual slaughter is really frightening. Headley admitted to severing Sabrina's neck with a Rambo-style knife that had a compass attached at the end. He gave a vivid account of how he snapped the bone and removed her head from her body by hammering on the knife blade with a rock. He said that his goal was to make sure Sabrina never found out what had happened to her. After doing this horrific deed, Headley hid Sabrina's body from sight by covering it with logs and foliage. Then he collected her possessions and put them close to her body. The knife and rock used in the horrific act were thrown into a stretch of woods many miles distant. Headley took off his blood-stained clothes at his mountain home apartment, threw them in a garbage bag, and showered to rid himself of Sabrina's blood. His garments were in the garbage bag that was thrown in the dumpster behind the mall. Headley then walked out of the place. In addition to sending shockwaves across Huntsville, Headley's confession gave Sabrina's family, who had suffered through decades of suffering and uncertainty, some degree of comfort and closure. A much-needed turning point in the pursuit of justice in the unsolved Sabrina Lynn Underwood case has been reached with the apprehension of Rick Allen Headley. He is currently being charged in relation to Sabrina's case, and the community is eagerly awaiting his anticipated court appearance in Fulton County Circuit Court in late November 2023. The case serves as a sobering reminder of both the small-town community's unwavering spirit and the police enforcement's unwavering loyalty. Moving on to the next case. Shelley Inn, Warner. Imagine a small town in the summer of 1980 where everyone was laughing and life seemed to go on without a hitch. However, in the heart of this town, called Mishawaka, a terrible tragedy occurred that would haunt the residents for the rest of their lives. Shelley Ann Warner, at 15 years old, vanished from sight on June 15, 1980, leaving her family devastated. Her lifeless body with a gunshot wound to the head was discovered next to the Madison Road Railroad tracks 10 agonizing days later. In a quiet village, how could such a horrific act take place? Who may have committed this heinous act? The bustling commercial city of Mishawaka, in northern Indiana, has a certain charm all its own. Thanks to Penn Township's ideal location along the St. Joseph River in St. Joseph County, everyday life is set against a breathtaking backdrop. With a population of roughly 51,000, the city is delighted to be called the Princess City. In Mishawaka, new residential subdivisions and established neighborhoods coexist. The city was carefully designed to promote a strong sense of community and connectedness. The people there are well known for their generosity, camaraderie, and mutual love of adventure. A horrific incident that irrevocably ruined Mishawaka's tranquility and etched its name in the annals of tragedy occurred even in this close-knit community. On July 4, 1964, Shelley Ann Warner was born, although not much is known about her early life. She shared a home in Mishawaka, Indiana, with her mother, Kathleen Warner. Following the split of her parents, Shelley was raised by her mother. Her mother was an elementary school teacher in the neighborhood. At the tender age of 15, Shelley enrolled at Mishawaka High School, where she played sports and sang in the band. She was single and had no enemies that she was aware of. Young Shelley had a bright future ahead of her and was motivated to achieve her objectives. She was optimistic and lively. At the moment, Shelley was brimming with youthful energy and enthusiasm for life's possibilities. She had no idea that fate had other ideas for her. Mishawaka's quiet routine was upended on June 16, 1980, by an occurrence that would leave the community irrevocably traumatized. Shelley Ann Warner, a 15-year-old Mishawaka high school student, started out on what was meant to be a normal day. She drove her 1973 Volkswagen 2 miles to the nearest Wilkes grocery, wishing her mother Kathleen a fond farewell. Time passed, and there was an eerie calm surrounding the Warner residence. Shelley hasn't returned to her house in more than an hour. Kathleen quickly began to experience terror and anxiety. Kathleen waited a little longer till she was forced to phone the police due to her desperation. Her voice faltered when she told the authorities about her daughter's disappearance. At first, the Mishawaka Police Department handled the case as a missing persons case because they believed it included a young runaway. But as time passed, a horrifying insight became clear. After a torturous 24 hours, Shelley was still nowhere to be found. As their degree of concern grew, investigators quickly modified the investigation status to suspected abduction. There were no overt indicators of foul play, which left detectives perplexed in those early hours of desperation. Kathleen's first call was reported as a regular missing person, but nothing had changed by the next day. Mishawaka town was now under the shadow of suspicion, setting the stage for an unsettling mystery that would unfold over many years. Following an immediate inquiry, the authorities learned that Shelley had arrived to Wilt's supermarket on June 16th of that year. At approximately 1:30 p.m., she was seen shopping for groceries, and at approximately 2 p.m., she was seen exiting the store. She made her way to her car, which was parked roughly 50 feet from the store's entrance. But things took a turn for the worst as soon as she got into her car. A man with blonde hair, who appeared to be between 16 and 18 years old, with a height of 5'7" and a weight of approximately pound 130, was observed skulking around the shop. The young man allegedly approached Shelley's automobile further closely, according to witnesses. Abruptly, he took over the driving and shoved Shelley into the passenger seat. They claimed that Shelley looked taken aback by the abrupt intrusion. The witnesses could only see the man's back. As a result, it was difficult to tell if Shelley was in danger or if someone was using a weapon to silence her. Shelley was in the passenger seat when the man quickly drove off, It was an astonishing and frightening conduct that left bystanders perplexed. Anxious family members and friends launched a big collective hunt to see if anyone might learn anything about the missing little child. Authorities issued a drawing of the first suspect based on the witness's statement in an attempt to enlist the public's assistance. A terrible discovery made a few hours later made them even more afraid of the unknown. Shelley's automobile was discovered abandoned in the parking lot of the neighboring OSS Shoal, Indiana shopping center. There was no trace of a scuffle inside the car, and Shelley was not present. As investigators attempted to piece together what had transpired, they kept looking for information. Two young females were exploring a wooded region outside of South Bend, Indiana, after 10 days of suffering and frustration when they saw an awful sight. A young woman's half-nude body was discovered in a ditch next to the railroad tracks. The young lady was later identified as Shelley Ann Werner by dental records. It was evident from the scene that she had died there. 2 close-range shots in her were fired with a large-caliber gun. The investigation was a crazy journey with lots of leads and no leads. Hypnosis was the final desperate measure the police took in their quest for answers. For witnesses from the grocery shop were put under hypnosis in the hopes that they might recall important details regarding Shelley's kidnapping. The first suspect was given a fresh sketch after these hypnosis sessions, which revealed that he had been dropped off at the business and looked to be hitchhiking. Prior to entering the store, Shelley was allegedly observed talking to 2 young women by the witnesses. However, no one was aware of the identities of those 2 women or their potential connection to Shelley's kidnapping. Every attempt was made by law enforcement to capture the criminal. However, they were not successful. Many men who fit the description were taken in by the police. However, none of them could be recognized in a lineup as the kidnapper. Because neither the man who dropped off the suspect nor the 2 young women Shelley had spoken to could be found, the authorities were frustrated and the case remained unresolved. The ledge eventually dried up, ending the inquiry. The murder of Shelley had long puzzled the investigators. Her cause of death remained a mystery, and she appeared to be an ordinary high school student. It's interesting to note that witnesses claimed Shelley seemed shocked when the man got into her car. It was impossible to rule out the idea that she knew who killed her. Shelley Werner's kidnapping and murder soon became a cold case. A long-hanging, terrible mystery that plagued Mishawaka. The investigation was taken over by the Cold Case Division of the Mishawaka Police Department following the ST. In late 2021, the Joseph County Metro Homicide Unit was dissolved. Their mission was to solve the riddle that had troubled them for years. With time, Shelley Werner's unsolved murder has cast a long shadow. However, a significant witness came forward in April 2023, 43 years later, throwing new light on the horrifying case and offering a ray of hope in the shadows. At last, the witness, a woman who had been silent out of fear for her family's safety, missed her opportunity to speak up. This witness had been intimidated by the suspect. In order to solve the case, detectives Dave Dossman, Tim Corbett, and Sam Walsh worked non-stop, according to Jim Campbell. The testimony of the witness was a paradigm-shifting discovery. She identified the 3 people in charge of killing Shelley, but the authorities withheld their identities. It was shocking to learn that Shelley knew very little about these individuals. Since they were older than she was, she most likely only knew their family. However, the authorities have not disclosed the reason for her injuries or the perpetrator. 2 of the suspects died over the years. The fact that one had died in 2001, the second had also perished in 2010, and the third had vanished into thin air had not previously been known to the detectives. The inquiry into Shelley's kidnapping and subsequent murder was reopened as a result of this new information. When investigators looked more closely into the pasts of the 3 individuals, they discovered a horrible history of violence. Confirming the first witness report, these men seem to have played a direct role in the untimely death of Shelley. The witness only felt safe talking to the authorities after 2 of the accused had died. The police eventually found out. For the aim of investigating unresolved homicide cases like Shelley's, the Mishawaka Police Department established a cold case team in January 2022, consisting of former South Bend homicide detectives. This team worked very hard to locate further witnesses and gather evidence to back up the initial witness statement. However, upon closer inspection, they learned that the third suspect died in 2018. The fact that 3 men were implicated in Shelley and Warner's kidnapping and murder was a significant revelation. It demonstrated the importance of a witness' bravery in coming forward almost 40 years after the horrific event. The witness was motivated by the fact that 2 of the suspects had died and the third had disappeared. The fear and intimidation these suspects had used over the years to conceal crucial information added to the anguish of Shelley's family and the neighborhood. Cold case investigator Jim Campbell discussed the difficulties witnesses faced and how family intimidation had suppressed their testimony. Despite the fact that the 3 suspects' involvement was clearly shown by the investigators' testimony and evidence, there was a significant issue that was unavoidable. Since all 3 suspects had already passed away, how could the investigators carry out their investigation and provide Shelley's family with closure and justice? The St. Joseph County Prosecutor's Office reviewed the evidence and declared it conclusive, closing the case. It did not take long to realize that the dead could not face legal repercussions. Aside from their age and acquaintance with Shelley, not much information was available regarding the suspects. However, the St. Joseph County Prosecutor's Office ruling provided resolution. Though the suspects were deceased, there was optimism that the truth would come to light and Shelley's family could finally rest in peace. The witness's vital knowledge set off a coincidental chain of events that resulted in additional witnesses and evidence. The St. Joseph County Prosecutor's Office stated that although DNA testing was unable to produce a conclusive match, other evidence and statements were vital. Unfortunately, because of their demise, the suspects' identities remain a mystery, making it impossible to press charges. Ultimately, individuals dedicated to attaining justice had not allowed the passing of time to erode their determination. The murder of Shelley Ann Warner had been solved because of the investigators' perseverance and the bravery of a witness who stepped forward to reveal a terrible chapter in Mishawaka's past. The verdict in the Shelley Ann Warner case caused a spectrum of feelings in those who were directly engaged. The investigators who had toiled for years to sit with Lee in order to find the truth found some solace in the case's ending. Tim Corbett, one of the cold case investigators, remarked, "I hope she's sitting next to God. I am grateful to the police, the public, and all those who assisted with the case." Even still, there remained a persistent sense of sadness until the case's end. Family members of Shelley remained silent about the updates since they were understandably private in their loss. What are your thoughts on this case? Do you believe that justice has actually been done? Share your opinions with us in the comments section. Moving on to the next case. Sophie Toussaint Duplantier. Paris, France was home to 39-year-old documentary producer Sophie Toussaint Duplantier. She captivated everyone she came into contact with her intelligence and beauty. Her complexion was as pale as porcelain, yet her hair was a fiery gold. Her radiant grin shone under the lights of the events she attended, and the numerous paparazzi cameras that bordered the premieres and high society parties she was invited to immortalize her breathtaking image. When Sophie first met Daniel Toussaint Duplantier, she was raising her kid from a previous marriage alone. In the French film industry, Daniel was a well-known and renowned film producer. In 1988, Sophie and him were romantically involved after meeting at work. Although Daniel and Sophie had already been married twice and were 16 years apart, they connected intellectually and shared similar passions and interests in work. On June 18, 1991, Daniel and Sophie were married. Whereas Sophie desired a much simpler and more secluded life, Daniel led a life full with premieres and parties. Sophie fell in love with Ireland's scenery during her multiple visits there as a teenager. To get away from her hectic socialite life, Sophie purchased a vacation property in Shoal, Ireland, in 1993, close to Tormore, West Cork. She selected a rather remote house. On windy days, its windows and doors rattled, and it lacked light and heating. She would frequently spend the holidays with her kid at this remote house. Sophie made the decision to take a vacation by plane to Ireland on December 19, 1996. She requested a few friends and family members to go with her, but as Christmas was quickly approaching, nobody was available, so she made the decision to travel alone. On December 20th, 1996, she landed in Ireland early and leased a Ford Fiesta to go to her vacation house in Tumor, West Cork. She intended to spend a few days there before spending Christmas in Paris. She made a stop at a Texaco gas station en route to her residence in order to get wood for starting a fire. After that, she went to Scholl's Courtyard Bar and had lunch there between 3:30 and 4 p.m., after which she drove home. She called the housekeeper as soon as she got there to speak with her. She brought goods into town the following day and took out cash from the ATM. About 4:30 p.m., she made her way back to her home. When last seen, she was outside her residence. She is thought to have spent the rest of the day at the house. She tried to reach Daniel in France later that night, but he did not answer. But he gave her a call back at about 11 at night. Daniel reported that their chat was fairly amicable and that Sophie appeared to be unfazed. On December 22nd, the next day, she went to the Dunlow ruins at Three Castles Head. She went to see a friend later that day and told her about the woman she had seen at the ruins, who had really startled her. Sophie had stated, "Oh my God, I saw a woman like a white shape," according to her acquaintance. The people in the area think Sophie had seen the Lady of the Lake. The Lady of the Lake is an urban legend that claims to be a ghost that haunts the castle ruins and that seeing her will cause death in a matter of hours. On December 23rd, 1996, at approximately 10 in the morning, Sophie's corpse would be discovered in the laneway next to her vacation house. Shirley Foster, a neighbor, made the discovery of her. Sophie was discovered with her boots, lycra leggings, and white top on. Her clothing became entangled in the barbed wire encircling her residence. Her murder had been terrible. Her hands and arms were covered in several defensive wounds. She had likely been struck with a fire poker, as she had sustained significant injuries to her head and upper chest. She had sustained serious facial and head injuries. Sophie was found lying on the ground, and a concrete block that looked like it had been dropped on her head was discovered at the murder site. Her body was surrounded by a pool of blood, and the middle gate nearby had bloodstains on it. Police entered the house and discovered it to be unaltered. There was not the slightest indication of a break-in. It appeared that someone had visited Sophie that evening because her bed was not made and 2 wine glasses were left to dry on the draining board next to the kitchen sink. An expert in fingerprints attempted to remove fingerprints from wine glasses and other household items, but the attempt was unsuccessful. Other than Sophie's fingerprint, the expert was unable to locate any others. Between Sophie's fingernails, there were hair strands stained with blood. Nonetheless, forensic examination identified the blood and hair as belonging to Sophie. Oddly, not a single bit of DNA evidence was discovered by the police at the crime scene. The house's front and rear doors were latching and closed when the police arrived. The laneway's massive gate was ajar, despite the fact that the neighbors claimed Sophie typically kept it locked. According to the police, Sophie was attacked inside her house, but she managed to flee and make her way outdoors, where she attempted to scale a fence but got tangled in the barbed wire. This allowed her assassin enough time to track her down and execute her with brutality. Since Sophie's body was discovered close to Briars, authorities think the murderer may have suffered injuries and may have had markings or scratches on his hands and face. Over the following few days, police conducted questionnaires about the murder and conducted door-to-door interviews with residents. Over the course of the inquiry, 50 suspects would be eliminated in total. A local business owner named Marie Farrell reported to the police on December 27, 1996, that she had seen Sophie in her store on December 21st, sometime about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Marie reported seeing a man with an extremely long black coat standing outside her store. She claimed that the man followed Sophie out of the store. A lady calling police under the alias Fiona made contact with them on January 11, 1997. She informed them that the night Sophie was killed, at around 3 in the morning, she had spotted a man by Kelfala Bridge. Sophie's house is only 2.6 kilometers away from Kelfala Bridge. The woman ended the call without providing any more details. The call was traced to a public phone booth by the police. Fiona was asked to get in touch with the police on January 20th in order to provide them with any information on the individual she had seen near Kilfodder Bridge. Fiona reported her sighting to the police over the phone the next day. Once more, the call was made from a payphone. Fiona called the police again on January 24th, this time letting them know that she was unable to meet with them to discuss the sighting. However, when authorities followed the call this time, they discovered that Marie Farrell's house was the source. Marie Farrell, the proprietor of the shop, who had reported seeing a man in a long black coat pursuing Sophie, was Fiona. She explained to police that she didn't want to make a public statement because the night she saw the man on the bridge, she was with another man, and she didn't want her husband to find out. She added that there was a man on the bridge who was swinging his arms wildly and looked to be intoxicated. Afterwards, she claimed to have seen the man once more in January at a nearby store, and she had identified him to the police. They found out that Ian Bailey was the man she had indicated. Journalist Ian Bailey resides in Shoal, Ireland. He relocated to Shoal in 1991 from Manchester, England, where he had been born and raised. Bailey met Welsh artist Jules Thomas while working as a freelance journalist. Bailey moved into Liskia, Shoal, to live with Jules. Bailey allegedly had a history of abusing Jules at home, and in 2001, he was found guilty of assault. The first journalist to arrive at Sophie's crime scene was Bailey. At 1:40 p.m., Bailey received a call concerning the murder of a foreign nationalist from Eddie Cassidy, a reporter for the Irish Examiner. Despite the fact that there were a lot of foreign nationalists residing in West Cork at the time, it is said that Bailey and Jules went directly to the location of the crime. A witness claims that Bailey had informed them, at approximately 11:45 p.m. that day, that he was covering a French woman's murder. Later, when questioned about how he knew the victim was French at the time, neither the police nor the media were aware of this. Barley replied that Eddie Cassidy had informed him that the victim was a French woman. When questioned, Eddie Cassidy said that he had merely informed him that the deceased was a foreign nationalist, and that he was unaware of the victim's nationality at the time. Bailey wrote several stories about the case in the days that followed. He said in the papers that the woman had several male partners in France, and that it was probable that one of them had killed her. He also revealed facts about the crime scene that the general public was unaware of. It seems as though he directed the inquiry from West Cork to France. Furthermore, in the days following the murder, a number of witnesses claimed to have seen Bailey with numerous scratches on his arms. Bailey claimed that he had cut down a Christmas tree, which is what caused the scratches. He claimed to have gotten up to the top of a pine tree, saw the top fall off, and scratched his arms trying to bring it down the tree. In addition, Bailey claimed to have acquired a scratch on his forehead while murdering 3 turkeys. Bailey and Jules were taken into custody on February 10th in connection with Sophie Toussaint Duplantier's murder. When asked where he had been, he told police that the previous evening he had gone to a nearby pub with Jules and had arrived home at around 12:30 in the morning. After that, he said, he went to bed and slept till the next morning. At first, Jules confirmed his account. Jules later claimed, though, that Bailey might have gotten out of bed an hour or so later. When Jules visited him again at 9 in the morning, she reported that he had a new scratch on his forehead. Bailey then asserted that he had gotten out of bed, but it was only at 4 in the morning, and that he had spent 30 minutes writing an article before going back to sleep. Afterwards, Bailey and Jules were freed from custody with no charges. Later on, several people would come forward to claim that Bailey had admitted to killing Sophie. On February 4th, Malachi Reed, a youngster, reported to the police that Bailey had claimed to have killed Sophie, stating that he had, quote, gone up there with a rock and bashed her effing brains out while giving him a lift home. When Bailey admitted to killing Sophie in 1998 while out drinking with Richie and Rosie Shelley, he said, I did it. I completed it. I overreached myself. Bailey was detained once more in 1998 in connection with Sophie's murder, but this time he was not prosecuted. Marie Farrell testified for the newspapers in a 2003 libel trial, proving that Bailey was the man she saw on the bridge. Following that, Marie claimed Bailey harassed her, and in 2004, Bailey threatened to take Marie to court if she did not take back her statement. Retraction of the statement and admission of coercion by the police to misidentify Bailey as the man she saw on the Caiafata Bridge were the highlights of Marie's 2005 statement. Bailey's arrest warrant was issued in 2010 by a French magistrate. However, in 2012 and again in 2017, the Irish Supreme Court rejected his request for extradition. A French court tried Bailey absentee in 2019. On May 31, 2019, Bailey was found guilty of murder and given a 25-year prison term. Bailey has not been charged in Ireland with Sophie's murder despite multiple arrests because there is insufficient evidence connecting him to the crime. Bailey still maintains his innocence and resides in West Cork. The case is still open. Moving on to the next case. Suzanne Morphew. In 2020, 49-year-old Suzanne Morphew, her husband Barry Morphew, and their two daughters, Macy and Mallory, resided in Colorado. Suzanne rode her bike near Maysville, Colorado, on May 10th. Her neighbor reported her missing to the police when she failed to return home. Her bike was the only item discovered in the forested region where Suzanne had gone bicycling, but she was nowhere to be seen. Shortly after her disappearance on May 17th, Barry made a heartfelt plea on Facebook, promising to do everything it takes to get her back. "Oh, Suzanne, please, if someone hears this and knows that you are out there, let us know, and we will do everything in our power to get you back. Your girls need you, and we love and miss you." Not a single question was raised. "I'll do whatever it takes to get you back, no matter how much they demand it. I adore you, honey. I really want you back." The investigation was worked on by more than 70 investigators from several agencies. They followed up on over 1,400 tips, conducted over 400 interviews, and executed 135 search warrants. He was also charged with tampering with evidence and attempting to influence a public official, even though the case had gone cold at one time. Barry is being held without bond at the Chaffee County Detention Facility. Though her body has not yet been located, Chaffee County Sheriff Jones Beasley claims they have sufficient evidence that Barry killed his wife. Unfortunately, authorities are unable to provide a reason for Barry's crime or explain what led them to charge him. John said, "Today is not a day to celebrate, nor does it signal the conclusion of this investigation. Instead, it's the next phase of our extremely challenging but crucial quest for justice for Suzanne and her family." He expressed gratitude to Linda Stanley, the 11th Judicial District Attorney, the FBI, and the Colorado Bureau of Investigation for their contributions to cracking the case. Suzanne's sister expressed her gratitude to the police and thanked them. "For my sister, justice is finally starting today. It has been a journey no one ever thought they would undertake. We do know, for example, that on the day his wife vanished, Barry was staying at a hotel in Broomfield, Colorado. He smelled of chlorine and was drenched from damp towels when he mysteriously exited the room. Barry made nearly $1 million when he sold the house he shared with Suzanne. He purchased a 2-acre property in Salida, Colorado, a few weeks after Suzanne vanished, and he sold it in February 2021. The site was searched in November 2020 after Andrew, Suzanne's brother, paid $18,000 for the search. When cadaver dogs were employed, they were able to detect the smell of human remains. Linda Stanley, the district attorney, was also instrumental in advancing the case to its current state. She said something like this: "This day is dedicated to Suzanne, her family, and everyone who had the pleasure of getting to know, love, and care for her. These are the only information that have been made public thus far. However, it appears that the perpetrator is currently in jail." Thomas Gilbert. On January 4th, 2015, New York's elite society was taken aback by 911 calls. Wall Street hedge fund manager Thomas Gilbert, 70, was shot and killed in his own home. The fact that his own son, Thomas Tommy Gilbert Jr., 31, killed him rather than some random invader made the case even more horrifying. Tommy's mother, Shelley, discovered her husband bleeding out from a gunshot wound to the head. That was all that remained. How could this have happened? Did the father and son have a strained relationship, or was there a deeper reason behind this? After 2 exhausting rounds of tennis at the River Club, Thomas Gilbert was unwinding at his East Side Manhattan home just 3 days after New Year's Day 2015. His 65-year-old wife Shelley was using her laptop to communicate with pals while he was unwinding in his bedroom and watching a football game. Around 3:15 p.m., the front doorbell went off. Shelley was shocked to see her son had dropped by unexpectedly when she answered the door. Tommy stood there with a duffel bag in his hand and a hoodie on after 5 months without speaking. It should be noted that Tommy's relationship with his father had not always been harmonious. Tommy had no desire to take over the family business, despite his father's wishes. But when Shelley finally saw him that day, she was filled with joy and optimism that their long-standing disagreement may be resolved. Tommy informed his mother that he wanted to meet his father so they could discuss business, and she wishes he had been there for that alone. Tommy asked Shelley if his younger sister Bess was home as he was strolling into the apartment, but she told him she was at church. Tommy went on to say that he was hungry and asked his mother to get him a sandwich and a Coke from the supermarket. In order for him to have ample time alone with his father, he asked her to return in an hour. Shelley offered to make the sandwich alone because she wasn't sure she should leave them together, but Tommy insisted she had to leave. Shelley sensed something wasn't right with her son as she was tying her shoes for her evening out. But in the end, she made the decision to go. But soon after leaving the apartment, she couldn't get rid of the uneasy sensation. So Shelley went back to her apartment building and rode the elevator to the 8th story to make sure everything was all right rather than going to the store. But by the time she came back, Tommy had vanished, leaving a terrifying scene in his wake. Thomas Gilbert, her spouse, had been fatally shot by gunfire. His head was bleeding profusely, and he was holding a 40mm Glock against his chest with his left hand. The 911 call that explained Tommy's actions did not necessitate a thorough investigation to identify a suspect, but the police still sought some proof to establish Tommy's guilt. The police learned that Tommy was a Princeton graduate who had never been able to secure steady work from Shelley's claims. Tommy had experienced an opulent life as a pampered son. His preference was more for clubbing and surfing than he was for inheriting and running his father's company. His father reduced his weekly allowance from $1,000 to $300 just hours before the murder in an effort to instill some independence in his son. This fact showed up as a potential reason why he would kill his father. Tommy had been dealing with mental health issues, and Shelley informed the police that he might not have considered the repercussions of his actions. Tommy showed symptoms of obsessive-compulsive disorder as a teenager. Doctors later believed he might have been schizophrenia, but he refused assistance, frequently ignoring family texts and phone calls. But Shelley's declaration alone was insufficient to shield her son. The New York Police Department launched a manhunt almost once, and 6 hours after Tommy's death, police were able to locate his Chelsea apartment using his cell phone. Tommy astonished them by knocking on his door and being so nonchalant about it. In addition, he informed the police that he was speaking with his lawyer on the phone when they came. Following his arrest, Tommy faced charges of murder and unlawful possession of a weapon. Detectives interviewed Tommy's relatives and acquaintances and learned that he was accused of setting a fire at a home owned by prominent banker Peter Smith Sr. in the Hamptons back in 2014. There were no accusations made against Tommy. Tommy and Peter Smith Jr., the owner's son, were friends before they fell out. Investigators also learned that Tommy had purchased his own firearm online a few months before to the murder and had to drive all the way to Ohio with it because it was against the law to mail it. In the months preceding his father's death, the authorities also examined his computer and discovered that he had been looking for websites such as .com and .com. Based on the available information, Tommy appeared to be experiencing symptoms of a mental illness. But his day was not going to get better. A person must comprehend the charges against them, be competent to participate in their own defense, and understand how the court system operates in order to be deemed legally capable. It is possible to find someone competent to stand trial even if they suffer from a severe mental disease. And Tommy experienced precisely that. Tommy's defense team said that his mental state was deteriorating while he was being held in detention and that he was unable to stand trial. Tommy developed depression, psychosis, paranoid illness, and schizophrenia, according to the testimony of 3 doctors and a psychologist who were called to testify. The defense experts added that he harbored hostile thoughts toward his father as a result of his delusions. Nevertheless, the trial started in 2019 after the prosecution also engaged a medical expert who deemed the defendant fit to stand trial. Shelley Gilbert, the son's mother, testified in court that her son had not acted out of retaliation or money grubbing, but rather that he had become so mentally ill that he was unable to comprehend that what he had done when he shot his father was wrong or illegal. Mr. Craig Ortner, the chief prosecutor, refuted the statement. He added that when Tommy placed the gun in his father's hand to give the impression that he had committed suicide, he was completely aware of the circumstances. Tommy also demonstrated how well he grasped the repercussions of his actions by calling his attorney before the cops had located him. Shelley implored the magistrate to commit her son to a mental health institution. She informed them that his father would have also desired for him to be given another chance, but that was not going to occur. For 5 weeks, Mr. Ortner painted Tommy as a resentful son who went to Ohio to purchase a pistol he saw on Facebook and allegedly planned to kill his father. Tommy's claim of insanity was rejected, and on June 28, 2019, he was convicted guilty of second-degree murder and 2 counts of possessing weapons. And on September 27, 2019, 2 months later, he received a sentence that carried a maximum of 30 years to life in jail. He'll be 65 years old when he becomes eligible for parole. Moving on to the next case. Barbara Brodkin. In 1993, Barbara Brodkin, a single mother, resided at 155 Balliol Street in Toronto, Canada, with her 6-year-old son Zachary. Barbara worked hard at several jobs, going above and beyond to support her kid and herself. Zachary woke up at 7:40 a.m. on March 19, 1993, to discover the house was strangely silent. Normally, Barbara would wake Zachary up for breakfast every morning, but this particular day she had forgotten to do so. Zachary went to peek at his mother in her bedroom when she didn't come to his room and saw an unsettling sight. In her bedroom, his mother lay in a pool of blood next to a closet. The 6-year-old, horrified, succeeded in contacting the emergency services number. An officer was sent to the apartment on Balliol Street. When police arrived at the apartment, they discovered Barbara's lifeless body just as the distraught 6-year-old had described it in the 911 call. Barbara had suffered from beatings, strangulations, and knife stabbings. Barbara had turned to selling cannabis in order to support her son, and she had hidden a tiny amount of the plant in her closet. At the time, police surmised that the reason for her death was theft because a cosmetic case containing cash and narcotics was gone from the closet. After an examination, her cause of death was finally identified as a single heart stab wound, even though she appeared to have been strangled. Detectives concluded that Barbara was slain sometime during the night when her 6-year-old was sleeping based on the autopsy's determination of her time of death. The jumbled things in her room indicated that Barbara had put up a strong fight against her assailant. Investigators found that during the attack, the attacker had imprisoned her within the closet. Under Barbara's fingernails, law enforcement found DNA evidence that proved she was able to fight off her attacker and preserve his DNA by scratching him with her nails. Barbara's fingernails were used to gather DNA evidence, which law enforcement then removed and stored for later examination. Although Barbara conducted interviews with her cannabis clients, no meaningful leads or information surfaced from those conversations. Eventually, suspicions would be directed at her former spouse, Christopher Berry. In the late 1980s, she and Berry tied the knot. But the couple's marriage was everything but a marriage made in heaven, and they eventually filed for divorce. It was discovered that Berry had abused and used violence toward Barbara. Following their divorce, they got involved in a contentious custody dispute over their son Zachary, which was still going on when Barbara passed away. Berry was thought to have threatened Barbara verbally multiple times before her death because he lived close to the mother and son. The Toronto police were sure that Barry would be found guilty and that this would be an easy case to solve. Barry was taken in to be questioned. He asserted his innocence and stated that he was with his girlfriend when the crime occurred. His alibi was confirmed by his girlfriend. Police conducted numerous interviews and investigations, but they were unable to connect Barry to the crime. Barry voluntarily gave his DNA sample when the police asked for it to be compared to the DNA found under Barbara's fingernails. Barry passed away in 2009, and authorities were still certain that he was the murderer. Police examined about 300 witnesses, people of interest, and anyone who could have known more about the crime throughout the years. While several suspects were investigated, none of them were ever legally charged. The case would ultimately end in limbo despite community involvement and concern. However, in 2017, the police resumed their investigation and sent Barbara's fingernails to the Center for Forensic Science once more. The DNA under the fingernails was used to construct a DNA profile, which was then uploaded into a database and cross-referenced with Barry's DNA. The results of the DNA test, however, shocked the detectives by ruling Barry out as a suspect. Charles Mustard, one of Barbara's acquaintances, would soon be identified by the DNA. At the time, 37-year-old Charles Mustard had taught elementary school and had a long criminal history. Charles was fired from a Thornhill school after he was accused of 8 counts of sexual assault around the time of the murder. Charles was requested to come down to police headquarters on October 18, 2018, the day before he was arrested, ostensibly to complete some paperwork. He had no idea that the officers had set up a poster of Barbara in the lobby, her name plainly displayed, so they could watch his reaction and record the interaction in secret. He's seen in the footage that was captured intently studying the pictures. Charles stated in court that he did not identify Barbara in the pictures, but given that he had already claimed to be her friend and to have purchased $50 worth of cannabis from her not long before her death, the judge referred to it as a, quote, a flagrant and apparent lie. Charles admitted to the court during the cross-examination that although he was aware at the time that the pictures were of Barbara, he was unaware of this when he first saw them. Charles didn't have a job at the time, and the prosecutor thought he killed Barbara in order to steal the money and the cannabis, leaving behind a helpless 6-year-old who had to grow up without a mother. During his trial, Charles stated that he worked a shift from 3 p.m. to midnight on March 19, 1993, at a seafood restaurant in Barrie, but he couldn't remember the name of the eatery or who his previous employer was. Charles objected to the accusations, arguing that the DNA had to have come from a joint he shared with Barbara just before she was killed. He said he had put a layer of saliva on the joint to keep it from burning out and that Barbara might have accidentally touched his palm. Charles maintained that her violent former spouse was the true murderer and that he did not require money. The prosecutor countered that he was not a friend of Barbara's and that he was unemployed at the time. The prosecutor continued by claiming that Barbara had never smoked a joint with Charles and asked why, exactly, she would use both hands if she did smoke a joint with Mustard. Furthermore, Barry's DNA did not match the DNA discovered under Barbara's fingernails, and he had a strong alibi, ruling out his involvement as the murderer. The prosecutor was supported by the judge. During the attack, Barbara had bravely tried to defend herself by scratching Charles. They said that this was the only way his DNA could have passed under her nails. It couldn't have happened by passing a damp joint. Charles Mustard was convicted of Barbara Brodkin's murder in April 2023 and given a 15-year prison term without the possibility of release. When Charles Mustard is free to be released, he will be 83 years old. The family will never be able to fill the void that Barbara's passing left in their hearts, even though the matter was resolved after 30 years. If you're fascinated by true crime and enjoying the video so far, make sure to hit that subscribe button and give this video a thumbs up to stay updated on all our latest content. Moving on to the next case. Claudette Jean. On February 16, 1986, hikers on the Pacific Crest Trail discovered a grizzly bear near the Los Coyotes Indian Reservation. A partially decomposed woman's body was discovered at the outskirts of the encampment. As soon as they arrived on the site, the San Diego County Sheriff's Office began their investigation. The San Diego County Sheriff's Office received a call shortly after that would fundamentally alter the course of events. A man found 14 kilometers from the female victim was in a similar state. The two murder victims were buried under bulky jackets and layers of clothes. Investigators realized that before their killer could be located, they had to identify both remains due to their remarkable similarities. Law enforcement has concealed a lot of information in these two cases. The individual who was found 14 miles distant never had his cause of death revealed in order to protect the integrity of the investigation. It was difficult for the detectives to proceed with either of the cases. The evidence was scant, and what little the San Diego County Sheriff's Office did have was withheld from the press. The media briefly covered Jane Doe's murder before attention faded. The female victim's case would remain unresolved for decades, despite the San Diego County Sheriff's Office knowing that a family was out there searching for their loved one. That is, until 2023, when the office started utilizing genetic genealogy. The hair of Jane Doe was submitted for analysis on websites such as 23andMe and GEDmatch. Together with census data and other publicly available information, detectives were able to use this DNA research to build family trees and find relatives. Finding the missing connection was the only task left to the investigators after determining the victim's family tree. Law authorities swiftly recognized the Jane Doe as Claudette Jean Zabolski Powers when she submitted her DNA. When Claudette Jean was brutally murdered, she would have been 24 years old. Detectives put together her life before to her abduction in the early 1980s. She was married and had 2 children. She moved to Washington with her spouse after they sold their Michigan house. After Claudette filed for divorce in 1983, she and her 2 girls were able to purchase a home in San Diego County. But tragedy struck the Powers family in 1984 when her father passed away. When her father passed away, Claudette didn't handle it well. She felt lost after her father passed away because she loved him so much. Family members claim that in September 1984, at her father's burial, Claudette was last seen or talked to. She disappeared entirely from the face of the planet. According to her relatives, they never gave up looking for her. Her siblings recruited a private investigator to assist in their search for her when it appeared impossible to find her. Still, it produced no results. Then, all they could hope for was that she would return home eventually. For all these years, her family was ignorant that she had passed dead because she was never officially reported missing. Even though her identity has been revealed, the inquiry is far from finished. It is now up to the authorities to piece together Claudette's life between September 1984 and September 1986. Anybody with knowledge or who may have known Claudette is asked to come forward. There have been rumors that she worked as a waitress in Escondido. Her family is having a very hard time. In a statement, her sister Laura Fries informed the reporters, "If you know of my sister, you have seen her, you have worked with her." That would have been in the early 1980s, early 1990s, or early 1985 when she went missing. Tell the San Diego Sheriff's Department all you know about her, please. The events are known to someone. The San Diego County Sheriff's Office has not released the cause of death for either Claudette or John Doe. The investigation is still underway. According to their statements, Claudette passed away violently, and they are looking for a male suspect. Besides, they want to know who killed the guy. They said that they were both dressed in thermals and other camping-appropriate clothing, and that the man was roughly Claudette's age, in his mid-20s. It took almost 2 weeks for them to both pass away before their bodies were found. There were no additional found personal goods, bags, or handbags holding camping gear. The crime scene was far distant, thus getting there would have required a car. As of right now, there are no sketches or other identifying characteristics of John Doe. Following Claudette Jean Zabolski Powers' DNA match, her youngest sister Laura Frias, who had been concerned about her for years, was informed. In an interview, Laura recalled her sister, Claudette, as a loving and considerate mother. She loved her kids very much. She was quite fond of her family. She went on to say that since their oldest kid has been found, their mother can die in peace when the time comes. There is currently a $1,000 reward for information leading to the apprehension of Claudette's murderer. Moving on to the next case. Dr. Gaines Huey. Dr. Gaines Huey, a Walton dentist, left for work on June 5, 1976 in Union, Kentucky, as usual. As he was traveling along Chambers Road, he noticed a dead adolescent girl's body by the side of the road, close to a culvert. The State Police of Kentucky were contacted. Trooper Jan Washner and his squad from the Walton State Police Department arrived on the scene at approximately 7:15 a.m. Although there were several wounds and bruises on the victim's body, the head wound was the most severe. Deep strangling marks surrounding the neck were also found by the investigators. As they investigated the crime scene, they found flattened grass and shattered twigs. The body had obviously been dragged here. The crime site was free of bloodstains. The crime took place at another location. This was only a place to dump stuff. The murderer made absolutely no attempt to conceal the body. It was put out in the open as though he wanted people to find it. Despite searching the area, investigators were unable to locate any clues, fingerprints, or the deadly weapon. Detective Washner had no leads to pursue in the absence of witnesses or hard proof. After the crime scene investigation produced no results, detectives looked into the victim's body for information. Her body was taken to the lab of the county medical examiner to be autopsied. She had been the victim of a brutal assault, according to the post-mortem results. Extreme force was applied when using a tire iron as a weapon. The victim's face, severely bruised and swollen, was almost unrecognizable. Her skull was clearly severely lacerated. There were obvious indicators of severe physical trauma and genital assault. The cause was identified as manual strangulation asphyxia and blunt force injuries to the head. Just when there was no more hope, the forensic team achieved a breakthrough. On the victim's clothing, they found DNA from another country. However, no match was discovered when the DNA sample was searched through the central database. The case file began to gather dust and eventually went cold as there were no further leads. The girl, who was only 16 years old, met such a cruel end to her life. Carol Sue Claver was her given name. Born and bred in Boone County, Kentucky, Carol Sue Claver joined the world in 1960. As a senior, she went to Dixie Heights High School. Carol Sue was well known for her love of music in addition to being an excellent student. She was a violinist and pianist. She was quite active in the school band, which developed into a big aspect of her life. Carol was not merely a musician and a student. She was a devoted sister as well. Charles and Thomas Claver, her brothers, were very close to her. Carol Sue's father died of heart failure when she was just 10 years old. Although Carol Sue lived a very typical life in a small town, her regular trips to DeValle Park in western Covington, Kentucky, were what really made her stand out. DeValle Park served as her haven, her go-to spot for relaxation, and her social center during a time when face-to-face encounters were the only means of communication. She loved riding her bike and having deep chats with pals here. Carol was well-liked by her acquaintances that she met at DeValle Park because of her gregarious and charismatic personality. She rode her bike to the park on June 4th at about 5:30 p.m. The plan was to go to Z's Hyde Park restaurant for dinner with pals. But witnesses at the park saw her conversing with a stranger rather than hanging out with her pals. He stood at about 5 feet 10 inches tall, with a thin body and shoulder-length sandy blonde hair. He either drove a Chevy Monte Carlo or an amazing Pontiac Grand Prix. Together, they exited the park. She was observed loading her bicycle into the man's vehicle's trunk. After that, the man took her home, where her neighbors witnessed her removing the bicycle from the vehicle. She entered, but the automobile did not immediately drive off. It was idle in the driveway as it stood there. Carol Sue reappeared a few minutes later, changed into new clothes, and walked out with the same man. She was last observed alive at this location. The authorities notified her family of a body they had found that remarkably resembled Carol Sue when they reported her missing. Thomas, her brother, fearlessly entered the morgue to verify the unbelievable reality. Yes, that was Carol Sue. Days became years, and the Carol Sue case remained unresolved until it finally went cold. Her family and friends could only hope for the answers and closure that were painfully out of reach with every second that went by. Carol Sue's execution offered a ray of hope following years of stillness. Coy Cox and Tina Adams, two cold case investigators, revisited the investigation in 2017. They collaborated with Jerry Keith, the original investigator who was an authority on the Carol Sue case but is now retired. Together, the three of them went through the case file page by page, searching for information from an entirely different angle. Cox and Adams started their search by going over the two suspects Keith had previously pointed out. The initial lead involved a man whose past auto theft history matched Carol's last ever vehicle description. They located him and asked him some questions. It was amazing how helpful the individual was given his criminal record. He did not cower behind a legal team, but he flatly denied any involvement in Carol's murder. He was aware that his past transgressions put him under suspicion, but he steadfastly maintained his innocence in Carol's incident. Adams and Cox requested a DNA test, and he voluntarily supplied a sample. The long wait was over, and the results were released in December 2018. His DNA did not match the foreign material discovered on the girl's clothing. He wasn't the one who did it. In 2020, after eliminating their first suspect, Cox and Adam turned their attention to the second suspect. 2 years after Carol's body was found on October 1, 1978, their focus narrowed in on an unidentified attacker who had carried out a similar crime in the same area. The victim's continued existence is the only distinction. The victim of the crime on October 1, 1978, was contacted by the detectives. She described the terrifying incidents of that fateful evening. She was ambushed in her garage on a peaceful, dark evening in Park Hills, Kentucky. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a man grabbed her from behind. A horrific experience that lasted for 2 excruciating hours ensued. She suffered from severe beatings and torture. He had his way with her first. Next, in an attempt to keep her quiet, the assailant repeatedly struck her and burned her with a cigarette. Cox painstakingly went over the records, piecing together the facts. When he discovered a crucial fingerprint on the victim's vehicle, his efforts were rewarded. They were shocked to discover a match when they ran the fingerprints through their system. Michael Dean Tate was the assailant. It was now his 77th birthday. After this information was found, Michael Dean Tate was detained for abusing a lady in a similar manner in 1978. In addition, he was now under intense scrutiny from Cox and Adams due to his possible involvement in the Carol Sue case. Tate frequently traveled to Kentucky in the 1970s and 1980s for employment. Despite his dubious background, he too vehemently denied any role in the murder. The DNA found on Carol did not match Tate's, which dashed the detectives' hopes that they had finally identified the guilty party. In 1976, Tate was firmly located in Cincinnati according to court records, which put the police back at square one. They were still unable to solve this decades-old riddle. Detectives Cox and Adams turned to Othram Labs, a private organization with a special talent for solving the impossible, for assistance in September 2022. Police can use Othram Labs to determine a person's relationship to another person even if they are not closely connected. This is accomplished by means of specialized DNA testing that examines single nucleotide polymorphisms, which are minuscule variations in DNA, and short tandem repeats, which resemble microscopic patterns in DNA. The authorities can use DNA testing to identify potential family members of the attacker. Othram Labs was assigned this mission in September 2022. It took less than 2 months after finance was secured. Results were returned by Othram Labs by November 2022. The culprit's DNA samples were used to establish a genetic connection. Thomas Dunaway is who he is. The only problem was that Thomas Dunaway had already died in 1990. This implies that his DNA could not be directly matched by the police, yet he had a child who never knew his father. This finding would turn out to be the key to solving the puzzle. To gather DNA samples for comparison, detectives made the trip to see Mr. Dunaway's biological son. The lab yielded an astounding result when comparing the DNA of Dunaway's son with foreign DNA discovered in Carol Sue's clothing 46 years prior. Carol Sue Claver and her family would eventually receive justice in December 2022, nearly 46 years after the atrocity. The DNA results unequivocally demonstrated that Thomas W. Dunaway was the man they were searching for. When Thomas W. Dunaway took Carol Sue's life, he was just 19 years old. He was able to avoid prosecution for several years, but the cops' unceasing pursuit of him finally caught up with him. Detectives could look into his former life and the crimes he committed now that they had a name. More proof that he resided close to De Valle Park was discovered. Carol Sue was last spotted here with a man who looked a lot like Dunaway. They discovered more damning evidence as they dug further. Thomas Dunaway did not commit crimes only once. He abandoned the cars he drove and went on a 6-month criminal rampage. Even after Carol Sue Claver passed away, he continued his illegal behavior. Only 6 months after Carol Sue's terrible death, he was also found guilty of taking the life of another individual in Boone County. Ronald Townsend, then 19 years old, was discovered shot and bleeding on the ground on a December night in 1976. He was sent to the hospital after suffering serious injuries. He passed away from his wounds 4 days later, leaving his family in mourning. Dunaway has a history of committing crimes, leaving his cars behind and running from the scene. Detectives found him because of his passion for automobiles. Dunaway purchased a two-tone 1973 Chevrolet Monte Carlo in May 1976. He picked Carol Sue up at the park in the same vehicle. Following Carol Sue's murder, he traded it in for an orange Chevy Vega. He sought safety in Fort Carson after fleeing Union, Kentucky. He was able to distance himself from Carol Sue's case thanks to this car swap. However, the orange Vega he was driving was the vehicle he used to shoot Ronald Townsend. Many witnesses saw the orange Vega that the shooter drove off in, but no one saw who the perpetrator was. The investigator made an effort to find his highly noticeable orange Volkswagen Vega. After a protracted pursuit, he was apprehended in South Carolina on Christmas Eve of 1976 and charged with arson of another person's vehicle and unlawful handgun possession. He entered a guilty plea and was given a life sentence. Sadly, Dunaway's sentence was shortened, and after spending just 7.5 years in prison, he was out early on parole in 1984. There were unsettling parallels between Ronald Townsend's and Carol Sue's horrific murders. It was almost as though the victims were being taunted by the government when they were abandoned in full view next to the roadway. The attacker appeared to be trying to convey a message. In all instances, numerous people spotted the man in question's fancy car, but not the real culprit. A more thorough examination showed that the U.S. Army was not the only organization hunting for Dunaway. In addition to the police, they were also considering him. It's interesting to note that Dunaway joined the Army 9 days after killing Carol Sue. After serving in Fort Knox at first, he was moved to Fort Carson in Colorado. After killing Townsend, Thomas Dunaway left the Army after just 6 months of service and went missing. It's still unclear how Carol Sue Claver and Thomas Dunaway are related. Detectives had nothing except theories. There was no hard proof of how the two of them knew one another. Given that they attended the same schools in the Erlanger-Ellesmere Schools District, it was possible that they were friends from childhood or schoolmates. However, if that had been the case, Dunaway would have been recognized at the park by someone. Devo Park may have the key to the mystery, according to Detective Cox. Given Carol's reputation for being outgoing, it's likely that Dunaway and her initial encounter occurred there. Perhaps that night she went on her first date with Dunaway. If Dunaway had still been alive, investigators could have charged him with Carol Sue's execution based on the hard DNA evidence they had against him. Nevertheless, investigator Cox was able to secure a court order to have Dunaway's 1990 burial site excavated. This made it possible to obtain a direct DNA sample for the Carol Sue case, but more significantly, it meant that his DNA would be added to the combined DNA index system, which might connect it to other unresolved murders. Even while the case may not have ended with justice done, Dunaway's identity was made public, which provided some closure. Given his background, his criminal past, and his 1984 release from jail, there are legitimate questions over the actual degree of justice rendered. Even while there is some resolution, it highlights how intricate the criminal justice system is. Moving on to the next case. Kayla Unbijan. The mother of 9-year-old Kayla Unbijan, 40-year-old Heather Unbijan, and her disappeared from South Elgin, Illinois, on July 4, 2017. Kayla was to return to her father, 43-year-old Rihanna Skirka, who had full custody of her, on July 5th. No one knew where she or her mother had gone. Kayla's family and the community searched for her non-stop for years after she was abducted, until an unexpected incident eventually happened. But how on earth could Kayla disappear? For how long was she apart from her family? South Elgin is a quiet neighborhood in Kane County, Illinois. There are more than 23,000 residents, creating a friendly neighborhood where people know one another by name and where doors are regularly left open. The peaceful environment of living here has been enhanced by the effect of Windy City, which is close. The historical and recreational features in the community will appeal to adventurers as well as history aficionados. However, a terrible event that occurred in 2017 marred the beautiful setting. The town's reputation for low crime was damaged by an unforeseen event. This served as a sobering reminder that security can be compromised even in friendly environments. On July 5, 2008, Ryan Skirku and Heather Unbijan welcomed Kayla Unbijan into the world in the western suburbs of Chicago. When the couple eventually got divorced, a judge decided that Kayla's father ought to have complete custody of the child. With this court ruling, Kayla's life entered a significant new chapter. Because Heather was still permitted to spend certain weekends with her kid, family ties continued even after the divorce. 2017's 4th of July promised to be a festive occasion. Kayla was supposed to return home to her father, Ryan, the next day after celebrating the holiday with her mother. Ryan had no idea how the events that were going to unfold would impact his life in the years to come. Kayla was meant to return to her father on July 5th, which also happened to be her birthday. What should have been a happy and lovely day turned into a somber one. The joyful expectation of a father's hug gave way to a hopeless search when Kayla disappeared. Ryan was happy to go to Heather's house as they had arranged, having left his child with her mother for the weekend. He was eager to spend Kayla's birthday with her. But when Ryan arrived, he noticed that neither Heather nor Kayla could be clearly found. This worried him. Growing anxious and driven to find the truth and find his daughter, Kayla, Ryan took the critical decision to register an official missing persons report as the unsettling puzzle pieces accumulated. Heather later claimed to be taking her kid camping in Wisconsin, according to a family member. Ryan was stunned by their sudden departure. On my way home from work, I stopped by her house to pick up my daughter, but they weren't there. Her family was having dinner at her house when they informed me that she had gone missing from a camping trip and they had no idea where she had been. And no matter what he tried, he could not get in touch with either of them. He called the police to start looking for his missing daughter as soon as he understood how serious the situation was and started to fear the worst. Kayla's mother was watching her at a parade on July 4th in Wheaton, Illinois, when she was last seen. Ryan diligently sought out crucial information and governmental aid from July 2017 to May 2023. He expressed his honest wish to raise money for a specific cause on the GoFundMe website. He had a very clear goal in mind. The funds would be used to employ a private investigator and cover any further costs spent during the protracted hunt for Heather and Kayla. He stressed his family's steadfast commitment to this cause, as well as their safety and eventual reunification. Intentionally, Heather had shut off her phone and erased her social media accounts. Her imprecise notification that she was going on a camping trip to an unknown spot and would be back by 7 p.m. was only known to her closest relatives. When the pieces of the puzzle came together on July 5th, it was revealed through chats with her neighbors that Heather had been spotted loading her stuff into her car. This action occurred not long before her abrupt departure. Heather's absence from a requested court appearance on Friday, June 7th, added to the frightening tale. Her lawyer, bewildered by what had happened and unaware of what was going on, voiced serious concerns. There were a lot of unsolved questions and uncertainties in the story. A mother and daughter inexplicably vanished, casting a shadow over Ryan's life and sparking a community-wide hunt for answers that made for an eerie and depressing picture. In order to facilitate her extradition, Heather was the subject of a federal arrest warrant on July 28, 2017. In 2017, following Ryan's filing of missing person reports, Heather faced charges of child abduction, a Class 4 felony. Heather and the young female were reported missing. Additionally, South Elgin police actively sought out multiple sleds and tips after a court set her bond at $110,000. They also collaborated with law enforcement agencies across to attempt and locate them. The Gulf and Me community responded favorably to Ryan's request for help. Contributions to the campaign over the period of nearly 6 years totaled $2,500, bringing it closer to its $10,000 target. Months passed, then years, and still no leads turned up, so neither the mother nor the child ever showed up. The kidnapping case of Kayla Unbijan was forgotten until 2023, when an unexpected breakthrough occurred. An important breakthrough in the inquiry into Kayla's abduction occurred in November 2022. Thanks to the well-known streaming site Netflix, her story was seen by more people and expanded beyond its initial limits. Kayla made an appearance on the 9th episode of Unsolved Mysteries, a show that aims to shed light on fascinating instances. In the pre-credit scene, where the faces of missing children were deliberately aged to suggest how they could have appeared as teenagers, Kayla's picture was displayed. This important contrast between a photo of a 9-year-old Kayla and a fictitious portrayal of her teenage self happened in just 5 seconds. The Bring Kayla Home Facebook page, created the moment she disappeared, is still being used for communication and planning purposes. The image of the age progression, which depicted Kayla's fictitious appearance as she approached adolescence, was shared on this page and gained over 7,000 followers. This online community's steadfast dedication revealed where compassion and technology converge when seeking solutions. But there was still to be the pivotal moment that would change the trajectory of events. An attentive store owner in the Westgate Regional Shopping Center in Asheville, North Carolina, noticed a mother and a small kid on May 13, 2023. This astute observer thought he recognized their faces even though he wasn't sure at first. A picture of Heather Unbijan's face reminded her of a story that went throughout the country, and then the horrifying conclusion that Kayla, the missing girl, looked a lot like the little child who was with her. Strike. As soon as the shop owner saw how bad things were, he took action. He contacted the police as quickly as he could. As soon as the authorities received the information, a decision was made. It is roughly 7:26 p.m. As per the release made by the Asheville Police Department on May 13, 2023. Investigating a potential kidnapping, police headed to Plato's Closet in the Westgate Regional Shopping Center. It was revealed to the police upon their arrival that Kayla had been recognized from the Netflix series. This astute assessment sparked a chain of circumstances that resulted in Kayla's father and mother's long-awaited reunion and her mother's incarceration. After 6 hard years apart, Caleb and her father were reunited, ushering in a much-needed moment of harmony and unity. On May 16, 2023, the state's attorney's office for Kane County offered social media commentary regarding the sequence of events. It highlighted the collaboration between the Asheville police and their South Elgin counterparts by talking about the swift action that followed the recognition. This concerted effort led to the prompt identification of the 2 individuals, Heather Unbijan and Kayla, the long-missing child. Jerry Crouchick, the chief of police in South Elgin, conveyed his gratitude and the excitement that law enforcement agencies and citizens from other states were feeling. The results are pleasing because of these people's persistent efforts. Chief Jerry Crouchick stated that Kayla was in good physical and mental health following her reunion with her father. This positive result gave hope to detectives and families searching for loved ones who had been missing for a long period. Usually, digital breadcrumbs make monitoring easier, but Heather was able to avoid the typical patterns and remain undetected for an extended period of time. Heather could choose to face the criminal extradition accusation by complying or by declining to do so. As a result, on Tuesday, May 16th, she was set free. Her fleeting taste of freedom, however, was short-lived as she willingly turned herself in the next day in Kane County, Illinois, after posting a $25,000 bond. A pivotal moment in the story occurred when she was formally detained on suspicion of kidnapping a child. After the court proceedings, Heather came before the judge on Thursday, May 18, 2023. She was given bail because of her attractiveness and freed with the requirement that she wear an electronic monitoring device. Kayla's father sought a restraining order against Heather. This order required her to remain at least 1,000 feet away from his residence and to not leave Illinois without the judge's prior approval due to the circumstances. A state's attorney's office spokesperson for Kane County revealed the specifics of these legal actions. Heather Unbehan returned to Kane County Court to enter a plea to the allegation of child kidnapping. She was freed after taking these actions, but only after posting a $10,000 bail and agreeing to wear a GPS tracking device to ensure she followed the guidelines. It's unknown if she looked for legal representation or entered a plea. Ryan requested privacy amid family matters and court processes. He was at the time rekindling his friendship with Kayla, his long-lost daughter. The widespread dissemination of Kayla's tale and the advent of Netflix, a widely accessible streaming service, marked a turning point in the case. The reach of technology brought her story to the attention of the whole public. The impact from this revelation led to the reconciliation of Kayla and her father. It also resolved the enigma surrounding her absence. The episode involving Kayla appears in the 9th episode of Unsolved Mysteries Volume 3, Abducted by a Parent. In this episode, the long-standing mystery is ultimately resolved with Kayla's 6-year recovery, completing the picture. It's encouraging to learn about her finding and seeming well-being even after her extended absence. Ryan, her father, made a statement through the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children expressing his joy and gladness. It was definitely a miracle that Kayla made it home safely after all these years. He conveyed his appreciation to the South Elgin Police Department and all other cooperating law enforcement organizations. The importance of the Bring Kayla Home Facebook page in disseminating information about her and her story was also emphasized by him. Ryan also requested privacy in light of this life-altering event as they proceed on their path of re-establishing their relationship and starting over. Moving on to the next case. Natalie Cochran, originally from West Virginia, a state renowned for its breathtaking natural beauty and close-knit communities, Natalie Cochran is a registered pharmacist. There, she made a name for herself and her husband Michael Cochran by leading an apparently normal life. It appeared as though Natalie and Michael were living a calm life, but on February 11, 2019, Michael unexpectedly and mysteriously departed away, upending their serene lives. Later that year, a Ponzi scheme came to light, and Natalie found herself in the public eye as more and more claims emerged, raising the possibility that her role in her husband's death was deeper and more malicious than previously thought. Federal prosecutors filed a civil case against Natalie Cochran in July 2019, claiming that she ran a financial scheme with her late husband, Michael. Technological Management Studios and Tactical Solutions Group were the two businesses owned by the Cochrans. They allegedly misled investors into thinking that Tactical had contracts with the government to provide semi-automatic weapons to the U.S. Department of Defense and other defense agencies. With these accusations, a convoluted judicial drama begins. The Cochrans are accused in the civil complaint of misleading investors by giving them the impression that their government contracts were legitimate. Both businesses raised a minimum of $2,500,000 from 11 investors in total. Although substantial returns on investments were promised to investors, the reality was very different. Tactical did not have any government contracts for semi-automatic guns, according to U.S. Attorney Mike Stewart. Rather, the Cochran family is said to have used the investors' money for opulent lodging, fine dining, and other personal spending. Tactical donated to the Shady Spring Youth Baseball League and the football team at Shady Spring Middle School, among other local organizations. Additionally, they gave semi-automatic rifles to Shady Spring High School for a fundraiser where they were used as bingo prizes, with half of the money going to Shady Spring High Volleyball and the other half going to the Shady Spring Youth Baseball League, of which Natalie served as treasurer. This fundraiser raised almost $32,000. Even with the significant contributions, doubts regarding the money's validity started to surface. According to James Quessenberry, a member of the league board, Tactical's $16,680 check bounced, and many unauthorized withdrawals were made from the league account. Financial records were the subject of an internal audit. In July, Natalie filed for Chapter 7 bankruptcy as the legal scrutiny grew. According to her bankruptcy documents, she didn't have much money or assets. She claimed to have a whopping $1,400,000 in liabilities and less than $600 in bank accounts. Federal and state investigations into the Cochran family's financial operations were spurred by the charges made against them. A letter claiming that investors would receive their returns on investment at a later time was reportedly sent to investors under U.S. Department of Defense letterhead. Natalie insisted that a large portion of the investment-related data was classified and off-limits to discussion. Natalie stated in a creditors' meeting that she was unable to pay her creditors because West Virginia State Police and federal officials had blocked her bank accounts. Michael Cochran, Natalie's spouse and business partner, passed away at Bowers Hospice House on February 11, 2019, 5 days after he was reported to have struck his head during a seizure. Authorities launched a second investigation because of the circumstances surrounding Michael's death. There were rumors that Michael had visited the hospital several times in the months prior for an undisclosed ailment. The case was being investigated by West Virginia State Police, according to a Raleigh County government official. Unexpectedly, early in September, a court order was carried out and Michael Cochran's body was removed from Sunset Memorial Gardens. According to reports, the court order's copy was sealed until the conclusion of federal and state inquiries into the events leading up to his untimely demise. Natalie insisted that her husband's death came from a seizure that was brought on by an unintentional fall that impacted his head. She denied any knowledge of what had occurred to Michael and claimed that he had been taken to the hospital 20 minutes after falling. Regarding the sequence of events and the presence of other adults in the house in the crucial hours before Michael was admitted to the hospital, there were differing accounts. Nevertheless, Natalie was charged with first-degree murder in November 2021 for killing her spouse. The fact that Natalie was already serving an 11-year federal prison sentence for her role in the Ponzi scheme at the time added fuel to the rumors that she was involved in Michael's demise. At a hearing in a Raleigh County courtroom, things unexpectedly turned out. Natalie showed up in court with cuffs on her hands, a brown skirt, and khaki pants. Her 2 teenage children and other family members were present. The prosecution unexpectedly chose to withdraw its charges against Natalie. The stated explanation was the need for further time to collect proof. The prosecution made a calculated move to enable a second look at Michael's corpse. Ben Hatfield, the prosecutor for Raleigh County, filed the move to drop the charges, citing the importance of re-examining the body to the case. Hatfield went on to say that before formally requesting the exhumation, he had conferred with Michael's relatives. Hatfield did not make the decision to re-exhume the remains hastily. He consulted a specialist to make sure the investigation would produce solid scientific proof. Hatfield's request stemmed from the requirement for a specific test capable of determining the amount of insulin present in tissue samples. When Michael's body was first excavated in September 2019, an autopsy was performed, but this test was not done at that time. There was opportunity for doubt because this particular test was absent. After the examination, Hatfield said there was a very good chance he would re-indict Natalie for her husband's murder. The prosecution's motions were accepted by Natalie's defense attorneys, raising questions about their tactics. Attorney Matthew Victor for Cochran disclosed that this action will give them a chance to obtain additional evidence from the federal probe. Their goal was to establish Michael's knowledge of the Ponzi scheme, a finding that, if accurate, would have a major bearing on the state's case. Even with the indictment withdrawn, Natalie's federal sentence still required her to serve several more years. This fact was taken into consideration when the charge was dropped. While she was serving her federal term, the objective was to carry out the required testing and acquire more evidence. After the hearing, Natalie got a quick opportunity to talk with her family before being led by the police out of the courtroom. She said goodbye to her kids and showed her love for them in a heartfelt conversation. Michael Cochran's parents attended the hearing as well. On October 24, 2023, Raleigh County Prosecutor Ben Hatfield made an announcement regarding the most recent development in Natalie Cochran's case. He stated that a special grand jury had returned a new indictment against Natalie, accusing her of killing Michael. A well-known forensic pathologist from Texas verified that Michael had been murdered once the body was excavated, and he blamed it on the unapproved exogenous insulin that had entered his system. Natalie Cochran is anticipated to go on trial in 2024 and be found guilty of all the accusations against her because the special grand jury session was held so late in its term. Moving on to the next case. The Babes in the Wood murders. The murder case known as the Babes in the Wood murders is among Brighton's creepiest incidents. Regretfully, the case remained unresolved for over 3 decades until fresh evidence was uncovered. The Babes in the Wood murders center on the deaths of fellows, Karen Hadaway and Nicola, 3 9-year-old girls. Nicola and Karen were best friends who lived on the same street in Malscombe, Brighton, England, even though they went to different schools. Around 3:30 p.m. on October 9, 1986, the girls decided to go play after school. Unaware that it would be her final glimpse of the girls alive, Susan Fellows, Nicola's mother, spotted them playing with a roller boot on the street at around 5 o'clock. After Nicola and Karen left their neighborhood, a 14-year-old friend noticed them hanging out by some of the Lewis Road shops. After that, they were told to go back home because their parents would be worried about them. The girls were also spotted at a police box on Lewis Road about 6:30 p.m., and that was the last time their aliveness was ever seen by anyone. When night fell, it was time to go to bed. However, Hadaway and Fellows were still away from home. Their relatives started to worry. Michelle Hadaway, Karen's mother, called 999 right away to report the 2 daughters missing. When word got out about the girls' disappearance, the police and hundreds of Molescombe residents launched a major hunt for them. During the course of the search, someone claimed to have heard Nicolai Fellows telling Karen Hathaway something the night they were last seen going to the park. "Come on, let's head over to the park," Nicola remarked, alluding to Wild Park, where they were not allowed. After learning this, the search team concentrated on locating the girls in Wild Park. The bodies of Karen Hadaway and Nicola Fellows were found in Wild Park in the afternoon of October 10, 1986. The girls were found in an artificial cave. Additionally, an autopsy later revealed that they had been strangled and sexually abused. Brighton was rocked by the killings of the Babes in the Wood. Residents of Molescombe were perplexed as to who might have brutally attacked and killed the 2 endearing girls. The 2 sweet girls were raped and killed by the Sussex police. Following the start of the Sussex police's investigation, witnesses reported seeing a young guy by the name of Russell Bishop close to the Lewis Road police box where the girls had been spotted. They verified that he was dressed in what looked to be a light blue top, which would be found close to the crime scene by the police. Around 6:30 p.m., another Wild Park. The police had a suspect by now. On October 31, 1986, they located Russell Bishop and placed him under arrest in connection with the killings of the girls. This happened after he was questioned and provided several alibis and contradicting statements. Bishop was charged on December 3, 1986, with the murders of Karen Hadaway and Nicolai Fellows. He was detained while waiting for the next year's trial. Russell Bishop, a 20-year-old roofer and sporadic burglar, was a member of the search squad that hunted for the girls prior to his arrest. He claimed that during the search, his terrier Misty had an insurance cover for £17,000 because it was such an excellent tracker dog. Although Russell Bishop lived in the nearby Brighton community of Hollingdon, he was widely known in Molescombe. It seemed that he was acquainted with the families of the girls he killed. At the time, Dowie Judd, a friend of his, was lodging with the Fellows family. Bishop used to play cricket and football with Barry Fellows, Nicola Fellows' father. He also went to Nicola Fellows' house the day the girls disappeared, hoping to talk to his buddy who was staying there, but Nicola Fellows instructed him to go. The girls' parents in both cases advised them to stay away from Russell Bishop because of his reputation for showing sexual interest in young girls. However, Bishop frequently asked them to do errands for him and his expectant girlfriend, Jenny Johnson. He lived with his fiancée and their son, but there were rumors that he had a lengthy history of partnerships. Bishop was having an affair with a 16-year-old who lived next door to the girls at the time of the deaths. Russell Bishop's demise was ultimately caused by his close ties to the girls' quest. It was said that he led the authorities to the location where Nikolai and Karen were found. Russell Bishop was declared not guilty in the first trial in 1987, despite a 4-week trial held at Lewis Crown Court. This was partly due to errors made by the prosecution team. After a mere 2 hours of jury deliberations, Russell Bishop was found not guilty of the girls' rape and murder. Since no temperature readings were obtained on the body, it was impossible to determine the exact moment of Nikolai Fellows and Karen's passing. Due to the lack of scientific proof, the prosecution was only able to claim that the girls had been killed between 6:15 and 6:30 p.m. Russell Bishop's evasive and contradictory alibis went unchallenged as a result. Furthermore, no analysis was done on the blood discovered on Karen Hathaway's underwear, and neither were the handprints or hand measures around the girls' necks checked for fingerprints. In addition, a blue Pinto sweatshirt bearing the identical logo as the one Russell Bishop was observed donning on the day of the murder was discovered nearby, but the defense cast doubt on its veracity due to the police's carelessness in safeguarding the evidence. Throughout the trial, Bishop maintained that the blue clothing was not his. Jenny Johnson, Bishop's ex-girlfriend, admitted to police that the cloth belonged to him, but when she went to the witness box, she refuted this. Following the back and forth in court with no thoroughly investigated evidence, Justice Cheeseman, the presiding judge, instructed the jury to acquit unless they were positive that the girls had died by 6:30 p.m. Russell Bishop was released from prison due to insufficient evidence. Nikolai's father, Barry Fellows, was detained in 2009 on charges of planning to rape his daughter. Bishop's companion Dougie Judd was also taken into custody on suspicion of rape. However, a Sussex police spokesman later stated that the inquiry into the allegations of sexual assault was unrelated to the current murder investigation, leading to their release without being charged. The detectives at the time put in a lot of effort to identify the murderer, but they were limited in their efforts because DNA technology had not advanced by the 1980s. For over 30 years, the Babes in the Wood killings remained unsolved. Relatives and friends of Karen Hathaway and Nikolai Fellows met with the Sussex Police Department on the 30th anniversary of their deaths, seeking a re-examination and reopening of the case. Thanks to developments in DNA technology in 2016, the investigators were able to connect Russell Bishop to the odd DNA samples found at the crime site. Bishop and the abandoned blue shirt were linked by a 1,000,000,1 DNA match, according to Eurofins Forensic Services. Bishop's DNA was also found on a tape that was removed from Karen Hathaway's left arm. Although they lacked sufficient evidence to indict Russell Bishop at the time, the police had always felt that he was the suspect. But when he did the same thing again in 1990, they began to hunt for ways to prove he was the one who had killed the Babes in the Woods. Russell Bishop was detained and charged for a terrible attack on a 7-year-old Brighton child in 1990, 4 years after the kid was murdered. He had taken the 7-year-old girl from the street on February 1, 1990, placed her in the trunk of his car, and driven to Devil's Dyke, where she had been beaten, strangled, and left for dead in a bush. She managed to make it to the side of the road by some miracle, where she was discovered and saved by kind individuals. Subsequently, the victim was able to recognize Russell Bishop as the attacker. He was accused of committing a crime that appeared to be the same as the Babes in the Woods killings later in 1990. Bishop was placed under arrest pending his trial. In December of the same year, Russell Bishop's trial resulted in a conviction for kidnapping, indecent assault, and attempted murder. After that, He was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum of 14 years advised to pass before he could be released. His crime spurred detectives to delve more into the murder cases of Nicola Fellows and Karen Hathaway. The Criminal Justice Act of 2003 removed the double jeopardy laws, allowing for the discovery of fresh evidence against Russell Bishop. This led to the holding of a new trial over 30 years after the girls' murders. Russell Bishop was taken from his jail cell to a police station in May 2016, when he was detained once more in connection with the murders of Karen Hathaway and Nikolai Fellows. A December 2017 decision by the Court of Appeal reversed the 1987 acquittals and allowed for a new trial. October 2018 saw Russell Bishop's trial at the Old Bailey. With the help of modern technology, the prosecution was able to create a new timeline showing that the girls were still alive at 6:30 p.m. and that Bishop had returned to Wild Park to finish what he had begun. Bishop was finally found guilty of his charges on December 10, 2018. Following a 9-week trial and 2.5 hours of deliberation, the jury found the defendant guilty. Justice was eventually served to the families of Nikolai Fellows and Karen Hathaway when Russell Bishop was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum suggested term of 36 years. But on January 20, 2022, at the age of 55, he died of cancer. Moving on to the next case. Erica Green. Police were looking for an elderly man who had been reported missing by his buddy on the evening of April 28, 2001, in the woodland area of Hibbs Park, 59th Street near Kensington Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri. However, they were unable to locate the man and instead came upon the horrifying discovery of a toddler's headless body in the woods. A plastic bag containing the missing child's hat was discovered on May 1, 2001, approximately 200 yards away from the location of her severed head. Nobody had filed a missing child report, and the youngster's head had become unrecognizable. Precious Doe was the name the police gave her because they didn't know who she was. There are still a lot of uncertainties about this revelation. Who was this young person? Why had her death been handled so gruesomely? So let's go right into this mystery without further ado. Kansas City, Missouri, is renowned for its expansive grasslands, undulating hills, and breathtaking scenery. Numerous cultural attractions, such as museums and art galleries, are abundant in Kansas. With more than 20 official wildflower trails spread over the state's rural and urban areas, it is aptly known as the Sunflower State. One of the cities in America with a high crime rate is Kansas City, which has a population of over 500,000 and a high violent crime rate of 57 per 1,000 persons. And this city is where our narrative starts. In order to pick up Erica for a family gathering, Michelle and Harold returned to Betty's residence on April 4, 2001. Easter was quickly approaching, so Betty prepared Erica to spend the holiday with her and was hesitant to let go of the little girl because of how much she loved her. But since Michelle was the biological mother, Betty was at a loss for options. Betty packed up Erica's belongings, which included her new outfits that she bought for Easter and her favorite doll. Unaware that it would be her last encounter with Erica, she said goodbye to her. It is likely that Harold and Michelle decided to bring the youngest of their children to Kansas City, Missouri, because Harold had children of his own before they met. Harold abducted Markeisha Johnson, his 6-month-old child. For various circumstances, they did not move to Kansas City with all of their kids. First, LaWanda Driscoll, Harold's cousin, owned the flat in Kansas. Second, Michelle had already moved her other 4 children to another location. After a few weeks, Harold's cousin LaWanda Driscoll realized that Erica had vanished from her life. Inquiring about Erica's whereabouts, Michelle informed LaWanda that Betty Brown had traveled from Oklahoma to pick Erica up. An unidentified individual called the police on the evening of April 28, 2001, claiming to have been attempting to contact his friend for some time but not being able to. He requested assistance from the police in doing a welfare check on his friend, which the officers provided. However, after failing to locate the man at his home, they were forced to search the forested area close to Hibbs Park, located at 59th Street and Kensington Avenue in Kansas City, Missouri. The police received a call informing them that the individual they were seeking for had been located after some time of searching. But just as they were ready to depart, they came upon a horrifying scene. It was a toddler's severed body. The body was found naked. Therefore, the authorities quickly concluded that it belonged to a female toddler. The discovery was viewed suspiciously by the police right away. They questioned why the body of a toddler would be found in the woods and why no one had gone missing in the vicinity of the youngster of that age. The investigators encountered an impasse. There was absolutely no way the investigation could proceed without the head of the body. They were only able to ascertain the child's age and gender. They discovered that the dead body belonged to a black girl who was probably between 3 and 6 years old, and that she had suffered abuse prior to her murder. About 200 yards from where the child's body was recovered, on May 1, 2001, 3 days after it was discovered, a volunteer searcher discovered the child's head wrapped in a plastic bag. An ashtray that the police thought to be the murder weapon was found next to the body. However, the head was so badly decayed that the authorities were unable to identify the owner of the body even after it was discovered. The victim's age and the brutality of the murder quickly brought the case to the attention of the country. The investigators kept looking, hoping that the child's parent or guardian would show up to claim her body, but they got no response. The victim was given the nickname Precious Doe when it was determined who they were. Before long, a large number of people offered their time to help publicize Precious Doe by distributing leaflets, asking inquiries at door, and using radio, television, and newspapers to uncover further information about the victim's identity. The case was frequently highlighted on cold case files and America's Most Wanted lists in an attempt to identify the young child. However, despite everything, no one claimed the infant and no witnesses came forward. Public donations helped fund Precious Doe's funeral, which took place in December 2001 at Hibbs Park, not far from where her body was discovered. There were hundreds of individuals present, and the locals turned out in large numbers. But despite all the attention the case received, nobody knew for sure who Precious Doe was. To do an autopsy, the police dug up Precious Doe's remains in 2002, and the outcome demonstrates that, before to her murder, she had been severely beaten with an ashtray and mistreated. Nothing was discovered in the ashtray when police examined it for fingerprints and DNA. Researchers examined Precious Doe's skull in July 2003 and also constructed a bust depicting her possible appearance. The case was so well known that the authorities were inundated with tips, some from close friends and family and others from a great distance. The police were called about the case by Jamaica at one point, but they discovered it had nothing to do with Precious Doe's identification. Soon, the public lost hope as the police were preoccupied with other cases. However, Alonzo Washington, a strong advocate for Precious Doe's case, never gave up on finding the truth. Every year, Alonzo placed advertisements regarding the case in a local newspaper. Because the victim was a Black American, Alonzo had the idea to publish the advertisement in an African American newspaper during Precious Doe's 4th-year commemoration in April 2005. He also designed t-shirts featuring a bust image of Precious Doe, and that turned into the pivotal moment the case required. A man calling Alonzo on April 30th, 2005 said his name was Thurman McIntosh. This man turned out to be Harold Johnson's father. Alonzo, assuming he was an expert on the Precious Doe case, paid attention to Thurman's 81-year-old statement asserting that Erica Green was Precious Doe. In addition, he stated that Erica Green was slain by his son Harold Johnson. Thurman was asked by Alonzo why he hadn't revealed the information since 2001 and had only done it in 2005. Thurman said that every time he called the police to provide information about the case, they fired him. Then Thurman was pushed by Alonzo to obtain him a photo of Erica and a lock of Michelle's hair. As soon as Thurman sent Alonzo a hair sample, he forwarded it to Detective David Bernard, who was in charge of the case involving the prize doe. Thurman was hauled in to be questioned on May 4, 2005. There, he explained to the investigators his conviction that his son was the one who had done it. After Erica vanished from Thurman's sight, he asked Harold and Michelle where she was, to which they both replied that she was in Oklahoma with Betty. Suddenly, Thurman claimed he felt Precious Doe was actually Erica Green while the couple and Markeisha were returning to Oklahoma. When Thurman confronted Harrell and revealed to him that he had killed Erica, Harrell said it was an error. Thurman claimed he wanted to reveal Precious Doe's final fate to the world as soon as he found out the truth. Thurman sent over a photo of one of Erica's cousins, but the hair exactly matched Precious Doe's. Precious Doe was finally able to be identified by the police as Erica Green. On May 15, 1997, Erica Green was born in McLeod, Oklahoma, in the United States. She was the youngest of 5 children born to her father, Larry Green, and mother, Michelle Johnson. Michelle was found guilty of stealing goods from a store when she was 8 months pregnant. The Oklahoma Department of Corrections sentenced her to 2 years in prison, but due of her pregnancy, she was kept at the Mabel Bassett Correctional Center. When Michelle went into labor, she had only completed 1 month of her sentence. After being brought to Oklahoma City's OU Medical Center, she gave birth to Erica Green there. She was urged to get in touch with a guardian who would help her hold Erica until she was released because she was unable to care for Erica. In order to find a guardian for their child, Erica's father, Larry Green, was approached by Michelle. Then Larry would give a call to Betty Brown, a friend of Larry's mother who was in her late 60s. When Betty arrived at the prison, she was given several tasks to complete in order to be granted custody of Erica. To determine if Betty was qualified to have care of the child, the authorities at the correctional facility did not run a background investigation. All she had to offer was her driver's license and a Sam's Club card. A paperwork needed to be signed by her. On May 16, 1997, after this was completed, Betty was given custody of Erica Green. Betty characterized Erica as one of the most independent children she had ever encountered, and she loved and cared for her as if she were her own. She added that Erica was a beautiful girl with a constant smile. People adored her whenever she brought Erica along to church. On October 23, 1997, Michelle was then granted a probationary release. Michelle only occasionally went to see Betty Brown to see how her child was doing, which suggested to Betty that she wasn't all that concerned in looking after Erica. By the time Erica turned 3 years old in 2000, Michelle had moved on to Harold Johnson, her future husband, whom she married in 2002. Harold Johnson invited Michelle to live with him soon after at his Oklahoma home. Following confirmation that Erica's body belonged to her, the police searched for her mother Michelle and her partner Harold. Harold and Michelle were at the Muskogee County Jail in Oklahoma after being detained on several warrants. The police did not hesitate to act. They went straight to the facility to question Harold Johnson and Michelle. The first person to be questioned was Michelle. Michelle recognized her daughter Erica from the photo the police showed her during the interrogation, and she also pinned a note on the reverse. "I'm sorry, Mama," she wrote. "My heart and soul will always be with you. I'll always love you, Tiny E." She consented to tell the police how the murder occurred after completing that. Michelle claims that after the family got home in the evening of April 2001 at around 8 o'clock, Harold quickly started to get drunk and high on PCP. While Michelle went to the loo, she gave the order for Erica, who shared a room with Harold, to go to bed. Harold started complaining about Erica being naughty before she even finished her shower because she wouldn't go to bed. Harold got upset after telling Erica to go to bed 5 or 6 times. Erica was already out of bed when Michelle emerged from the loo. Then she told Erica to get back in bed, but Erica didn't move. Harold kicked Erica till she passed out at that moment. Michelle claimed that even though she hurried to get Erica and put her in a chilly water, Erica refused to awaken. Michelle realized then that something grave had occurred. After roughly 15 minutes, Erica was still asleep and unresponsive when Michelle carried her to the toilet and lay her on the floor. At that moment, Erica was in need of medical attention, but Harold and Michelle chose not to seek it because they still had outstanding warrants. Even though Michelle realized Erica could not survive, she agreed not to call for help because she didn't want to go to jail. Erica remained unconscious for 10 to 14 hours, and she had passed away by the next morning. Harold and Michelle concealed Erica's body in a pram after she passed away. Michelle claims that because they were both terrified and unsure of what to do, they ultimately decided to dispose of the body. They both took Erica's body outside through the house window and headed directly into the woods, waiting for darkness to ensure they were unobserved. Harold considered using edge clippers to remove the head and disfigure it in order to make identification difficult, since he worried that keeping the body as it was may eventually lead the police to their home. The head was wrapped in plastic bags before being thrown in a skip at a local church. However, Michelle didn't think that was a smart idea. Harold was instructed to remove the head by her, since the smell could alert the church's owners. Harold threw the head in Hibbs Park's forested section, following his wife's advice. After removing Erica's clothing from her body and giving them to Michelle, Harold left her body in the woods. The two of them went back to their house and entered the room by the same exit. LaWanda Driscoll would soon discover Erica was missing, even if no one witnessed what they did. Michelle lied to Mom when she was asked where she was, saying she was lying in the room because she was sick. Michelle wanted the cops to take her to meet Harold after giving her version of events. She encouraged Harold to confess to his crimes, telling him that she had already done so. Michelle was first outraged with Harold and pleaded with her to retract her testimony, but she had already made up her mind to testify against him in court. Harold afterwards consented to give an oral testimony in which he detailed the manner in which he killed Erica and took her head. He took a picture of Erica while he was being questioned, and he placed a statement underneath it saying, "I'm so sorry that this happened, and I hope that you forgive me for what I have done, and my heart and soul will always love you. Harold Johnson, I shall always miss you." Numerous individuals who exerted great effort to secure justice for Erica found comfort in the charging of the offenders in this case. The public made the decision to bury Erica properly under her true name on August 2005. Unfortunately, Erica's father, Larry Green, was incarcerated at the time. Alvin Brooks, a councilman for Kansas City, said that he and others attempted, but were unable, to obtain authorization from Larry Green to attend the funeral of his daughter. Despite the fact that Erica's family was not present at her funeral, she will always be joyful since so many people worked to secure justice for her. LaWanda Driscoll shared her story of her knowledge of the situation as well. She claimed that Harold had been abusing Erica in the days leading up to her death. LaWanda claimed that Erica's scream from the bedroom was the last thing she heard from her. LaWanda claimed that because Erica was not accustomed to living with her mother and stepfather, she wept a lot, and that this caused Harold to hit her even more. Harold would be Erica for everything, no matter how insignificant, she added. LaWanda reported that she overheard Harold saying, "Michelle, I'm going to do something bad, so go take care of your daughter." She now feels the big bang coming from the bedroom a week or so later was the kick that knocked Erica out. Michelle assisted with handing out posters and even shed tears during the girls' vigil, according to LaWanda, when everyone was searching for Precious Doe's identification. LaWanda claims that Michelle was always willing to respond to inquiries about Erica. Harold and Michelle were accused of killing Erica Green on May 5, 2005, putting a child's well-being in peril, leaving a corpse unattended, and tampering with tangible evidence. Michelle was not put on trial until 2007, at which point she entered a guilty plea to second-degree murder and other associated offenses, receiving a 25-year jail sentence. Harold began saying things that would implicate Michelle as soon as he learned that she would be testifying against him. He said that Michelle had never really given Erica any thought. He claimed that on occasion, Michelle would leave Erica alone to go do drugs, but the investigators are already aware of everything he claimed. Harold remained untried until 2008. First-degree murder would not have been the cause of Erica's death, even if her autopsy revealed that she had a closed head injury, a condition that happens when the head strikes an object. However, the neurologist stated in court that if Erica had gotten care in the final hours of her life, she might have lived. Following many days of deliberation, the jury convicted Harold guilty of first-degree murder, child abuse, and endangering the welfare of a child. Harold was given a life sentence without the possibility of release in November 2008. Harold filed an appeal, maintaining his denial that he is the person the state said he is. The state attorney and the defense lawyer exchanged arguments during which Harold's side maintained that the murder was not planned. But according to the state, Erica's murder was planned. Michelle disclosed during her confession that she had instructed Harold to direct Erica exclusively to Marquisia and not to order Erica about the night of Erica's death. According to the state, Harold became irritated by Michelle's statement and considered killing Erica at that very moment. Furthermore, the autopsy reveals that Erica was kicked several times, indicating that Harold continued to kick the young child on purpose while being aware that she might not survive. Harold's decision to appeal the verdict, according to Judge John Torrance, was not indicative of regret. The judge dismissed Harold's appeal, calling him a textbook sociopath who refuses to accept responsibility for his conduct and asserting that the murder was not premeditated. Many were relieved by Erica's sentence, even though the revelation of her identity provided comfort to those who had been rooting for her. Everyone in attendance during Erica's sentence was happy with Harold's decision. However, several others wanted Michelle to receive the same punishment. In addition, Erica's biological father, Larry Green, sued the Oklahoma D.C., raising concerns about the procedures used to decide who gets custody of children born to jailed moms. Nonetheless, the Department of Corrections and the Department of Human Services decided to implement new protocols to guarantee that infants delivered to prisoners will be submitted to the Human Services Department for appropriate treatment. The tragedy of Erica Green serves as a warning that evil exists in human hearts. While it is common knowledge that parents treasure and constantly guard their children, it is horrifying and depressing to learn that some parents would rather preserve themselves than risk anything bad happening to their offspring. Many of the people who are aware of Erica's case have opinions regarding the sentence. Do you also believe that, given Michelle was the biological mother, she ought to have received a harsher sentence? Tell us in the space provided for comments. Moving on to the next case. James Joseph Richardson. Farm laborer James Joseph Richardson was employed in the small southern Florida hamlet of Arcadia, where he cared for an orange plantation. Together with his wife, Annie Mae Richardson, he had 5 children. The 7 children, ages 2 to 8, were raised by Annie and her 2 children from her previous marriage. Bessie Rees, a neighbor, watched the kids while James and Annie worked because they were both full-time employees. The 3 youngest children remained with Bessie on October 25, 1967, while the 4 older children went to school. The 4 kids came home from school at lunchtime to join Bessie and their siblings for lunch. Their mother had made them a breakfast of rice and beans early that morning. Teachers at the school saw that the children were exhibiting odd symptoms, and the administrator rushed them to the hospital right away. When one of the instructors went to check on the 3 kids at home, she discovered that they were also sick, and they were sent to the hospital. Only one of James and Annie's children was sick, and a parent needed to accompany them to the hospital, they were informed. 6 of the 7 children had passed away by the time they got to the hospital. Next day, the 7th child would pass away. It was thought that the poisoning caused the deaths of all the youngsters. The Richardson residence was promptly examined by the authorities in an effort to find any evidence connected to the children's deaths. The police conducted extensive searching, but they were unable to uncover anything that would have suggested a poison, with the exception of an insect spray, which they did not think was the source of the kids' poisoning. The following day, Bessie called the police to report that her neighbor Charlie Smith had found a bag of the pesticide parathion in a shed. The cops concurred that after 5 searches of the property the day before, the parathion bag had not been found. They reasoned that the individual who had poisoned the kids was most likely the same one who had hidden the parathion sack. Tests conducted later on the kids' lunch plates and other cooking utensils showed that there was enough parathion in them to kill a whole city's worth of people. James was charged with 7 first-degree murder counts by investigator Klein 2 days after the children's funeral. Bessie was not looked into as a suspect, even though she was the last to handle the plates and food before the kids ate it. Some thought Klein was just trying to get noticed by the police department by seeking for a big break. Although it was never established, Klein claimed throughout the trial that James had 5 other children who had passed away in another Florida city under suspicious circumstances, and that his goal in committing this murder was to get the insurance money for the deceased children. The judge presented evidence of lie detector tests that both Annie Mae and James had taken, indicating that James was aware of the poisoning. After expressing interest in Richardson's case, John Robinson of Daytona Beach and his associate decided to provide pro bono legal representation to the lawyerless Richardson. Because the judge insisted that Richardson was guilty all the time, John thought the case was being handled unfairly. James told John that when he was being held at the county prison, Officer Klein had called him names and advised him to enter a guilty plea in order to receive a less term. Following the discovery of no evidence suggesting James' guilt, John was able to reduce James' bail from $100,000 to $75,100. James was given a bail and let free. However, not long after James was freed, an inmate who was being prosecuted for a crime said that James had told him in the county jail that he had killed the kids. James's bail was revoked, and two other inmates who were being prosecuted soon after declared that James had also confessed to them. John tried to get the trial moved to a different, more equitable county, but James was detained once more and his trial was shifted to a different county. Two of the jailhouse informants testified throughout the trial regarding what James reportedly told them. Because of their testimony, the sentences of the two informants were shortened. The jury was read the statement of the third informant, who had been shot dead before the trial. After less than 2 hours of deliberation on May 31, 1968, James was found guilty and given a death sentence in Florida's electric chair. Before the U.S. Supreme Court declared in 1972 that the capital penalty in the U.S. at the time was unconstitutional, James spent over 5 years on death row. In 1993, he was sentenced to life in jail with the possibility of release. James's solicitors were successful in getting him a fresh trial in 1988. Bessie Reese allegedly confessed to the murders 100 times while residing in an assisted living facility, but because of her mental health issues, no one ever took her seriously, according to the attorneys. Bessie Reese was discovered to be a convicted killer as well. At the time of the children's killings, she was on parole and had reportedly used poison to kill her ex-husband. There was proof of a cover-up by the local judge, State Attorney Frank Schwab, and Sheriff Frank Klein, which they all denied. In addition, the lone surviving jailhouse informant changed his narrative, claiming he was given a reduced term in exchange for his testimony. James was released from prison on April 25, 1989, after a judge overturned his conviction on the grounds that the evidence had been withheld, preventing him from providing a fair trial. Bessie passed away from Alzheimer's in 1992 without facing any legal repercussions for the incident. James later sued DeSoto County for false convictions, and the case was settled for $150,000. Governor Rick Scott of Florida enacted a bill in June 2014 allowing James to receive compensation for his unjust conviction of more than $1 million. Moving on to the next case. Jean Johnson. Jean Johnson, a widow from New Mexico, was 70 years old. In 2011, her spouse had died 8 years ago. Heidi Johnson, her daughter, was still with her. Jean texted Heidi a photo of the puppy she was minding for one of her friends on Sunday, May 26, 2019. Heidi tried to phone Jean on Monday night, but she didn't answer. Since the two of them often speak at least 3 times a day, she was concerned when she attempted again on Tuesday and got the same outcome. As it happened, she was right to be concerned. Heidi received a call from a friend Jean had been dog-sitting for, informing her that Jean had not dropped off the dog on Monday as agreed. Heidi went to live with her mother. The entrance door stood open a little. The fact that the dog was still inside and had a few accidents suggested that he hadn't been allowed outside in a while. Jean had vanished from view. Her pistol was the only item she had lost. According to Heidi's statement to the police, Jean would only have taken it from her if there had been a mountain lion too near to her house or if she had been afraid. Jean's height and weight are reported to be 5 feet 6 inches, 130 pounds, green eyes, and light brown hair. Kyle Fleischman. The kind and amiable Kyle Fleischman, an Elon University alumnus, disappeared without a trace in 2007 after going to a comedy concert with friends and family. He was seen on surveillance leaving a bar and making his way to a local pizza place, but it's still unclear what he did after that. Kyle Fleischman was raised in Charlotte, North Carolina, along with his younger brother and sister. He was the son of Barbara and Dick Fleischman. His friends and family grew up to say that he was nice, giving, and well-liked by all. 2002 saw him graduate from Charlotte Catholic High School. He started his academic career at Elon University, where he is now pursuing a business administration degree. He was the peer-elected vice president of his fraternity, Kappa Alpha Order, during his time in college. Throughout his 4 years of college, he enthusiastically supported the Special Olympics and the Boys and Girls Club despite his fraternity responsibilities. Following his graduation from Elon in 2006, Kyle first returned to his Charlotte, North Carolina, parents' house. In 2007, he started working as a healthcare recruiter at Maxim Healthcare Services and moved into an apartment in South Charlotte with 2 roommates. Those who knew him describe him as trustworthy and say that even though he worked long hours, he always found time to fully enjoy life and his family. An outgoing person, Kyle had a large and varied group of friends, but although he was gregarious and charming with women, people who knew him well said that he was single when his nightmares began. When Kyle's mother was given a breast cancer diagnosis in the autumn of 2007, the family was greatly affected. Kyle was 24 at the time. Being close to his mother, Kyle gave her confidence that they will overcome it together. On November 8, 2007, Kyle invited his mother to a comedy event with Dane Cook at the Bobcats Arena, hoping to brighten her spirits. Noelle, Kyle's sister, made the same decision to go with her mother and brother. Kyle also scheduled a get-together with a few pals for that same night to go to the comedy show and get drinks. It was remembered that November had been especially crisp and frigid, with lows of less than 32 degrees Fahrenheit at night. Before the comedy gig on November 8, 2007, Kyle and his buddies got together at Daniel Scagnelli's residence. Rather than taking their cars into the city to witness the event, they opted to order a cab because they intended to consume alcohol. After dropping Kyle's car off at Daniel's, they went to a nearby pub for some food and drinks before heading to witness Dane Cook's set. They were joined at the event by Kyle's mother and sister, and it seems like they all had a terrific time. Kyle was said to have been in a happy disposition the entire time. Barbara and Noelle thanked Kyle for a fantastic evening as they made their way home after the show. Following their final goodbyes to his family, which they had no idea would be their last, Kyle and his buddies spent the rest of the evening at the well-known sports bar in uptown Charlotte called the Buckhead Saloon. The pub, which draws a younger clientele, was busy as usual on Thursday night. According to Kyle's buddies, there was a lot of partying that evening. At the busy bar, they had drinks, chatted with old friends, and made new ones. Friend Daniel noted during the evening that Kyle never seemed overly drunk and that he seemed to be in a good mood. With the stroke of midnight, Kyle's friends said goodbye and slowly drifted away, leaving him with his best friend Daniel. Daniel asked Kyle if he was coming along when he thought it was time to call it a night at 1 in the morning. But Kyle wanted to keep the night going a little bit longer, promising Daniel he would grab a cab later to get his car. Daniel had no idea that this brief encounter would mark the final time he would see his pal. When Daniel awoke that early in the morning, Kyle had left a missed call. Since Kyle did not leave a voicemail, he did not give the missed call much thought at first. When he attempted to reach him again, his phone went straight to voicemail. Daniel claims he thought Kyle was still sleeping from the previous night, which is why he did not answer his phone. But as the morning wore on, Daniel saw Kyle's car remained parked in front of his house. Daniel said that's when he started to worry because this wasn't like his closest friend, who had always been the one in charge. He attempted to reach Kyle once more, but the calls ended up in voicemail. The flatmate of his best friend answered the phone after he did, informing him that Kyle had not come home that evening. Daniel was apprehensive to phone Kyle's parents at first since he didn't want to disturb them, but eventually he got in touch with them since he thought Kyle would be at their house. But when they spoke more, Daniel became concerned to hear that Kyle's family had also missed calls from the 24-year-old early on November 9th, before daybreak. None of the family members who were contacted had received the calls because of the late hour, and they stated that they hadn't spoken to Kyle since the previous evening. They eventually reported that, despite their best efforts, they were also unable to contact him. Trying not to panic, the family did not give up. It was quite probable that Kyle had overindulged in alcohol and spent the night sleeping on someone's couch. In order to find out if Kyle would get to work on time, they waited. But when Kyle failed to appear at work, his family filed a missing persons complaint with the authorities. But the family found out that they had to wait 48 hours to report Kyle missing because he was an adult. The family made the decision to start their own inquiry in the interim. To assist spread the message, Daniel made a Facebook page for the missing person and they hired a private investigator. The Facebook page garnered 60,000 followers in just 2 weeks. Ultimately, the police used the CCTV footage from the bar to start their investigation and spoke with customers who were there when it happened. The detectives created a timeline of events with the help of the witnesses and the security footage. The CCTV footage shows Kyle talking to a woman at the bar after Daniel left around 1 a.m. The woman seemed to be at the institution with her partner. Then Kyle and the woman danced together, which clearly infuriated her boyfriend. The time when the man approached Kyle with his 2 pals, and they started talking was also caught on camera. The man and the woman left the institution as a result. Even though this scenario did not turn into a violent conflict and the discourse was just mild. Kyle called his sister at 2:19 in the morning, but she didn't answer and he didn't leave a note, so it's unclear why he called. In the moments that followed, Kyle appears to have forgotten his debit card and his coat when he left the bar around 2:20 in the morning, according to security footage. Kyle had given his debit card to the bartender when he arrived, just like many other customers, and his drinks were added to his bill all night long. It's possible that Kyle truly forgot about the open tab because the barman noted that it's rather normal for individuals to forget their cards at closing time. Many believe that Kyle was more inebriated than Daniel had previously believed, which would account for him forgetting his coat in the bitterly cold 32-degree temperature outdoors, as well as his error with his debit card. But the family's private investigator presented a different angle, suggesting that Kyle might not have been drunk when he decided to leave his possessions behind, and instead had made a conscious decision to leave the bar quickly. The private investigator's theory states that Kyle might have intended to return to the pub later to retrieve his stuff and planned to catch up with the woman he was dancing with. It's also possible that he departed quickly to prevent any further conflicts. The exact reason for his actions is still up for debate and speculation. Still, 2:30 a.m. was the next verified sighting of Kyle. One can observe Kyle strolling along College Street in the direction of Fuel Pizza, a pizzeria. Kyle could be seen strolling from right to left in the video. Even though Kyle didn't seem to be stumbling, it was difficult to tell from the shaky video whether or not he was overindulged in alcohol. Police were informed by a Fuel Pizza employee that Kyle had entered the establishment and requested an enormous pizza with every topping possible. Although there was no CCTV at the pizza restaurant, Kyle's father was able to verify that his son frequently placed extravagant pizza orders. That's why he knew it was Kyle when he heard about the pizza with everything on it. As the restaurant filled up with late-night patrons, the staff member failed to observe whether Kyle was leaving by himself or with a companion. Kyle picked up the phone a few times after he left the restaurant. He may have contacted the Buckhead Saloon at 2:42 a.m. to find out what was remained of his possessions. 10 seconds was all that the call lasted. Sadly, nobody responded. Then, between 2:42 and 2:57 in the morning, Kyle made 4 calls to his father's business phone. This was peculiar since Kyle would have known that his father would not be working in his office at that early hour. Kyle called people and, as he has in the past, failed to leave voicemails. Kyle was still in the uptown Charlotte region at the time of the calls, based on his cell phone records. Around 3:25 a.m., a cab driver reported seeing Kyle strolling on North Davidson Street, nearing the 110 block near Hunter Record Business. This was the next confirmed sighting. Kyle didn't have a coat on and looked drunk, according to the cabbie. Although Kyle was not a newcomer to Charlotte, residents claim he should have known that the neighborhood, known as Noda, was home to gang members and drug traffickers who controlled the area with a very hard hand. The neighborhood was not just unsafe, But it was also the opposite way from Kyle's condo. At 3:28 a.m., just 4 seconds after the cab driver's sighting, Kyle made a brief phone call to his best friend, Daniel. He then tried to call his flatmate at 3:29 a.m., but the line was cut off after just 6 seconds. Similar to the earlier calls, Kyle left no voicemail. It's likely that when he made the last 2 calls, his phone's battery was nearly dead. Phone records show that by 4 a.m., Kyle's phone was completely dead. Since then, nothing has been done with it. The reason why Kyle made 8 calls without leaving a voicemail after leaving the Bucket Saloon baffled investigators. The reason for these calls has long been a matter of conjecture. While some speculated that he might have been in need of assistance and was trying to find a ride, others think he might have been in distress. The motive behind his calls is yet unknown till more information is found. For more than a week, a tremendous search was conducted for Kyle. In addition to police and firefighters, there were about 300 volunteers present, including Kyle's terrified friends and relatives. However, in spite of their greatest efforts, no leads came up. In addition to asking Public Safety Dogs Incorporated for help, his family posted flyers throughout the city. Mike Craig and Linda Dunn established Public Safety Dogs Incorporated, a nonprofit that trains various scent dogs to support law enforcement in search and rescue operations. Taking up the investigation, Mike and Linda looked for Kyle using the scent from the coat that was left behind at the pub. They began following the smell from Fuel Pizza, Kyle's last known location, using 2 different dogs. In little time at all, both canines followed a scent track that led them to College Street. The dogs followed Kyle's scent in a broad circle, indicating that he may have traveled in a big circle to get away from someone he thought was pursuing him. After following the scent trail, they eventually arrived at Cordelia Park, which is roughly 2 miles from the Buckhead Saloon, via North Davidson Street and a tiny bridge. Situated in the Villa Heights neighborhood of North Charlotte, Cordelia Park is a 24-acre popular park to visit during the day. But at night, drug dealers and gang members congregate in the park, drawing a harsher population. Given the possible risk and danger, Kyle's family is dubious that he would have gone to that place voluntarily at night. When it got dark and they saw a few questionable people, the dog handlers, Mike and Linda, decided to end their initial search for Kyle in the park. The next morning, they started their hunt again. The canines detected the scent from the park, which sent them to a construction site 200 yards from Cordelia Park at 16th Street and North Davidson. It is possible that Kyle's body was disposed of at the construction site because Linda described what she smelt as the scent of death when she arrived there. The dirt had just been turned over at the construction site, where a new residential block was being built. It was possible that someone had used the building site to hide a body, but it was also possible that the smell came from bodily fluids that Kyle did not have. Despite conducting a comprehensive search, the scent dogs were unable to find any noteworthy clues. Worried, the police were called, and they brought in cadaver dogs. Dogs trained to sniff out the fragrance of human remains rather than that of a living person. The cops then used ground-penetrating radar and physically poked sticks into the earth to thoroughly search the whole building site. But in all their thoroughness, they found nothing of any importance. After a while, work at the location resumed, possibly removing any more evidence or hints that might have surfaced during the inquiry. Since Kyle vanished, nothing has happened to his financial accounts. It's estimated that when Kyle vanished, he had just roughly $6 in cash on him. There was never a sign of Kyle Fleischman, even after thorough searches. Many theories have been proposed, but none of them have been verified. Kyle's family has been frustrated by the case's lack of progress and believes that important information is currently being withheld by certain individuals. In contrast to the many hypotheses and rumors that have circulated around the community, Dick, Kyle's father, says he thinks his son was the victim of an arbitrary crime. He speculates that his kid might have wandered up North Davidson Street in the middle of the night since he was inebriated and disoriented. He wonders if Kyle was killed and his body placed at what was then a construction site at North Davidson and 16th Street, or if someone driving by saw what appeared to be an easy target for a heist. In the end, the family relocated out of Charlotte in 2010 and settled on Hilton Head, South Carolina, before relocating to Florida, where they are now residents. Kyle was 24 years old and 6 feet tall at the time of his disappearance. He had green eyes and brown hair, and he weighed about a pound 180. He had a pair of keys, his wallet, and his cell phone with him at the moment. It was well known that Kyle had no enemies. Moving on to the next case. Llandudno murder. The biggest beach resort in Wales, Llandudno, welcomes around 9,400,000 tourists annually. The Grand Town is well known for its expansive bay and buildings from the Victorian era. It has 2 lovely beaches and is oddly located between the Great and Little Ormes. On May 27, 1988, Sophie Louise Hook, then 7 years old, was born in Cheshire, England, to Julie and Christopher Hook. Christopher worked at an advertising business, and Julie was a teacher. The couple wed in 1984 and had 4 kids: 9-year-old Gemma, 7-year-old Sophie, 5-year-old Joseph, and 1-year-old Ellie. In particular, Gemma and Sophie had a deep bond and enjoyed playing together. The most outgoing child in the family, according to the neighbors, was Sophie. It was said of Sophie that she was a cheerful and kind girl. With Julie's sister Fiona and her husband Danny Jones, who now resided in North Wales, the family was very close. Like the Hooks, the Joneses had 4 small children. The 8 youngsters had such a close kinship that those close to the family remember them more as Candace siblings than as cousins. The Joneses invited the Hooks to join them in celebrating their son Luke's 9th birthday on July 29, 1995. The Hooks ate breakfast that morning and then drove the 90 minutes from Cheshire to Llandudno to attend the festivities. In 1995, the large house on Bryn Labia Road in Llandudno, owned by the Jones family, was valued at £200,000. The backyard was private, with a wooden gate and a hedge dividing it from the overgrown bridle path used for riding horses. The kids splashed around in the garden hose, played with each other, and explored a new tent that their grandparents, Pearl and Paul Roberts, had given them for their birthday. It turned out to be the perfect place for a happy afternoon. The children loved the new tent and pleaded with their parents to spend that evening in the garden sleeping in it. The garden was close to the bright patio lights and safe, so Julie and Christopher didn't worry too much. In addition, Fiona and Danny were in the house, sleeping only a few meters away. Julie and Christopher remember saying goodnight to their kids and sending them off to their garden-side camping stay. Later on, Julie remembers that she bid them farewell with a kiss and wished them a pleasant day. "I'll talk to you later." They would never again see 7-year-old Sophie alive. This would be it. In the tent, Sophie, her sister, and 2 of their cousins, Luke and Alex, took their sleeping bags and bedded down. They spoke about ghost stories, played games, and ate dinner. At 1 in the morning, Alex, the younger boy, decided to go inside because he was afraid. Danny, his father, made the decision to check on the kids before turning in for the night at 12:40 a.m. In case any of the children decided to come inside, he kept the rear door open. When Luke, Sophie's cousin, woke up at 2:30 a.m. and looked at the time, he saw that Sophie was still asleep in the tent with her sister. He returned to his bed. But when Luke awoke around 7:15 a.m. the following morning, he discovered his cousin Sophie was gone from the tent. The entrance of the tent was ajar from the early morning dew. Luke observed that Sophie's cherished plush giraffe, Blankies, which she carried with her everywhere, was still inside the tent during her absence. He subsequently remarked, if Sophie had run away, she would have taken him with her, indicating that he understood how connected she and Blankies were. Luke told his folks right away. After more than an hour of searching the house, the garden, and the nearby fields, Fiona and Danny were unable to locate Sophie. At 8:20 a.m., Sophie was formally reported missing to the authorities. Unbeknownst to Sophie's family, a local man had made a horrifying discovery an hour earlier, around the time Luke had woken up and discovered Sophie missing. Jerry Davies, 55, left his house at 7:10 a.m. to go for his regular dog walk along North Shore Beach. He saw what looked to be a cast-off mannequin while strolling down the shore, but when his dogs freaked out and fled the area, he sensed something wasn't right. When he looked into the mannequin, he discovered it was a girl's body. After removing his t-shirt and covering her lifeless corpse, Davies hurried to a nearby phone box to call the national emergency number, 999. Later on, Sophie Hook was identified as the girl. Half a mile from her house on the beach, her naked body washed up. The following autopsy report contains graphic material. Viewers should use caution. After a thorough autopsy, it was discovered that Sophie had suffered severe injuries, including broken ankle and upper arm, as well as bruising all over her body. She had been sexually raped and had internal hemorrhage. The majority of her injuries, according to the medical examiner, were similar to those often sustained by victims of significant auto accidents who were killed. She had all of the wounds while she was still alive. According to the coroner, Sophie was in so much pain during the attack that she left tooth marks inside her bottom lip and on both sides of her tongue. In the end, she was strangled to death. At the eastern end of the promenade, next to a cliff known as the Little Orme, her body had been tossed into the sea. Because of the chilly seawater, her body temperature had fallen, making it impossible to identify when she passed away. Her body had been submerged in the water for at least 3 hours. It was discovered. The town was shocked by the crime. The family of Sophie was distraught. Gemma is not doing well at all, according to her mother. It is really hard to console her because she is so incredibly upset. She is so very depressed and furious. I want to be in heaven with Sophie, Gemma later remarked. Since the murderer had thrown the victim's body into the sea in an attempt to destroy any forensic evidence, police had a tough time apprehending her. Her pants, a pair of Marks and Spencer socks with a pink floral design embroidered on them, and her unusual pink and white Winnie the Pooh nightgown were never discovered. Authorities think that whoever killed Sophie was aware that the kids were spending the night in the garden tent. Interviews with every registered sexual offender in the area were the first step in the police investigation. Investigators would soon concentrate on one person in particular, a 30-year-old guy by the name of Howard Hughes. He had a reputation for riding his mountain bike late at night around the seaside town. He grew up quite quickly and had a remarkable appearance because of a chromosomal anomaly known as XYY syndrome. At age 11, he had grown to a height of 6 feet, and as an adult, he stood a towering 6 feet 8 inches. As a child, he also struggled with dyslexia, learning impairments, and behavioral issues. Hughes' father sent him to private schools when he was younger in the hopes that they would have a positive influence on him. However, Wexham decided not to continue his enrollment at Lindisfarne College in Wednesday after just 2 terms. Hughes' father tried to get the school to boost their tuition, but they wouldn't let him stay. They claimed that he frequently picked fights and harassed other students. He continued to behave disruptively throughout his adult life, throughout his adolescence. Hughes had a lengthy criminal past that included convictions for vehicle infractions, theft, burglary, assault, criminal damage, and threatening behavior in addition to weapons possession. He enticed a 7-year-old youngster into an abandoned building in 1981 when he was 16 years old, and an arrest record states that he exposed himself and made unwanted approaches there. He eventually made an attempt to choke a toddler. As the youngster related the event, he said, quote, "He lifted me and threw me down forcefully. He has extraordinary strength. He found himself on top of me, both hands clutching my neck. Up until Hughes departed, the boy feigned to be dead." Hughes was given a 2-year mental health supervision order after being found guilty of assaulting the kid. After being freed, Hughes moved back in with his mother, who had just split up with his father. After being freed, he developed a more violent and aggressive personality and started picking fights with strangers. His unruly conduct made it impossible for him to hold down a work. Over the years, Hughes' father offered him many positions inside the company, but he refused to take on any responsibility. Instead, he broke equipment and got into fights with coworkers. In the years between his release in 1995, Hughes was again accused of abusing young children, ages 3, 5, and 9. When several witnesses saw Hughes riding along a route that overlooked Sophie's location, suspicion was aroused. He was indeed seen lurking in the woods by one woman, to whom he said that he was searching for some money he had dropped. Because the walkway was close to the residence, he would have heard the kids talking, which suggested he might have known they were spending the night in the garden. In addition, a policeman who was cruising the town that evening at 2:55 a.m. noticed Hughes seated on a bench close to the seafront and struck up a conversation with him. Later, in the Joneses' yard, the police found a shoe print on a rhubarb leaf that, upon closer inspection, appeared to match Hughes's shoe. The same day the body was found, at 3:50 p.m., Hughes was taken into custody at the house he lived with his mother. While being questioned at the police station while in custody, he vehemently denied having anything to do with the murder. He attested to his having wandered the entire region, including the bridle path that ran back the Joneses' home on that particular day. He denied killing Sophie, but he did admit that he was out and about when a policeman spoke with him in the early hours of July 30th. After being detained for 4 days, he was allowed to leave prison because there was insufficient evidence to prosecute him. Following a police search of Hughes' residence, pictures of minors were discovered, leading to Hughes' immediate rearrest. A cache of girls' knickers discovered by officers concealed in a stone wall. Other evidence, while circumstantial, soon surfaced. Amanda Roberts, a 6-year-old, came forward and said that at approximately 4 o'clock that Saturday afternoon, while she was playing in a park close to her house, Hughes approached her. The girl bolted when he tried to talk her into going with him. The Joneses lived less than 4 minutes bicycle ride from the park. Michael Geedy, a sex offender with a conviction, also came forward. He said that he had known Hughes and his mother while he was living next door. He reported to the authorities that Hughes would frequently confide in him about his depraved dreams of abusing young females. He claimed that throughout several of their conversations together, he expressed his desire to kidnap a girl, have sex with her, and then kill her. Hughes's father requested welfare visits, and the police granted him access. Hughes is said to have admitted to killing Sophie and sexually abusing her during that visit. In addition, Hughes gave his father the path he had taken to abduct Sophie. After discovering the truth, Hughes' father informed the police that his son had admitted to the murder while they were there. He also provided the police with information about where the child's clothes were found. Later on, Sophie's pajamas were discovered in the designated area. Official charges were brought against Howard Hughes for Sophie Hook's kidnapping and murder. June 24, 1996 was the start of his trial. Because they didn't want Julie and their kids to experience more anguish, only Danny Jones and Christopher Hook went to the trial. The jury heard the testimony of 3 witnesses, one of whom was Hughes's father, even though there was no forensic evidence connecting Hughes to the crime. Speaking to the court, he said that his son had told him he had killed Sophie. In court, his father said that he informed his son, quote, "I must know if you did it, if he was going to stay in this room with him while he was in jail." It is then said that his son broke down and said, "I did it." Howard Hughes related how he visited the Joneses' back garden early on Saturday morning to see the kids getting ready for the celebration. "I went back there at about 2 in the morning, he stated. "I convinced a female to accompany me to the beach. When the girl began to scream, I covered her mouth with my hand and held it there until she stopped. I threw her body into the sea after removing all of her clothes." He said, quoting himself, "I've been sexually frustrated since 1990. Hughes went on to refute this admission afterwards. "You can propose what you like, but that is trash," his father said to the defense's argument that his confession may not have been to her murder, but rather to aid the authorities in locating Sophie's clothing. Jonathan Carroll, a 30-year-old career criminal who was incarcerated at the time of his testimony, was the second witness. He informed the jury that he had been searching for potential locations to rob. He heard someone walking down the street while he was in a garden. He watched Hughes walking down a lane with a sack a few moments later. Then he claims to have seen what appeared to be a human leg emerging from the sack. Michael Geedy, the third witness, described to the jury how Hughes had previously admitted to having deviant sexual fantasies about abusing young girls. The testimony of Alexandra Roberts, whom Hughes attempted to entice later that day, and the witnesses who saw Hughes at the bridal walk on July 29th were also heard by the court. Any claim that Sophie accompanied Hughes voluntarily was rejected by the court. Julie, Sophie's mother, said in Hughes's own words, "There have been rumors that Hughes forced Sophie out of the tent, and it's possible that when Sophie was first carried by Hughes, she thought it was her father or mother, and by the time she realized that it wasn't, it was too late." Hughes angrily denied having anything to do with the 7-year-old's murder. Denying ever speaking with Michael Guidi, he also denied confessing to his father, claiming the latter had concocted a series of falsehoods to drive Hughes from the area. When questioned about Sophie's attire, he stated that he discovered the nightgown near a deserted property, some 0.5 miles from the house, by the side of a road. He claimed that he picked it up with the idea of replacing the toilet paper. He carried the nightdress for a time before discarding it over a hedge, without using it for this purpose. Hughes was accused by the prosecution of taking extreme measures to make sure there was no forensic link between him and the body. In order to guarantee that there was no forensic connection between him and Sophie, they told the court that he had shaven off his pubic hair prior to the murder. Although Hughes was known to wear the same jacket for months at a time without ever washing it, after the murder, it was supposedly laundered. Howard Hughes was found guilty of all 3 charges by the jury on July 18, 1996. After that, the 31-year-old was given 3 life sentences. It was suggested by the judge, Mr. Justice Curtis, that he never be allowed to leave prison. It was declared on November 24, 2002, that he would not be eligible for parole until he had served a minimum of 50 years in jail. Hughes will be allowed to be released in 2045 at the age of 80, according to this verdict. After Sophie passed away, a brass memorial was placed on the sand in her honor. Sophie's family suffered a great deal of guilt over her passing following her murder. Julie denounced the murderer, calling him, quote, "the world's most evil and horrifying monster. I just feel numb, completely and utterly numb," she remarked. "Most people, I suppose, believe in goodness. It is really hard to believe that someone could be that wicked. I took great care to protect my kids. They were not permitted to cross the street by themselves. We are truly sorry that during her most vulnerable moment, we were unresponsive to her needs. That sensation won't ever go gone." Thanks for watching. We hope you enjoyed exploring these intriguing cold cases with us. If you found the video fascinating, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to Cold Case Mystique for more deep dives into unsolved mysteries. Your support helps us bring you more compelling content. Leave a comment below with your thoughts or any cases you'd like us to cover next. See you in the next video, and remember, the search for truth never stops.